To those who weren't here yesterday. This is day 2 or day 4, depending on how we count, of End of Transition, sponsored by the University of Southern California Institute of Armenian Studies. The first 2 days were in LA at USC on April 9th and 10th. We began here with the 3rd day yesterday with a host of interesting people who both study and were participants in the process of transition. And this morning, we're going to continue with 4 panels. Today, we're going to continue with 4 panels of scholars who are going to go from the macro to the micro picture. We're very grateful they're here from all corners of the world. We want to remind you that hashtag Armenia-EOT is yours to use, and that all of this is being live streamed in 2 languages. Thank you, and thank you to all of you, and Anna Haroutounian will moderate this panel.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Good morning. I want to thank everybody for being here. We've got some very distinguished guests, and I'm very much looking forward to everything they have to say on the beginning of the end of transition, though I would like to say that I hope that the transition ends later rather than sooner. I prefer transition to be constant, but we'll see. So I would like to introduce Professor Robert English of the USC School of International Relations, who will be talking about Trump, Russia, and a new détente. Professor Umit Ungor of Utrecht University, who will speak about the Armenians and Turks evolving relations. Dr. Razmik Panossian of the Gulbenkian Foundation in Portugal, who will speak about transition trends and lessons. And Professor Georgi Derluguian, New York University of Abu Dhabi, War Society and Developmental State. I guess we will start with Professor Robert English with you. We've got 12 minutes. Oh, we've got a little bit less than, can we maybe reset that to 12 minutes each, or is?
I'll start while they're resetting.
Yes.
So as not to lose even
yes.
a few precious seconds. Yes, when Salpi and I first discussed my participation in this panel, I had just written this piece for Foreign Affairs that Anna mentioned on the need for and the possibilities of a new détente with Russia. And in that piece, I simply outlined where our American, our Western policies had failed with Russia and the former USSR, and where we, along with Russia and Putin, shared in blame for the state of poor relations. And as you know from yesterday's discussion, I focused among many points in that piece on the relentless expansion of NATO. And as an international relations scholar, as well as a foreign policy analyst, I suppose, I simply went back to our tradition, our theories, and our accumulated knowledge about the world, and advanced a realist argument, what we call in the tradition of political realism. How could we think that, in contrast to all human history of interstate rivalry and balance of power politics, that this time our military bloc could be expanded and expanded to the point where it encircled a great power rival and not cause some kind of serious pushback? Regardless of what you think of the 2 states, regardless of how you evaluate leadership or the domestic politics of either of the systems, it was simply insane, if I'll speak frankly, to think that at some point, simply for balance of power, for geopolitical reasons, it wouldn't produce exactly what it did. I also outlined in this piece where we might cooperate better under a new administration, a new US administration that at a minimum might not so shrilly and childishly personalize relations and personally insult Russian leaders, and instead look for some common ground for progress on issues like Syria, Ukraine, avoiding an incipient arms race in the Arctic, and a whole series of other issues. As for Russian interference in our American elections, I merely pointed out what so many others have also pointed out, that the evident Russian meddling in America's 2016 presidential election, leaking emails from the Democratic National Committee and the Clinton campaign simply pale. They pale in comparison with the ways that we Americans have interfered in Russian politics, not to mention those of many other countries. Further, all this is essentially trivial. Remember, what was leaked were genuine emails and internal discussions. There was no fake news here. There was no fabrication of documents. If these leaks had come from a supporter of Bernie Sanders, Senator Sanders, who was the rival of Secretary Clinton in the primary, that person probably would have been cheered as a whistleblower, helping cleanse a dirty political system. Nothing classified, nothing dishonest, just some embarrassment at the exposure of some of the double dealing inside our own primary system. How can we, the US, be in the position of defending corruption in our own political system? And how can the US, with, let's admit it, our world best cyber war weapons, along with surveillance and eavesdropping, which we frequently employ, just ask Angela Merkel among others, now be crying wolf on account of some mild embarrassment? That, again, I emphasize, was caused not by something that Russian cyber warriors made up, but simply by airing a little bit of our own dirty linen. Double standards are what we're talking about here, throughout. Our autocratic, repressive, terror-spawning allies, such as Saudi Arabia, are good, but yours, such as Assad, are bad. Our use of every lever we have to influence other states' politics and elections are good. Money, support for opposition parties, diplomatic and military carrots and sticks, and so on. But when you do it, it's bad. Our cyber war is okay, yours is not. It reminds me of some of the laughter that greeted Secretary of State John Kerry when he admonished Russia over Crimea, saying that one simply doesn't go around invading other countries or deposing foreign leaders in the 21st century, conveniently forgetting about President Bush's 2003 invasion of Iraq and also Obama's regime change in Libya. And these, by the way, have not only sparked massive loss of life and destruction, but they are also the direct causes of the massive immigration, the overwhelming refugee flows that destabilize Eastern as well as Western Europe. Then we shriek that Russia is meddling in French politics, a Russian bank loan supporting Marine Le Pen of the National Front, a loan of a few $1 million some years back, or that the Russians also tried to hack the campaign of Macron, somehow oblivious to the fact that it is not some trivial loan or some trivial hacking that had boosted the national front to historic levels of popularity in France. Rather, it is these massive, undigestible refugee flows that we Americans are responsible for, toppling Saddam Hussein in Iraq with no rational plan for what comes after, fanning the Arab Spring revolts with reckless encouragement and false promises of aid in a rapid democratic transition, and then bullheadedly repeating the Iraq fiasco a few years later in Libya. In a nutshell, my argument was that for all the showmanship and insanity of Trump's campaign, and for all his evident lack of qualification for the office of president, especially his complete lack of knowledge or experience in foreign affairs, Trump nevertheless advanced a few sensible points. And as outlined in his own inaugural address in January, those points concerning Russia were the following three. First, we recognize the right of other nations to pursue their national interests as we pursue our own. Second, we do not intend to launch more crusades or engage in more half-cocked nation building. And third, we seek better relations with Russia on this basis, with the acknowledgement that we too bear some of the blame for their current bad state, and that cooperation on such problems as Syria or counterterrorism would benefit both countries greatly. That's what Trump said in January. But before the proverbial ink was dry on my article, again, the one that Salpi noticed and thought could be the core of my presentation here, the new administration became bogged down in investigations of its alleged collusion with Russia to undermine Hillary Clinton and to manipulate leaks so as to help elect Donald Trump. Now, most recently, with a special counsel from the Justice Department appointed to investigate these allegations, on top of House and Senate Intelligence Committee probes that were already underway, it is exceedingly unlikely that any major progress in relations with Russia will occur. So long as this cloud hangs over the White House, all Trump administration policy towards Russia will be hamstrung by suspicions that it is some kind of Kremlin manipulation, that there is a Manchurian, or as we say now, a Siberian candidate in the White House. The Congress will not approve any funding, support any initiative, ratify any treaty that involves cooperation with Russia. On the contrary, they will push for military buildups that only heighten tensions. I can't predict how this will turn out, and anyone who says they can confidently predict anything about Donald Trump is either dishonest or deluded. But I can offer a few additional observations that suggests where things ought, not to say will, be going in the months ahead. First, we still have not seen any evidence of the high-level Putin-directed plot to elect Trump. Remember, all we have so far is gossip from mid-level Russian intelligence officials bragging about embarrassing Hillary Clinton. Note, too, that the hacking occurred long before anyone in the world, except maybe Donald Trump, thought he even had a chance of becoming the Republican Party's nominee, much less winning the general election. No, all the evidence so far points at worst to a Russian decision to cause Clinton some mild embarrassment by leaking the results of their routine cyber probing, the kind of things that we also do, only better. And that this became a huge international issue of election interference only because the Clinton campaign decided to make it so. They thought it could be a winning issue, simultaneously diverting attention from their dirty internal politics and simultaneously tarring Trump as Putin's puppet, to use Clinton's own phrase. But this tactic backfired. Surprisingly few outside of the Washington political elite seems to have bought the story. It's very rare that I'm in agreement with Fox News and that perspective in the American political debates. But honestly, on this issue, they were closer to the truth than CNN or MSNBC or any of the other center and center-left media outlets. Number two, my second observation on this is that the Washington political elite has gone a bit crazy here in the extreme exaggeration, in the hysteria over the Russian threat to the West. Right? We have seen in the main organ, if you will, of the Washington political elite, that would be the newspaper, the Washington Post, a string of what only can be called fake news stories since January. Stories about how the Russians had hacked into and were controlling the American power grid. False. False stories on propaganda sites that were controlled by the Russians and Putin. Extreme exaggerations at best. If you agreed with anything that the Russians said, if you expressed even a mildly sympathetic position to anything Russia was doing, then you were ipso facto a puppet. Hysteria over meeting with Russian diplomats. Ambassadors and diplomats meet all the time with political figures, opposition and ruling in other countries. That's what they're supposed to do. And on, adding up to a picture of this Russian cyber and information warfare literally undermining our democracy and again attacking the entire post-war liberal order. So extreme had this become that Masha Gessen, one of Putin's harshest critics, I think you know, stepped forward a month ago to push back and say that this was ridiculously overblown. I would remind you that the only wrongdoing we've seen so far, that all these investigations have uncovered, and with all of the leaks, the daily leaks, we seem to have pretty much all of the pertinent inside information. All that's been revealed so far are evasions or lies about officials meeting with a Russian diplomat or a Russian businessman. Again, chiefly Sergei Kislyak, the Russian ambassador in Washington. Normal business for diplomats. What we do not have is a shred of evidence of what is alleged that those meetings consisted of. Namely, first, collusion to elect Trump, and second, Russia's extraction of policy concessions from the new administration thanks to their alleged leverage over Trump administration officials who were allegedly compromised, whether by supposed payoffs or compromising material such as secret sex tapes and the like. The only thing remotely resembling a policy payback, if you will, for money previously paid was former National Security Advisor General Flynn's alleged caution in deferring a military proposal for a major increase of support for and arming of the Syrian Kurds. Turkey, of course, opposes this policy, and it was from Turkey that we learned that Flynn received payments as a lobbyist without having properly registered. But again, please note, the Obama administration also was extremely cautious about arming in a big way Syrian Kurdish forces. And that this payoff, even if it occurred, came from Turkey, not Russia. And this brings me now to my final observation, which is that if the more extreme allegations of a concerted, Putin-centered plot to destroy Clinton and put Trump in the White House are wrong, and if there was no pre-election collusion between the Trump team and the Kremlin to execute this plot, then what really did happen, and what are these probes ultimately going to reveal? Well, again, here I'm more speculative than ever, but from what we've seen so far in the public leaks, in the subpoenas that have been issued, they all seem to revolve around money, around payments for consulting, for lobbying, for speech making that weren't properly reported, either for tax purposes or registering as a lobbyist, a foreign agent, as the term goes. Financial crimes, not political ones. It could be, in its worst, my prediction, that this scandal, again, could envelop senior officials in this kind of financial wrongdoing, and perhaps even tar President Trump himself. His reticence about releasing his taxes and what we already know about his borderline illegal or unethical business practices over the years suggests that he has plenty to hide. But we still await any evidence whatsoever of the central allegation, long since taken as fact and trumpeted so by this Russophobic political elite in Washington, of collusion in the American presidential election. I'll just conclude by saying we're all dismayed by this, but we Americans have to admit that we're also enjoying it. There's a certain fascination with a scandal of this magnitude. And sitting here in Armenia or in any other European country, I can only regret, I suppose, that the elephant, America, when wrapped up in its own domestic political scandal, requires the rest of the world to wait in trepidation until we figure out and straighten out our own domestic politics. Our domestic politics have enormous repercussions for what we do, try to do, wish we could do, but cannot do to improve our international relations. Stay tuned.
Thank you, Professor Robert English. Some great points, and I have some questions. I think we'll probably get back. I'd like to hear everybody else, and then we will like to pose some questions and maybe discuss some of the points you made. Ungor?
That's me. Thank you very much for the introduction. It's a great pleasure to be on this panel with the distinguished speakers and in this wonderful auditorium. So I will be speaking about Armenian-Turkish relations. As you can imagine, this is a very broad topic, both thematically and temporally. So I will not get into the full scope of Armenian-Turkish relations in the past, let's say, centuries, but I've selected a few topics, 3 topics to be precise, and I will focus on those. And they are, in order of appearance, the genocide, the aftermath of the genocide, the importance of the genocide. Secondly, evolving social and political relations in the past, let's say, decades. And finally, the issue of leadership. Let me start with the genocide. The Armenian genocide is a topic that I've worked on. I've written a few books on it. And I've come to the understanding that it is a cornerstone in the way that Armenians and Turks relate to each other. There's no interaction between any single Armenian or Turk, either at a cafe or in a university or in a business setting, that the genocide does not cast a shadow on. So the genocide looms large. And I think the genocide in particularly is important as it was not simply a destructive force, but also a constructive force. So, of course, for Armenians, this meant the immense destruction wrought upon the Western Armenian populations, the cultural, physical destruction, loss of human life, the collective and mass trauma. Those are 2 different things. But on the other hand, of course, for Turkey, this is a very constructive genocide. And I call this a form of creative destruction, not in the economic sense, because it made the Turkish nation state possible in the way that we see it now. In at least 2 ways. It cleared up the Armenian demographic presence in what is now Eastern Turkey, or Western Armenia, or Northern Kurdistan, depending who you ask. And secondly, of course, the perpetrators of the genocide, the organizers of the genocide, both mid-level organizers, practical organizers, as well as the architects of the genocide, continued to found the Turkish Republic. I would invite you to take a look at any picture, any black and white photo of Kemal Ataturk, who is always foregrounded in these pictures, of course, with his charisma. But I would invite you to take a look at the men around him, and almost all of them are up to their eyeballs in blood. And that has repercussions for the way that the state is shaped. Professor Suni yesterday he talked about transitology. And there's one element here that's relevant to Turkish-Armenian relations, and that is transitional justice. This is a burgeoning field that looks at the aftermaths of mass crimes such as genocide, crimes against humanity, civil wars. Transitional justice basically has 2 elements. There's material transitional justice and immaterial or symbolic justice. And if we go through the topics of transitional justice, some of the themes that are relevant, then we see that none of them bear any relevance actually to the Turkish-Armenian case. Namely, we're starting with material. Material forms of transitional justice are restitution, reparations, amnesty in the case of civil wars, and finally rehabilitation of people who were killed and who were not rehabilitated. Now, none of these topics have been covered to any satisfaction. I've written a book on the confiscation of Armenian property. Several dozens of kilometers from here, you can find farms and orchards and workshops and whatnot that belong to Armenians. And across the entire Turkish Republic, we can honestly say that not a single piece was restituted. That which was briefly restituted, such as Surp Giragos church in Diyarbakir, recently was also damaged in the fighting between the PKK and the Turkish army. If we look at symbolic forms of transitional justice, there are at least 4 elements here as well. So commemorations, of course there's acknowledgement and apology, but commemorations, research, museums, and monuments. None of these things are relevant in Turkish-Armenian relations. We are at the absolute 0 point of transitional justice. So that's one important thing, and I think that matters when we look at both evolving relations and the recognition of the genocide, and also in the diplomatic relations between Turkey and Armenia. This has become an issue. It doesn't go away, simply won't go away. My second point, my second topic is about evolving social and political relations. So if we take seriously the genocide as a form of extreme disempowerment of Armenians and a social distancing between Armenians and Turks, then there are, I think, two distinct, more kind of macro sociological processes that are at play. On the one hand, we see a shift from triadic relations to dyadic relations between Armenians and Turks, and secondly, a shift from hierarchical to more horizontal relations. So the shift from triadic relations to dyadic relations, this is a fancy term for basically a triangle relationship in which we, as Armenians and Turks, used to live, namely in mixed Armenian, Kurdish, Turkish territories. This is a kind of complex three-way figuration. If you look at the relations between Armenians and Turks before the genocide, in almost all of these reports, from the Constitution down to the reports that Grigor Zohrab wrote, for example, it is always conceived as a three-way communication, a triangle relationship. This has changed after the genocide. After the genocide, we're dealing now mostly with a dyadic relationship, or binary relationship, on the one hand between Armenians and Turks, and on the other hand between Kurds and Turks. Of course, there are also relationships between Kurds and Armenians, but at a political level, this is a much less relevant phenomenon. Now, why is this relevant? Because one can argue that binary relations are more zero-sum. They're more conflictuous for that reason, because there's no possibility of alliances or mediation. And this is one major direction of the political process. This is relevant not only for Turkish-Armenian relations, but also for Turkish-Kurdish relations. Somebody spoke in the past couple of days about the loneliness of Kurds as they stand up to the onslaught of the Turkish army and the persecution of Kurds throughout the Turkish Republic. This also is a process, or is a product of this change from the triadic to the dyadic relationship and the absence of Armenians. The second major shift was the shift from hierarchical to horizontal relations. So Turks historically have been, politically at least, superimposed on Armenian Ottoman subjects. And we see there are reverberations of this imperial hangover. I'm sure all of you have spoken with one or more Turkish persons who might have said, well, we had such great relations. We never had any problems in Istanbul. It was lovely. I don't understand this. And this is a kind of imperial hangover. So there's no need to listen to the imperial subaltern or the subject. We don't need to learn their language. We don't need to read the memoirs or the literature. We don't need to listen. This, I think, is fundamentally still, these are the crumbs of hierarchical thinking in the minds of many Turks. And what is gradually happening, this is a very gradual process, and it's no foregone conclusion, a gradual kind of humble egalitarianism is the direction in which we are gradually moving, but very slowly. You can call this a decolonization of Turkish society, or kind of the shift, at the end of apartheid, or the civil rights movement in the US. But of course, this is a very slow process, and certainly not finished. Finally, the issue of leadership. Now, there's anybody who thought that nationalism studies was obsolete and it's not relevant anymore, is sadly mistaken, I think. I think this is crucial, and some things they don't change, actually. So there's transition, but there's a lot of change, but also continuity. Now, if we look at the governments in coalition that governed Turkey in the past couple of decades, we see that there are Kemalist-dominated governments. There are more nationalist-dominated governments by the Nationalist Action Party, and since the rise of the AKP, more kind of moderate Islamist. Now, these parties, and these also the constituencies of these parties, they disagree profoundly on the direction of the country or core values, with one exception, and that's the genocide and the Turkish-Armenian relations. We have, of course, seen some change. We have seen some brave moves by Abdullah Gül or by Ahmet Davutoğlu, and anybody who is close enough to these individuals realizes that they were quite sincere also in their intentions. But we haven't seen any major breakthroughs. So both in the raison d'etat and the state formation processes, as well as in the national identity issues, so the nation formation processes, we have seen a more autonomous process. We have seen kind of not an essentialism, but a kind of resistance to change. Yesterday, Professor English spoke about the relevance of leadership, and Ambassador Yerevan also spoke about the pivotal issue of personality. Now, as I said, Abdullah Gül, Ahmet Davutoğlu, Tayyip Erdogan, these are all personalities, one more or less charismatic than the other. But what we haven't seen yet is a kind of major breakthrough, like a courageous leadership, such as, and I'm sure you're wondering what this photo is here. This is a picture of Willy Brandt, the German chancellor, who in December 1970 visited the Warsaw Ghetto Memorial, in which, as you know, 1944, the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, and almost everybody was killed in this massacre. And Willy Brandt was supposed to make a fairly standard visit, and relations between Poland and Germany were tense, of course. This is the own period of the Soviet Union. And as he walked to the memorial, he last minute made a knee fall in front of this memorial. And there's a very dramatic video of it you can see on YouTube. He made this knee fall in apology. It was unplanned. His direct aides, as well as the translators and the Polish translators and the photography personnel there did not expect it. You can see this also in the footage. This was a major kind of iconic moment in German history and also in German-Polish relations, German-Jewish relations, because Willy Brandt made this as an apology. He accepted the borders between Germany and Poland. Remember, they were contested until 1970, and for this he drew a lot of criticism from the Vertriebene, the Germans who were expelled from Eastern Europe, millions of Germans and their children. Now, in spite of this criticism, he carried out this policy, this Ostpolitik of normalization, normalized relationships between Germany and Poland, made also the European Union possible. And the year after, 1971, he received the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, I want to end with a dream. One day I woke up from a dream, and I dreamt that this was Tayyip Erdogan would fly to Tsitsernaka-Pert. He would walk up to the memorial, get on his knees, apologize. The next day he would go on television and say, literally, my fellow Turks, we have made a terrible mistake. There was a genocide. We're going to fully rectify everything. These are the elements of transitional justice. We will go through them. And then I woke up from the dream. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ugur. That was, I mean, inspired some, I guess, major global questions that I think will kind of touch upon the issue of acknowledgement and justice, and possibly just truth in general, that I think pertain not just to the past, but to the present and future. Professor Razmik Panossian, would you please?
Thank you very much. Շնորհակալություն Չերպոլովին, Ասերավերին, Դիգին Salpi Ghazarianin եւ Հավավային California համալսարանին. I will speak in English, but I wanted to thank the organizers in Armenian as well. I'm going to start with a bit of a biographical note, very briefly. I'm not that important to go on and on about my accomplishments. But there was a time that I used to teach post-Soviet politics at the LSE. I did my PhD there, and I stayed to teach for a couple of years. Then I did this thing that's called transition and democratic development for about 10 years. So basically this presentation is coming from that perspective of having taught this subject and studied it and having done it. I did it for about 10 years for a Canadian quasi-governmental organization. I'm guilty of all the things that Rob English mentioned in terms of democratic development and human rights promotion, but it was a Canadian organization, so things couldn't be so bad, I suppose. This is based on the perspective of a lapsed academician's view and a practitioner's perspective. And I should also mention that now I'm at the Gulbenkian Foundation, but this presentation does not represent, I'm not here in my official capacity to represent the foundation. So and I did prepare a bit of a PowerPoint presentation to entertain you, I suppose, a little bit as well. So next slide. This was considered the Bible when I was teaching transitology, as it is now called. It used to be called Sovietology, then it transitioned into transitology. And it's a book by Linz and Stepan about the consolidation of democratic development or transition, comparing Eastern Europe, post-Soviet countries with Latin American dictatorships in Southern Europe. Talks about waves of democratization and whatnot. So it was an important book, and it still is an important book if you want to understand this period. And also, this is when we were talking about shock therapy versus gradual reform, etc., etc. The last lecture I gave at the LSE, I really confused my students by showing them the book that I was reading when I was a master's student 10 years earlier. The next slide. If you can go to the next slide. I was reading 10 years earlier in '86 a book that was about transition to socialism. I was studying Latin American politics, and the debate was about transition to socialism. And this book has chapters such as external finance and the transition to socialism, economic and politics in the transition to socialism, reflections on the Nicaraguan experience, the role of ideology in the transition to socialism. So in 10 years, there was a complete shift in global discourse from transition to socialism to transition from socialism to capitalism and democratization. So, as I said, next, please. So, as I said, I was privileged to this for about a decade, democratic development and human rights promotion. And it was in the role of a funder of various projects. I worked in all sorts of countries, except in the former Soviet countries. So, my academic expertise was not used in the content, but of course, the process was important. And so after doing it for a few years, I wrote a little very short piece regarding the lessons learned from the field. Now remember, this was a time of possibilities, a time of hope that things were happening. China was opening up. We thought that we could have an impact on Afghanistan. Turkey was opening up. So they were not, China by no means was a democracy, but it was, moving towards some sort of an open system, et cetera, et cetera. We always linked democratic development and human rights. We did not see that as separate processes. And as I said, I was privileged to go to places like Afghanistan, Haiti, Democratic Republic of Congo, China, Morocco to do this kind of work. And the photo itself is something I took from a car in Kabul. In every case, I noticed that there was a dynamic at play that made this possible, and that was a certain opening from the top. In the case of Afghanistan, of course, it was forced opening, but there was a certain opening from the top and a pressure from below. So the political will of the elites mattered, and the push from below, the civil society work mattered to actually open or widen the crack further. And, you had to work at both ends of the spectrum with the political elite, the ministers, and et cetera, and also the civil society organizations that were working on women's rights and whatnot. Now, reflecting back to this, because I haven't done this work for a while now, track record, mostly failure. I mean, how many positive examples of countries can we say that we had a very good positive impact? Perhaps Colombia to some degree, because we did some work in Colombia, but South Sudan, China is going back. In Afghanistan, I don't think we can say that the transition is leading to anything that resembles a democratic country at this point. So the next slide. So based on this, I jotted down some 9 points regarding transition and democratization. Again, I'm putting the emphasis not on the economic aspect of transition, but the political, democratization aspect of the transition. So I will, I think I have about 6 minutes, so I will spend maybe about 4 of them on this slide, because I think it's important to go to each one of these points. The first thing is that democracy is not a stage. It is a process, it's a dynamic process, and it can be reversed and it can be weakened. So there is no final phase of it. the trick is its institutionalization and its routinization. So if it's not linear, if it could be circular, one has to talk about detransition, I suppose, or anti-transition, and the terminology will come back to in a minute. The second point is that in addition to institutions, the soft side of it, the culture of democracy, inculcating the culture of democracy is crucially important as well. I don't buy for 1 minute the culture versus institutions debate. You need both. You need both the culture and the institutions, and they reinforce each other. A vibrant civil society and strong state institutions. A brief note on NGOs that we had to work quite a bit with. NGOs is not necessarily civil society. Donors always, not always, often, excuse me. Donors often create NGOs which are closer to them than to their own societies. And that's a recipe for failure. So one has to work with civil society that is much more organic. The third point is that outside aid is important, but there is no cookie cutter approach. There is no a model that you can impose from country to country. Democracy cannot be exported, but it could be encouraged. And of course, the other side of the coin is that those who are against the transition process could use the local culture as excuses why democracy cannot take root in their society, and I won't go there because of the lack of time. And conditionality, therefore, becomes important. The fourth is elections, that elections are important, but they're not the most important thing. What happens in between elections is just as important. So election monitoring is important, but also monitoring what goes on in between them. The fifth point is something more specific to the Middle Eastern context, that often democratization theory said that secularization has to take place before democratization, and I think that's been proven to be wrong. As long as extremism is not at play and everyone respects the rules of the game. The sixth point is that democracy as an idea does face competition globally. It does face a backlash, often using its own language of human rights and elections, but it does face a backlash, and there are alternative models out there. The international component, the seventh point, not so much about geopolitics, but also in terms of the zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, or contagion, which sounds like a disease, but the fact that one country or one region democratizes has an impact because the mood of the times changes, and this is important. The tone that Trump and Erdogan set in terms of the mood matters. The eighth point is the link between democracy and economic development. A huge point my argument is that it's not linear. There is no threshold that you have to reach economically to become a democratic society. So poor countries can be democratic. And the final point is the informal exercise of power, i.e. institutions matter, they're important, but let's also be a bit of anthropologists and understand how informal power is exercised sometimes to subvert those institutions. So if we can go to the next slide, I'll quickly go over some points regarding Armenia. So globally, where are we at now? We're talking about the consolidation of electoral illiberalism most of the time, consolidation of elites with limited commitment to democracy. We're also talking about an ineffective and tired civil society in many of these countries, in post-Soviet countries as well, and the further sidelining of human rights, which is central to democratic development. The next slide. So 4 set of factors to look at the case of Armenia, actually 5, I added something a bit later. It's the willingness of the elites to walk down the path of democratic development, and as a person who actually did this kind of work, I would say, how can this be encouraged? We should also ask that question. The capacity of civil society to influence policy and the elites, and how can this be augmented? The neighborhood, the big three, Russia, Iran, and Turkey, their domestic politics matter here in terms of the example, the spirit of the times that I mentioned earlier. And we should keep in mind that we're talking about this in the context of war with Azerbaijan. The fifth point that I added emerges out of something I just read a couple of days ago regarding the graduating class from schools here in Armenia. Of 10,000 or so applicants to universities, which was 1,500 less than last year. 5,200 wanted to study Armenian language and literature. That's the most. So half wanted to study Armenian language and literature. The least, in terms of topic, wanted to study international history, 88. This got me thinking the importance of opening up to the world and studying the world and understanding the world and seeing yourself in comparison to the world. And I think that's an important fifth point I would add if I give this presentation again. Next slide. I'm not going to go on and on about this work. This just came out 2 weeks ago. It's a very, very interesting, fascinating study, religious belief and national belonging in Central and Eastern Europe. A couple of statistics that really blew my mind, I suppose. The first one, Armenia is not so bad. The percent who say that democracy is preferable to any other kind of government, 53% in Armenia. In some circumstances, non-democratic government can be preferable, 13%, and 32%, interestingly, it doesn't matter. But it gets really, in some ways, worrisome on the next slide, that if you ask the question, percentage who say that the breakup of the Soviet Union was a bad thing for their country, 74% of people who had no experience with the Soviet Union as adults, 18 to 34 age group, 74% say that it was a bad thing, the breakup of the Soviet Union. This is in Armenia, and the average being 79. And the next slide, when asked which former Soviet who say that it is more important for their country to have strong ties with Russia, Armenia is the highest. 71% say Armenia and 8% the European Union. So, in conclusion, I'm a couple of minutes over time, I think. In conclusion, should we still use the paradigm of transition or shift to a different paradigm? Next slide, the concluding slide. This is very easily accessible. You just Google the title and you'll get it. Are we talking about consolidated illiberalism, electoral authoritarianism, or if you want to be optimistic that the transition is going to come back and we're going to continue? Another important question is that, is this the end of idealism, the grand projects of change, or as some people have withdrawn into smaller projects, small initiatives focusing on their own community, saying that we don't care about the big picture, we just want to improve our own community? Could there be accumulative changes that will lead to systemic change eventually? And finally, a word about to us Armenians in diaspora, the choices that we as diasporan Armenians have vis-a-vis Armenia itself, given this rather bleak picture. Do we accept it as it is with the occasional visit? Do we engage with Armenia for change, or do we just turn back and move on? And I think at this point the diaspora is starting to actually ask these questions and think about them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Razmik. Georgi, it's your turn.
Thank you. Where do I begin? For 2 days, I've been thinking that these presentations are being streamed, and they're going probably to hang forever on YouTube. So I'll do my best to be uncontroversial. I must warn you that I'm a historical sociologist, which means that we don't take for granted most of the matters of faith, such as democracy is the destination where history is moving. We actually go in the past and we do the work pretty much like geologists who study volcanoes or earthquakes, trying to figure out what under the specific conditions in one or another epoch produced the results that today economists and political scientists can describe in their terms, such as democracy, such as economic development, such as sustainability, about which we hear so much. In the past, and it's now quite uncontroversial, the results are quite commonly accepted
in Western social science now, that strong states had appeared in the past in Western Europe, first primarily due to the constant warfare waged in that continent, from the 16th century all the way to 1945. This is probably not probably, this is certainly the most violent continent in the last 500 years, but this is also why Europe has been the pioneer in modern military planning and in financing the warfare, in coming up with modern taxation systems. Eventually, warfare led also to the spread of democratic rights, because you cannot give guns to your citizens without eventually recognizing their citizenship rights. On this count, as you saw probably in the title of my talk, war is present in Armenia, and probably not as such a disastrous aspect as we usually presume. So I'm going to be mostly optimistic, because I'm sure that we will hear a lot of pessimism. We heard already some, and we'll hear more pessimism. So let me start with the weather. Those who are not present here, you can see that it's raining very heavily this morning in Yerevan. You can see the country is very adequately endowed with fresh water. We actually produce today very nice fish in sustainably governed ponds. And if you haven't tasted yet the Armenian caviar, I very much invite you. It's quite superb. It's probably now better. We're competing with the natural caviar from the Caspian, which is being very rapidly depleted. There is a joke which is current here that God, after all, loves Armenians and gave them no oil. And you probably walked, our guests probably walked around the city. You could notice that it's quite safe. In fact, as a sociologist, I can tell you that it's improbably safe. The levels of deviance and substance abuse and street crime are very low, considering what kind of disasters had happened in this country in the past 25 years. I can also tell you that you have here probably a very educated, still very educated and disciplined population. You can see that even if you talk to a proverbial taxi driver. But of course, all taxi drivers are going to complain that there are no jobs here, that they are driving taxis, which are of course very lovingly maintained wrecks recycled from Western Europe, because there are no jobs. Or as taxi driver in fact told me this morning, in this transition, we got many SUV cars, but at the cost of disappearing industry. There are no more factories in this country. The country, of course, is also landlocked and blockaded, at least two sides. It lost more than a third of its population. But that's probably good, because we have a new diaspora, and our diaspora is now mostly in Russia. But our diasporas are all over in all the important places that there are in the world. There are Armenians everywhere. And those Armenians are quite patriotic for the reasons of genocide, about which you have heard already a lot, and a rather peculiar church, which is very socially embedded, but at the same time, it is a puzzle. It doesn't produce fundamentalism, unlike even the neighboring Georgia, which is a Christian country as well. Armenians are probably a good example of what Emil Durkheim, one of our classics, called the consolidation of the collectivity due to external conflict. The more serious the external conflict, the more consolidation there is inside the society. That was tested in recent years, tested in political violence, which had erupted several times. But, well, my wife insists that in such days, that she must accompany me, that we pretend that we are just strolling around the streets, because she says that I know what you are going to do. Anyway, and it was actually very interesting, observing, say, soldiers patrolling during the state of siege in 2008, the main squares of Yerevan. I observed a woman giving a flower to one of the soldiers and the soldier responding that, dear lady, do you think we're Turks? We're not shooting fellow Armenians. So there is something to it. Last year, there was a very dangerous moment, at least I perceived this as very dangerous, when a group of rebels began shooting and taking hostages police. I have lived in Chicago long enough to realize what Chicago Police Department would have reacted to, but today it's almost over. People don't even speak. I haven't heard much about it any longer. So there is incredible resilience here. So what do we have? We have external war with no prospect of peaceful settlement. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. We have diaspora in several important parts of the world, which has quite successfully developed their economic presence and their political and business contacts all over. We have the population which is multilingual. Here it has to be multilingual. Armenians have always been and they will remain multilingual. In fact, last night I spent the whole night conversing in Portuguese. I just couldn't help. We have refugees now arriving from countries like Syria. This is a burden in the short term. This is, of course, if we manage to keep them, a great investment. So the situation is actually begging for developmental state. I just written a book about what developmental states are. I could not show you a single copy, unfortunately. I gave out my own, but the rest are right now coming somewhere from the print shop. They should be in Yerevan in a few days. On sale, it's in Russian and in Eastern Armenian, because I reckon this would be the languages most understandable here, because the audience is mostly here, and in diaspora who speak Armenian or Russian. There, as a historical sociologist, I try to explain what actually historically stood behind the fabled examples like Singapore and South Korea, and now Abu Dhabi, where I have the honor of being a government employee at the moment, teaching my dear Arab students, and how this actually might relate to Armenia, and how the Soviet Union was, in fact, the original developmental state, because that's what it was. Actually, to come from incapacity of producing a single tank in 1929 to producing 6 times more tanks and heavy weaponry than the Third Reich by 1944 was a very big developmental advance. It was a military industrial developmentalism, but you see actually the enormous investment which is present in Yerevan all around you, in the buildings and infrastructure that you see, and the education of the people and the positions that Armenians have. This is not a third world country. It's poor, it's impoverished, but it's not in the third world. We would call it somewhere semi-periphery. Of course, the problem with developmental states is, A, they were all authoritarian, with very few examples. South Korea and Singapore, and they remind you, what were the political regimes. United Arab Emirates is an absolute monarchy. We also have less recognized developmental states, such as Israel, but I don't dare discuss this example for many political and ethical reasons here. What developmental states did, besides being undemocratic, they did violate, rather consciously, all the precepts of liberal economics. As prominent American political economist Alice Amsden said, South Koreans got their prices wrong very deliberately. And of course, those were not states emerging out of free choice. They were mostly embattled states. In fact, Singapore, in the book I write, that Singapore emerged as a refuge for persecuted Chinese fleeing from Malaya and Indonesia in 1961. To my students, I show on YouTube, of course, that famous, nodding to Ugur, that famous 1965 film of Lee Kuan Yew proclaiming independence of Singapore, where for the first 32 seconds he is sobbing. At this point, I would say that any Armenian without translation would understand a Chinese. This is what happened there. This is what is probably happening here. I very much hope that it might happen, and I'm just claiming that politics is not exactly like chess. It's more like the favorite game in this country, backgammon, or narde, or tavla. That you have to play from what you get from the throwing your czar. However, a really expert player tends to win, because you know how many similar games have preceded. So the job of a historical sociologist is to tell how those games were organized, what were the success stories and why in reality, not in idealist liberal imagination, and what were the failures. And there were quite many failures, because the political economy of South Korea was actually not that different from political economy of Kemalist Turkey, up to a point with very different results. And of course, we have to be realist in exactly the same kind of international relations theory sense that Robert English referred to, realizing that Armenia is a small country. It is surrounded by much larger countries. Our diaspora is in the superpowers, and we're dependent on that, but dependency is not only going one way, it goes both ways. We can actually manipulate the superpowers too. Armenians had once caused collapse of superpower by beginning the Karabakh movement in 1988. Nobody expected, least of all here, that we would ruin perestroika and the Soviet Union. But we can probably learn and do better next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Georgi. Well, as often happens in Armenia, when I'm here, once again, kind of the past, the heaviness of the past, lends a certain hyper-awareness of I guess, the bigness of the issues that we are dealing with as a society, as a world, and as different however different the issues that have been discussed here, both temporally and regionally. We're talking about the United States in the 21st century. We're talking about Armenia at the beginning of the 20th. We're talking about Armenia today, and we're talking about the rest of the world. I'm seeing a common thread here. And I'd like to pose a question to all of our speakers before we open up the floor to discussion. That certain thread is, if we accept a certain post-truthiness, post-truthiness to our current predicament, the muddling of facts, the rewriting of history, the denial of things that have happened, maybe could perhaps a place to start, could that perhaps be an attempt to reckon, an attempt to accept what has happened, whether that is something as huge and atrocious as the genocide? And we spoke, you spoke about symbolic recognition, symbolic justice, to something as relatively small and perhaps historically insignificant, I hope, as the Russia's meddling in the US elections. What significance is it for these questions to be addressed today, honestly answered and recognized? Would that perhaps be a step in moving forward, moving on, and I guess carrying on with transition? And I guess I'm kind of posing this to all of our speakers here, whoever would like to address this first in whatever way pertains to what they have said, maybe perhaps with you, Robert, or with your... Sorry, it's a big global issue, I understand. Maybe you want a couple of moments to think, that's fine.
I'm not sure I understand your question, but the latter part of it, I suppose I'm asking people to think about Russia's policy in our elections in a different way. because at least those of us saturated by the US media and the predominant Russophobic narrative there are firmly convinced that that's the truth, and people like me or others raising questions or shading the interpretation are the ones playing fast and loose with the truth. And then how easy is it to tar us with Putin and his propagandistic TV and say, see, you're a part of that. I'm saying, no, turn this around. And stop, of course, guilt by association and the almost McCarthyite tactic of saying that anything you say, if it expresses the slightest agreement with the Russian position, then you are a Russian puppet, which is, of course, unconscionably, in academic or political discourse, an unconscionable attitude to take. I'm saying instead, turn it around and listen to an alternative interpretation, which I think is much closer to the truth. And I laid out the ways in which I thought it was, that the Russian meddling is not something that's been in any way connected with the top levels of the Kremlin. If the best that the US can do is Obama's offhand comment, well, nothing much happens in Russia without Putin's approval, that's not even worth taking seriously. That's not evidence of anything. The evidence that exists shows exactly what I described. A mid-level, ongoing, probing cyber operation that some mid-level officials decided to release to embarrass Hillary Clinton months before anyone could have thought Trump could be elected. It just doesn't hang together chronologically, operationally, or in any other way as the kind of story that's been presented. Is it good that they do that in our elections? No. Wake up, guys. We do that too. I invite people to look at news bulletins from October 26th and 27th, a hack into the Kremlin, and emails released from one of Putin's national security aides. In other words, a hack of much greater sophistication, much greater impact, which revealed internal details of Russia's meddling in eastern Ukraine. Regardless of what you think about the wrongness of the policy, somebody hacked in there, and the credit was given, of course, to a Ukrainian group, which is patently ridiculous. If you don't know who did that, I won't pronounce the three letters that give the answer to that. So part of it is also not just stop exaggerating what Russia did in this hysteria, along with the rest of the Vladimir Putin is 10 feet tall, he's controlling the German and the French elections, and instead see it in its context, and that context includes understanding in my cynical realist ways that the other great powers play these games as well. We have lost our bearings in Washington, and it's getting in the way of sane discourse and certainly in the way of policy making.
I mean, in that light, perhaps a slightly heretical question, is it worth doing an investigation into what Russia actually did, or would that just give Russia the kind of attention that it revels in?
Well, I certainly think, as I suggested, that none of this would have been an issue if the Clinton campaign had handled it differently, if they had just laughed off these emails. I mean, they were so trivial, and they were all genuine. But they amounted to a hill of beans. If Hillary had just released her Goldman Sachs speeches, then they wouldn't have been leaked that way. That was part of the content. It didn't amount to much anyway. The scandal was in trying to cover it up and conceal it. The Clinton people made it into a big deal. And again, they could have just laughed this off as a pathetic attempt by some Russian hackers that has no bearing on our system. Instead, they made a bet. This was their trump card, if you will, that this would both divert attention from the dirty dealings in the American primary system, which favored Hillary over her challenger unfairly, and then it would also work to Trump's disadvantage because he had been so sympathetic to Vladimir Putin in public statements. They thought they could kill two birds with one stone, and it backfired. But now we're left with, I'll just add one more response to that. I think that this goes on and continues to resonate because so many, especially in liberal circles, cannot come to terms with Trump's election. They are infuriated that someone so manifestly unqualified and whom they see as just, in every respect, unfit for office, repulsive in some sense, socially, politically, is in office. And so this magnifies the desire to find an explanation, blame Russia, blame anyone but ourselves for allowing this catastrophe to occur. The investigation should, of course, go on, and I expect, as I said, that they will reveal financial malfeasance, and a lot of it. And some people will fall, and there will be prosecutions, but I will be surprised if they reveal what is alleged and what is the purpose of these investigations in the first place, which is a nefarious plot going all the way back to sex tapes and lewd acts in Moscow and all the rest that have so dominated our media and been taken so seriously when they haven't deserved it.
Thank you. Ugur, you had something to add, or we answer that.
This concept you used of post-truth or post-truthiness. This is something I heard from Stephen Colbert's show. I'd rather use the term pre-truth, because if you look at the way, for example, that violence in Turkish history has been dealt with, there was simply no access to knowledge, or there was obstruction of access to knowledge. And this is both. This counts both for the independence of the media, or the lack of independence of the media, and the lack of independence of academia. We've seen this now in the past couple of years, but there's a long history of that. I mean, in the 1980s, or let me give the example of Ismail Beşikçi, who was a Turkish sociologist who did research on the Kurds. The fact that he used the word Kurd got him expelled from the state university that he was working, Erzurum University. So imagine the regression. I mean, we went from Ghazarian College down to this, Erzurum sad excuse for a university, for a state university. And also, if we look at for example, the reports by the Committee for the Protection of Journalists, they're simply, some of these states or regimes, they're enemies of the truth. Truth, maybe I should have mentioned that, is an element of transitional justice. Victims and descendants of victims have the right to the truth. This was established, I think, in Argentina, in the Truth Commission. Something we simply don't have. As regards to the Russian affairs, the meddling in the American elections is not something that I know that much about. But I've read the report that the International Commission, led by the Dutch investigators on the MH17. Remember this? The airplane, the civilian airplane, Malaysia Airlines, that was shot down in the air. About 200 people were killed, including most of them were Dutch. Now, it was very interesting to see how the Dutch public prosecutors, the state prosecutors, tried to get this investigation going. And they simply applied in Russia, could simply cooperate and provide the following list of information. And there was not a single shred of cooperation from Russia. This is a way in which small nations, whether it's Holland or Armenia, can be great, in that the investigation is impeccable. It's a beautiful piece of truth-finding, despite the immense backlash from Russia, or the obstruction of truth. And the same thing can count for research on the Armenian genocide. Here we are in Yerevan, and we know a lot about the genocide, despite this, that country over there that is obstructing all of this research, and also in the media.
Thank you. Now, if Razmik and Georgi, if you have anything to add, if not, I'll take questions from the audience.
No.
Oh, sure, of course. Mm-hmm.
We live in the world conjuncture when political systems are crumbling down. Post-truth is, of course, nothing new. Say, Ron Suni could remind us, what was the role of Rasputin legend in delegitimating the Tsarist regime in 1917, and how rapidly it could fall. What was the truth, which turned out to be largely also post-truth findings of glasnost and perestroika in the late 1980s, delegitimating the Soviet regime. But what we observe today is a very troubling trend that state governance systems are crumbling down in very large swaths of the world. Much of Africa only nominally exists as political states on the map. Now look at the Middle East. Russian journalists rather cynically employ the new phrase, the country formerly known as Iraq, or if there would ever be a Syria, and now they're of course trying to extend it to Ukraine. And as another Russian journalist, Fyodor Lukyanov, pretty aptly put it, that Russian-American relations are in stupor for years to come. There should be no hope for any kind of policy in the foreseeable future. But the United States, which we all feared with the election of Donald Trump would become isolationist, actually managed to export its internal domestic squabble globally, encompassing the whole world. Of course, look what is happening in Turkey right now, what might be happening, can go on, and what might be happening in the former Soviet countries. So these all underscores mostly the illegitimacy of existing ruling elites in so many places in the world. Why do we get suddenly the audience for these post-truths? Why do people are willing to listen and proffer it? Why they are not shrugged off as lunatics in so many places? This is because it's very difficult to believe in the good intentions of so many elites around the world. So we have to do something, we have to think, actually how to strengthen state structures. Because to finish with it, Charles Tilly, one of the greatest historical sociologists of democracy and democratization and popular movements, used to insist that if you don't have a state, you have nothing to democratize. First, you have to have a state, and he would be actually on this point in agreement with such a conservative monster as Samuel Huntington. First, you have a state and economic development. Then you have labor unions, and when people have jobs and they can strike effectively, because jobless cannot strike, then you can have probably socialist parties in the opposition, which played historically the biggest role in the democratization of Western countries. You get your fabled civil society. This is the global challenge today.
Thank you, Georgi. I think I would rather love to hear what Razmik would have to say about this, because you did mention a tired civil society, and I kind of see this part of this loss of faith in whether we're talking about government institutions or even the concept of truth in general. How do you see that as what can be done in that area, I guess, to bolster the culture of democracy, bolster faith in democracy, return to believing that that is possible?
Well, it's a very good question with a very long answer, I suppose, but it's not my job here to, give a prescription of what civil society should do. As I said, it takes two sides to dance in this tango. One is civil society. Georgi's point regarding labor unions is absolutely crucial, coming from that. And the other one is the elite. So I think what has happened in a place like Armenia, coming back to the question of transition, is that after trying over and over and again, civil society itself has realized that it has to do a lot of internal rethinking in terms of why is it failed? Why is it failed? It mobilized several times, and then it always failed. And that is because it's being neutralized, because it's not being organized properly. Is it lacking because it's not working because of lack of charismatic leadership around which someone could or the movement could consolidate? For me, there were some worrisome things that the example of Sasna Zarev, the takeover of the police station here, was mentioned. Again, I don't want to say it's right or wrong, but it was a criminal act insofar as a police station was taken over, a policeman was killed for whatever issue. But the issue itself was not democratization. The issue itself was not the things that we've been discussing about. It was about nationalism, it was about not giving in. And then the democratic movement of forces or civil society mobilized around it because it was the only thing they could hang their coat on. And to me, that was fundamentally problematic. You are allying with a group of people with whose ideology you might agree or not agree because it's the only game in town, so to speak. It shows the lack of clear articulation of vision in terms of around which you want to mobilize, around which there is certain degree of progressive politics that you want to pursue. And yet, again, it did not happen. And no, we're not talking about it now because it became other things happened in the country. But I want to come to another point that Georgi said, and I think what you said is absolutely crucial. A country like Armenia is ripe for the developmental state. A country like Armenia emerged out of a development state, which the Soviet Union was, And then it went to this 25-year period of whatever you want to call it. And now we're back to, we need to get the developmental state back on track. What is it that we can do in order to do that? What is it that the elite can do, the private sector can do, and civil society could do? I think that ought to be the question if we're really concerned about what Armenia is going to do in order to move ahead. Because without that development state, we're not really going to get beyond where we are now. And some of us don't see that chance, and therefore we're pessimistic. I wish I could be as optimistic as Georgi, but I'm not.
Thank you. And I do appreciate that, that question of optimism, and I'm still going to hope for the best. Let's take questions. We have a question right here. Do you need a microphone?
Thank you for a very interesting panel. My question, I think, is to Georgi and to Razmik, but anyone can answer it. I've been thinking about how could we look at the fundamental problem of what's now a global trend, this trend toward authoritarianism, democratic recession, populism, nationalism, anti-immigrantism, and so forth. We see it all over the world. Erdogan's Turkey, Putin's Russia, Orban, Trump, etc. And I'm going to jump ahead and say what I think is happening, and I want to know if there's a similar thing in Armenia, or why is Armenia an exception to this? My fundamental view is that there is a deep contradiction between certain kinds of capitalism, neoliberal capitalism, and democracy. That if you have unregulated capitalism, you then tend to get, as Thomas Piketty has shown us, extremes of wealth and poverty, right? So great extremes. And those who have money and power, we'd call them oligarchs in the former Soviet area, they tend to influence politics. In America, it's different, but conservatives have media and think tanks and everything. They deeply encourage, influence politics. And you get anti-democratic trends as a result. People at the bottom feel dislocated, disenfranchised, not winning out in this rush to modernity. The uncertainties that come with this kind of freewheeling capitalism causes all kinds of anxieties, and they look for easy solutions in more populist, nationalist alternatives, right? I think that's a global phenomenon. I think it's a scary one, but I think what I would call bourgeois democracy, that is democracy that thinks you can link with capitalism without the kinds of protection that you had before globalization in welfare states, that you still have in places like Scandinavia. That neoliberal capitalism and that attempt to maintain a democratic regime is impossible, and therefore you get these kinds of results. What's happening in Armenia? Is there a similar kind of effect of these global trends here, or somehow this little country isolated from that, and you don't have that kind of urgent move towards an alternative, authoritarian, populist, nationalist movement? I did see a big statue to Nijde, which I think is Pazorna. I think it's unbelievable that a fascist would have a statue like that in the center of Yerevan. But, you know, there's obviously some people who think he's a great national hero. They should read some history and find out what he was really about. But are there these kinds of movements here, or is there something else going on that I'm missing?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm humbled to answer your questions, since I always considered you to be my teacher. What you are absolutely right, and I can add a lot of what I have learned in recent years about the Middle East. You know, why we have so many fundamentalists, you know, all around the world. Who these fundamentalists socially would have been a generation ago. You know, what would be their political agenda in the 60s or 70s of these social groups and classes. I think that with neoliberalism in the 1990s, we got the coincidence of the surprise reversal in Eastern Europe, you know, Soviet bloc collapsing on itself, and of course, you know, the crisis in Western political economies, where basically what is globalization as the urge of large capitalists who in the early 1970s saw what they feared was bottomless pit of socialism, because they have had too much. They decided to get out of national states. And all our democratic rights and liberal democracies were written into the structures of national states and all the welfare states, right? So that was very much a rational strategy, getting out, demolishing the regulations that had been installed since the Great Depression and the Second World War, and getting out into this stateless abode of globalization and multinationalism, which they did quite successfully, helped inadvertently by the collapse of Soviet bloc, which itself, by converting to the most extreme variety of neoliberalism, actually saved the former nomenclatura. I want to remind you that in July 1991, this is 1 month before the putsch that would finish the Soviet Union, Emanuel Wallerstein said that Eastern Europe is moving fast and they're going to reach the cherished shores of America, but not North America. South America, it will be. That's where we are. Now, we recoiled to the periphery. However, it was very rational from the short-term calculations of ruling elites, because they could globalize their wealth, which they have looted from the previously state structures, and they could move it around quite freely. Eventually, however, as it often happens in history, short-term individual rational decisions produced little long-term, collectively irrational result, that they undermined the very system which was supporting capitalism itself. They turned their countries into something they could not live in, and they could not actually bequeath their money to their children. They have to move their children next to their money to places like London or Los Angeles and hope to move themselves if they can. They are turning uninhabitable and ungovernable the countries that are being left behind. So this is part one. Part one of a revolution is always state collapse. Part two is taking over the rubble and building something new out of it, and this is what Razmik was referring to. We don't have a program any longer. We have to think about it, and my thinking is optimistic in a very small sense. That first, here, I'm sorry, I'm speaking like a Menshevik, So first, in 21st century, we need bourgeois democracy and developmental state. Once we have those, we might be hoping, to seize them over and to turn them into something more socialist.
Let me sort of follow up on that and then tie it to Armenia as well. Let me break down my comment in three things, 3 points. You mentioned authoritarianism, populism, and whatnot. I think in each of the things you mentioned, we should look at the specific content. Regarding populism, let's not forget that populism, everyone's all of a sudden discovered populism and nationalism. You and I, and I think Georgi and others have said that this has always been here. It didn't emerge out of nowhere, especially in Armenia. The Karabakh movement, if you want to interpret it as populism, it is populism. The mobilization around Nagorno-Karabakh conflict and the war and all that, it's all about nationalism and populism. So it's always been in Armenia. It's nothing new. It's something we have to work with, and it's something that if we can channel it one way or another, we could. But it's a bit new in Europe, but I'll come back to that. So basically, first point is populism is nothing new. It's part of the fabric of this society, that the nationalist component of populism. The second thing, neoliberalism. What is it in neoliberalism that is problematic? Is it the privatization? Is it the regulation and whatnot in terms of relating it to democratization? It's one crucial component, and then that is inequality, which is a human rights issue, which is a labor rights issue, and therefore, if the capitalist system could address the inequality issue one way or another, then I think the problem is not neoliberalism. It's addressing a specific component that has sold the factories for SUVs, as it was said. And the third point, which is not really discussed that much in the United States because it's not a huge issue there, you're going to laugh when I say what it is, and not in Armenia, it's the migration issue. Trump is making a lot of things about migration, but it is not realistic existential issue in the United States. In Europe, it is. The Europeans are perceiving migration as an existential issue to their culture and to their way of being, and therefore the backlash against migrants. In the case of Armenia, migration issue is not a huge issue. It's the Syrian Armenians, and they're more than welcome. Inequality is a huge issue in terms of state building. So if you want to take your comment to Armenia, I would say that if you're really going to look at one issue in order to go to this state building, or not state building, in terms of this transition process or democratization, it's the inequality issue and the human rights components that are related to this inequality issue, so that no one is seen to be above the law. And there are ways of dealing with that. There are legal ways, and there are symbolic ways of dealing with that. You prosecute, not persecute, well, persecute too, I suppose. But you prosecute 2 oligarchs for breaking the law. It sends a pretty powerful signal, but it takes guts to prosecute oligarchs.
Ugur, you had something to, you said you had something to add to that?
Yeah. Thank you, Ron. That's a very, very interesting and very broad question. Authoritarianism is something that has interested me a lot because of the proclivities for violence, or the lowered threshold for violence, political violence, internally but also externally. I've been especially interested in the consolidation of authoritarian regimes, not internally, but in interstate rivalry. So how and why do authoritarian states prop each other up, despite the fact they might not have anything in common? And so, for example, I've been interested in the infatuation Trump had with Putin, for example, or with or Erdogan, for example, who would call his, some of his arch enemies, despite the fact that they are against Turkish state interest, he would be enamored with them. These global trends of authoritarianism, the fact that there are losers of neoliberalism, is something that I think absolutely needs to be looked into. One other important trend, I think certainly in the 20th century and that moves into the 21st century, is that because of increased the quality of healthcare and education has improved significantly, especially for women and for minorities. This has improved in one of these sociological interpretations, the social mobility, upward social mobility of women and minorities, disproportionately to men and majorities. And there's one interpretation that I've read recently in a forthcoming book, that a lot of this authoritarianism is also a crisis of masculinity, or at least it's one element of it. And you don't have to be an expert in gender studies to look at someone like Putin with his shirt off riding a horse, or Donald Trump, or indeed Erdogan, who has very clear visions of what women should be doing. What is the task of women in society is to make 3 children. That's it. And he will have a few vacuous ministries to fill. Other examples, of course, Museveni, president of Uganda now, 3rd term, very authoritarian, hyper-masculine leader, and we shouldn't get started with Saudi Arabia. So one idea it has been that this is a backlash. This is a kind of a masculine backlash, and how that works out in Armenia, I wouldn't know, but I wanted to raise that issue. Especially, I counted the audience. We have a female majority actually in the audience.
Thank you. We are running out of time, like literally 24 seconds. Salpi, do we have time for 2 more questions, you think? 2 more? Okay. 1.5? Okay, let's make it 1.5. First row, please.
Thank you. My name is Armenian. Well, mine will be like a half, because it's a rather comment about Professor Panossian's presentation. You mentioned that disturbing numbers of youth are full with Soviet nostalgia and have this positive image of Russia, perhaps. Well, I think just for many of them, role model in their families or in the society is someone who went to Russia and opened a car wash shop or something like that. But also, there is what I consider deliberate policy, because what message they get on TV with chocolate or ice cream ads loaded with Soviet nostalgia, which kind of messages they get at schools and so on. And in the recent couple of years, also with these black-orange stripes of sun, and so on and so forth.
Thank you. No, I don't know. No, good point.
Okay, and yes, second row.
You hear me
Hello?
now? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much to the panel. I have a one or maybe half question. You can decide. My question is to Dr. Ungor and also to Dr. Panossian. I wanted to sort of link both of your presentations and ask a question to both of you. Dr. Ungor, I loved the end of your presentation when you talked about the dream that you had about Erdogan falling to his knees and asking forgiveness, which is very resonant for me and I think many of us in the audience who would love to see Armenia-Turkish relations normalized. And also your presentation, the part about the transitional justice, the steps that one must go through, which do not exist in Turkey right now. Although, as you mentioned, in Turkey, despite the government, the general discourse in society, and especially in more free academic circles, is becoming more accepting of minority and silenced histories. And then regarding Dr. Panossian's talk, I very much appreciated your emphasis, which was also emphasized yesterday, that in the transition to democracy, elections are not the end point of democracy, but in fact, they're the beginning of democracy, even while they are touted as the hallmark of democracy by many authoritarian-leaning leaders, such as Erdogan. And so my question to both of you is, what do you think will be the long-term and short-term outcomes of the April 16th referendum in Turkey, in which Erdogan received a very, very minor, minimal majority, but which he claims to be now a mandate for whatever kinds of policies he wants? I mean, this seems to show that Turkey will be moving in a more authoritarian direction, but what do both of you think that this will mean for Armenian-Turkish relations and the possibilities of normalization? Thank you.
Okay, it will take half an hour to answer that, so I don't know if I will. The problem with Erdogan is that he's having exactly the same dream as Ugur mentioned, him coming to Cizrenagapet and kneeling down and apologizing, except he's waking up in horror as a nightmare and not as a pleasant dream. But he is having the same troubles sleeping at night. The question you asked, I don't want to be flippant about it, Anush, but Deng Xiaoping was asked what he thought about the French Revolution, and he said it's too soon to tell. We're just a month away from it, so it's a bit too soon to tell. But I would say that it really matters who becomes president after him. I think it really matters who becomes president after him, and it really matters how the liberal anti-Erdogan progressive side manages to mobilize in order to counter whether or not that tiredness of civil society in Turkey, which exists, is going to be revitalized. And that is the very important thing. I think it's very important for us to remain supportive of the voices that are keeping that sort of vision of Turkey that is different from Erdogan's alive. And it's too soon to say. I think in 5 years' time or 10 years' time, we can answer that question much better than now. But I'm sure Ugur will have an answer because he knows Turkey much more than I do. So.
Well, when it comes to Erdogan and his ideas, I'm also in a mystery just as much as you are. But yeah, this is a good question, Anush. I can't really tell what's going to happen, but we may surmise maybe two developments. One, of course, is that we are delivered to the whims of one man, and the more we see de-institutionalization in Turkey, the more we see de-professionalization in Turkey. So, if you fire, for example, pilots of Turkish Airlines because they're suspected to have ties with the Gülen movement, or you fire, bus drivers or whatever, then you're obviously you are depleting the professional expertise in the country, which means that we will become also more and more dependent on the personal characteristics of this person. So we need to study more his biography and his ideas in order to understand how his politics will develop. Now, one way of looking at this is by studying or by speaking to people who are close to him, who have been close to him. I've had the privilege of speaking with some people who are relatively close to Erdogan. And for example, this man is simply, he has a kind of antipathy against Kurds. He's from the Black Sea region. He grew up in Istanbul, but he's not entirely kind of the multiculturalist. Like, he doesn't listen to Kurdish music, doesn't go to Kurdish restaurant. He's not really happy with, he's kind of deeply disturbed with the fact Turkey is not homogeneous enough. That's one important point. The second point is what Razmik said, and I really agree with him here, is what happens with the office once he passes away, and that will happen, or once he, God knows what happens. And that will really depend on the office that he created. Now, the idea that the referendum was a loss, it was maybe a Pyrrhic victory, but authoritarian regimes, that's my second point, are very quick to construct, actually. It's not that hard. And we've seen a very rapid succession of actions. Just this morning, I've read the news that Erdogan fired the person responsible for the Human Rights Committee in the government. This is somebody who was in the AKP as well. It's not public news. His name is Yasin Aktay. He's a professor. I've spoken with Professor Aktay in the early 2000s, the mid 2000s. This was a deeply conscientious man. He was concerned about the Armenian genocide. I've spoken to him openly many times in the privacy of his office about the genocide. He realized the issues. He realized the problems. He was also a believing Muslim who believed that violence was wrong and it was against Islam. And this man was fired this morning. So who knows who's going to be replacing him? So the picture is rather bleak, I think. But it's also rather early to tell.
I think we're completely out of time, but I want to thank everybody so much. Thank you, Ugur, for those final remarks. I'd just like to say, I guess, from what we started and where we ended, and being in Armenia, I think it's particularly apt. I get the feeling that we are definitely not anywhere near the end of history, and perhaps that's a good thing. Thank you, everybody.
Do they know our names?
The Armenian Institute. Am I live or not? No. I have a loud voice, so we don't need it. Miller. I'm at the University of Southern California, and I'm also on the academic advisory board for the Armenian Institute at USC. For those of you who are Armenian, you may be wondering what this Odar is doing here moderating a panel. And two reasons. One, 48 years ago, I married Lorna Miller, who's in the audience, and her parents were both survivors of the genocide, and her father made the point, since he lost out of a family of 9, 7 of his siblings and his parents, of educating this young man who was polluting the pure Armenian bloodlines. And so ever since, I have been paying the bride price, I suppose one might say. But I've also had the opportunity with my wife to write 2 different books. One, interviews with elderly survivors of the 1915 genocide, and then another book that drew on about 300 interviews with people in 1993-94 who were going through what oftentimes is referred to as the dark age of Armenia. So I want to just say a couple of words by way of preface to this particular panel. There have been a lot of references made in the morning panel to civil society. And I just want to remind you what that term refers to. It is sometimes called the third sector of society, to be differentiated from government and also from business. Included in this third sector are any sort of non-governmental or NGO organization. Organizations that typically in one way or another express the values and views of the people. Central among those are the values of free speech, the right to advocate for the public, and a vibrant civil society typically has multiple contending voices that are part of that, whether it be through philanthropy, as we'll hear in a moment, or whether it be from particular advocacy organizations. So in terms of the title of this panel, Civic Culture and Social Change, our various panelists will in part be talking about civil society and organizations within civil society. In terms of social change, I think that is a term that we all understand, but I want to just be very personal myself. When I flew in a few days ago here to Yerevan, what struck me flying in at night was the number of lights that I saw. And it reminded me in 1993, flying in at night, there was a single light in the entire city that was evident from the sky, and it was a small light at the airport. So things have definitely changed. There has been social change in this society. We see it in terms of the buildings, the architecture, which again, one of our panelists will be documenting for us. We see it in a variety of other ways. We see social change in terms of depopulation of the Republic of Armenia. We see social change also in terms of an increase in inequality. And yet, I think there is something about these 25 years that at one level, memories have been healed, in part, as one thinks back to the earthquake of December 7th, 1988, and yet in other ways, there are memories that I think continue to guide the perception of what it means to be an Armenian, whether in the diaspora or whether it is living here in this country or in Nagorno-Karabakh. So my primary task is as a timekeeper. There is the 12-minute countdown. And I also, when I was at Gerhardt a couple of days ago, I bought a bell. Whoops. Which when you start going very far past your 12 minutes, I'm going to start ringing. But there is actually something symbolic about this bell because there are pomegranates on it. And I think you know pomegranates are a symbol of fertility. At least it worked when it was hanging over our marriage bed to produce several children and also a small brood of grandchildren. And so I think if I keep us on time, actually, that will also be fertility of this discussion. And we'll hope to end in time for there to be some Q&A. Please do be thinking about questions as we go through these presentations. And I would ask you two things. One, please state your name when you ask your question, and then please ask a question rather than a statement. Okay, so with that, I want to, and I'm mixing up the order of this, so we're going to go from sort of the big picture down to the particular, and I'm going to ask Antranig Kasparian to lead off. Contrary to what it says in the program, he's no longer associated with Rutgers University, although he did his PhD there. He is a trustee of the Gulbenkian Foundation, and he's lived through the last 25 years. He's going to tell you some about the way in which charitable organizations and NGOs have evolved during that quarter century. Antranig.
Thank you, Don. Can you all hear me? Great. I'm going to try pulling this out. Yeah, thank you. And thanks to USC for organizing this conference. Truly, it required vision and presence of mind to put this together. So I thank you for that. Yes, I'm here to explore certain aspects of homeland-diaspora relations, focusing on charitable assistance from diaspora to Armenia and how that has evolved or how it has cut a serpentine path over the last 25 years, moving from, I would say, immediate emergency aid, lurching forward towards something more developmental or rehabilitative assistance today. I'll be painting a picture with a broad brush, so of course I invite you later to clarify the discussion through your questions. As Ron Sooney pointed out yesterday, 25 years is a good marker, but it's not exact. If we want to look at the development of charitable assistance toward Armenia from the diaspora, really you have to go back to the late 1980s. I would say 29, 30 years. What had been a tightly regulated, closed relationship between homeland and diaspora through official structures opened up quite abruptly through the turmoil that came about in 1988, first through the Karabakh movement and later, 6 months later, through the earthquake of December 1988. Those two events, in a sense, tore asunder the fabric of homeland-diaspora relations as they had been and created a rough and tumble environment that became more open, more diverse, and ultimately, I think, more fruitful. Let's talk a little bit about those years in the late Soviet era. I don't want to give you a history lesson, but briefly, as you'll recall, the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh petitioned for the right to self-determination, seeking to secede from Soviet Azerbaijan and to unify with Soviet Armenia. Within perhaps a month or two of their public efforts, the Armenians, starting in Yerevan, responded with massive solidarity efforts, with public rallies, demonstrations that grew to nearly 1 million in size by the end of February 1988. It was really a tremendous moment in time for those who watched it either here or from afar. Could see the limits of glasnost being tested. Armenians taking Gorbachev at his word and saying, if you mean what you say with openness and restructuring, then let's fill in the blank pages of history and restore sovereignty to Karabakh. At the time, the Armenian diaspora watched largely from afar. There was a smattering of diasporan Armenians here, either as exchange scholars, journalists, or other visitors. But for the most part, our organized diaspora watched closely from afar. And we have to remind ourselves of the political consciousness of the Armenian diaspora, if we can characterize it as a political consciousness. Due to the conditions of the formation of our diaspora, largely created due to genocide, growing up with an exile consciousness, and often a feeling of alienation toward Soviet Armenia, there was a thirst or a hunger to engage with Armenia in a more substantial way, to actually get involved in the affairs of society. And Armenians from diaspora looked very closely, hoping for that day when they would have that opportunity. Well, that day came very quickly, because shortly after the 1 million person rallies here in downtown Yerevan, Azerbaijani mobs responded with brutal pogroms in Sumgait, killing dozens of Armenians, driving out many others. And soon Karabakh was in a state of siege that within a few years unfolded into all-out war. And created really a state of emergency within Azerbaijan, Armenia, and of course Karabakh itself. Within that environment, Armenians got to work. Diasporan Armenians began protesting outside of Soviet embassies, meeting with human rights organizations, raising money to help Karabakh Armenians defend themselves. So there was a flurry of activity, but it didn't involve really entering Armenia until later that year when the earthquake struck. The earthquake was of enormous proportions, physically, but also in terms of the human toll. And frankly, Armenia's authorities were not prepared for it, nor were Soviet Central authorities prepared for it. It was really beyond their means to address the emergency effectively. So to their credit, Soviet authorities actually opened up the gates a little bit. And they allowed many outside groups, international groups like AmeriCares and the Red Cross, but also diaspora and Armenian groups to enter in order to tender emergency assistance. And that, I think, was the first real exposure in the late 80s of large numbers of diasporan Armenians. Now, when I say large numbers, maybe in the hundreds or the few thousands, nurse practitioners, psychiatrists, architects, builders, emergency response teams, and many others, often Armenian, would come to address those who had been hit by the earthquake. Now, at the time, I think the mindset of the diaspora was give early, give often, and don't ask a lot of questions. Okay? In fact, I think the diaspora at the time was hardwired to give because, in a way, the need was there. The need was immediate and pressing, but the diaspora also gave because it felt good to give. And I don't mean to demean the assistance tendered in any way, but the act of giving was as important as the end result itself, because the diaspora largely had been denied any meaningful interaction for so many years. Now, I think another reason why diaspora and assistance groups or relief groups did not engage in long-term planning. It was all about immediate assistance. There were no measurements, there were no metrics, there were no long-term goals. It was all about helping now. I think part of the reason also was that Armenia at the time was still firmly ensconced within the Soviet contours of power. Nobody could imagine that 3 years later the Soviet Union was going to collapse. I think the diaspora at the time thought, we're going to go in, we're going to help, we're going to engage with Armenia, and Armenia will continue down its path, and the Soviet Union will continue down its path. I think no one really could imagine that by 1991, Armenia would be independent with all of the possibilities and especially pitfalls associated with independence. Now, the mentality of short-term emergency assistance carried over. If we thought it was a one-off at the time, it soon became an ingrained habit. It turned into an ongoing pattern. Those of you who recall, as Don Miller mentioned, Armenia's early years of independence are often called the years of cold and darkness. Massive economic dislocations, blockade by Azerbaijan to the east, Turkey to the west, created an Armenia that was struggling to survive, in which every day was an act of improvisation. In that sort of environment, the Armenian diaspora again came together. Many leading organizations came together to organize what we call Operation Winter Rescue, gathering large numbers of blankets, warm clothing, foodstuffs, medicines, anything that could be required to make it through the long, hard winters that extended into the mid-90s and beyond. So if you look, even into the years of independence, the diaspora, in a sense, became trained. If it wasn't already hardwired, it became hardwired into thinking about assistance as an emergency affair, in which you don't ask a lot of questions, just get to it. I'm happy to say that haltingly, lurchingly, that relationship has begun to change. And I think there are various reasons for it. I can't point to all of them now. But one I can point to is the development of government-led developmental assistance beginning in the mid-90s with the Hayastan All Armenia Fund, the Himnatram. With all of its flaws, with all of its ills, the Hayastan Himnatram established a model for large-scale strategic development projects that the entire diaspora could embrace. And one of the first large projects they took on was building the Lachin Corridor Road that connects Karabakh to Armenia and creates contiguity between Karabakh and Armenia. So on the one hand, I think the development of the Himnatram was one of those focal points that began to train our attention on long-term development. But there were also inadvertent side effects of Himnatram. It wasn't all like, we're doing great strategic development projects, come along. Some of it was inadvertent. I think as Armenia moved into the 1990s, the legitimacy that authorities enjoyed at the beginning began to erode. If Armenians were happily on the road to independence in '89 and happily casting a yes vote in 1991, by 1995, 96, they were storming the barricades when incumbent Levon Bedrosian ran for election against Vasgen Manoukian. In many ways, government authority had eroded, legitimacy had eroded, and this carried over into the realm of humanitarian assistance. I think more and more people were not willing to ignore issues of corruption. Where's my money going? How is my money being spent? Others were no longer willing to ignore issues of dependency. That is, if we continue to hand things out, are we going to create a culture of handouts where people, instead of helping themselves, expect us to continue to help them in perpetuity? These questions began to be asked more insistently beginning in the mid-90s and thereafter. And what was the reaction? I think probably a three-pronged response. I think Some of the traditional diaspora, the classical diasporan organizations, continued doing what they were doing. There were donors, particularly large donors, who got burned, who made deals with ministers only to find out that they had been fleeced, who became disenchanted and pulled back. And then there were those who went the other direction, became more intent on forging ahead and establishing their own mechanisms. Different philanthropists got tired of writing checks. My own boss, for example, he got tired of writing checks. He established his own foundation, began hiring his own staff, and began to bring about international best practices into his organization in Armenia. So over time, I think, we've seen a move more in that direction. And again, it's not a complete move, it's a lurching, incomplete move. But what you see as a result is a broader engagement today with Armenia. It's no longer about sponsoring immediate needs. It's not about soup kitchens and orphanages anymore. It's also about aiding civil society groups, aiding those who wish to establish themselves business-wise or otherwise in Armenia. Let me quickly try to wrap up and say this, that something else is going on that I can only give a minute to, which is that social change in Armenia has been ongoing while all of this has been happening. I believe that after the flurry of democracy in the late 80s, early 90s, Armenia retrenched. Many of the citizenry went back into a state of passivity, inertia, cynicism, often looking up at the authorities as the source of all ill or the source of all possible remedy, which was a convenient excuse to do nothing. The idea of grassroots activism or of social movements in the Western style really had not hit the ground by the 1990s or even the early 2000s. I would say it's the last 10 years, I can't pinpoint exactly when, where there has been a creeping move towards a different kind of ethos, the formation of a real civil society, people from below organizing around issues of environment, public space, consumer rights, gender inequality, and other issues. Slowly, you're starting to see different groups emerging in civil society that are seeking concessions from authority. They're not looking necessarily for all or nothing solutions, but whether it's the move to protect Terut, the demonstrations for Mashtot's Park, the rallies for electric Yerevan, the 100-drum movement, people have begun to organize for change from below. This presents a great opportunity for the diaspora because I believe the diaspora has an opportunity to cross that thick red line from humanitarian assistance into something else, which I would call engagement or solidarity or exchange. Something more lateral, something where we're not here to help Armenia, we're here to be Armenia, to engage with Armenia and make something out of the diaspora-homeland relationship that wasn't there before. So let me stop there. Thank you, Don, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Antranig. And as you can tell, he is just starting to get to the subtext of this conference, which is what now? And so hopefully in the question and answer period, you can come back to each of the panelists. Now, our next speaker is Evija Hovhanessian, and she is from the European University in St. Petersburg, which I've had the pleasure of visiting. Really wonderful, dynamic place. And I think it makes sense for her to go next because she is going to talk about patterns of Armenia-Diaspora relationships.
Thank you, Professor Miller. First of all, I would like to thank the Institute of Armenian Studies of USC for supporting grant of our joint project with Eli Panamaryova. The topic of our research is the Armenian diaspora in transition on the post-Soviet space, and in particularly in Tbilisi and Stavropol. And I would like to present today some material retrieved from this research. Prior to the breakup of the Soviet Union, Armenians who lived within its borders but outside the Armenian Soviet Socialist Republic were neither perceived as members of the Armenian diaspora nor did they identify themselves in these terms. In the Soviet Union, Armenians living outside the Armenian Republic were not seen as a part of Spurk, the term used to describe the Armenian diaspora. As a rule, Armenian scholars use the word Spurk, the Armenian equivalent of the Greek word diaspora, only in reference to that part of diaspora that was formed during, as a result of genocide of 1915. Please, the second slide. Thank you. Therefore, covered by this term, neither in official nor in academic publications, this term wasn't used. This ideologically driven approach was explained by the fact that Armenians include those living in Soviet Armenia as citizens of the Soviet Union who enjoyed full rights, were an integral part of the new historical entity, the Soviet people. The notion of internal diaspora applied to Armenians living in the same overarching state as Soviet Armenia did exist. This, however, all changed when the Soviet Union collapsed. Armenia became an independent country. Ethnic conflicts emerged in the South Caucasus and a fresh wave of migrants left Armenia. With the establishment of new borders and creation of independent states in the post-Soviet space, a new comprehensive definition of diaspora, which includes these communities, is being developed and propagated by the Republic of Armenia. The Armenian state sees the Armenians of the post-Soviet space as a homogeneous population, and through the efforts of the different organizations and ethnic entrepreneurs acting as representatives of Armenia, it promotes its own understanding of Armenianness based on the Armenian language, historical memory, and belonging to the Armenian Apostolic Church. This official view of Armenianness often comes into collision with multiple local understandings of Armenianness rooted in other identity markers. Third slide, please. Building on these ideas, in our research on Armenia's transborder nationalism, we address a related question. We examine the effort aimed at dissemination of a particular definition of Armenian nation produced by the putative homeland among Armenians living outside Armenia's borders. Promotion of the official understanding of Armenianness is closely linked to the goal of strengthening loyalties towards Armenia and extracting economic, political, and other obligations from Armenian communities. We argue that in the recent years, Armenia has been actively engaged in construction of diaspora identity among the Armenians in the post-Soviet space, and look at how these efforts are received by Armenians living outside Armenia's borders. Therefore, to investigate these recent developments, we choose the Armenian communities of Stavropol and Tbilisi. The idea of being a part of the Armenian diaspora remains alien to many Armenians in the post-Soviet republics, particularly in communities which have a long history and are deeply rooted in a certain place. The Armenian communities of Stavropol and Tbilisi serve as a good example. The case of Armenians in these internal diasporas is also of particular interest because Armenians in Tbilisi and Stavropol demonstrate great linguistic and confessional and socio-cultural subgroup plurality. The breakup of the Soviet Union brought measured changes in the lives of Armenians in Tbilisi and Stavropol. These changes were not limited by the process of transition to democracy and capitalist economy, which affected the entire society. With formation of new independent states and the establishment of state borders, Armenians in Georgia and Russia found themselves in the rapidly nationalizing states. Since then, the process of renegotiation of the Armenian status in post-Soviet republics involving the Georgian and Russian states, the Armenian minorities in these countries, and the Armenian state has begun. Religious organizations began to regain erstwhile influence among Armenians in Tbilisi and Stavropol, and a number of non-religious communal organizations claiming to represent local Armenians' interests were formed. At the same time, in the recent decades, Armenia has shown explicit interest in defining Armenians of the post-Soviet space as diaspora and engaging with them. While Armenia's diaspora policy, due to a number of factors, was rather passive in the 1990s, since then Armenia has undertaken by Armenia in this sphere included organization of 3 Armenian diaspora conferences and creation of a specific Ministry of Diaspora in 2008. The ministry advocates for protection of Armenianness among the members of the diaspora. It is particularly stressed on the website of the ministry that its goal is the establishment and radicalization of Armenian identity among Armenians who speak foreign languages and have foreign beliefs. Their term is Haroutounian, return to roots. Thus, the Armenian state views the Armenian language and belonging to the Armenian Apostolic Church as the main markers of national identity. While the Ministry of Diaspora claims to collaborate with all Armenian organizations in any country on equal terms, interviews with its staff members as well as with the representatives of different religious and secular Armenian organizations in Tbilisi reveal that this institution maintains a closer relationship with the dioceses of the Armenian Apostolic Church in Georgia and the cultural center Haroutounian, established by the diocese in 2011. Thus, though in terms of organizational structure, Armenian national institutions in Tbilisi are independent and frequently have complex relations among themselves. Unofficially, the above-mentioned two organizations are viewed by the staff of the Ministry of Diaspora as legitimate representatives of Armenia in Tbilisi. We would like to have a closer look at the activities of these organizations because it's through their effort that the perception of Armenians in Tbilisi as a diaspora is being promoted. The role of the diocese of the Armenian Apostolic Church in Georgia is somehow ambivalent. On the one hand, it's a branch of the Armenian Apostolic Church with the Mother See of Holy Echmiadzin as its center. On the other hand, the diocese tries to appear as a separate entity in the eyes of the Georgia, to avoid accusations of being an agent of Armenia. Though the connection between Apostolic Church and Armenia is unquestioned by local Armenians, one of the research participants, for example, frequent churchgoer referred to the Armenian Church as cultural embassy. Indeed, the Armenian Apostolic Church views its mission as going far beyond religious matters. During sermons and weekly spirituality classes, the issues of preservation of Armenianness are addressed almost as often as religious topics. Remarkably, members of the clergy constantly underscore that Armenians in Tbilisi live in a foreign country, where the Armenian identity is in danger. More importantly, besides cultural matters, the priests draw the attention of the parishioners to pressing issues facing Armenia, urging them to remain loyal to the homeland and provide assistance in the time of need. This trend was particularly visible during the Karabakh crisis of April 2016. The workers of the church-adjacent cultural center turned to visitors and students with the same appeal. Those attending classes and cultural events were frequently reminded of the ongoing battles on the border of Karabakh and encouraged to make contribution for the needs of those findings. The effort spent by the priests and workers of the cultural center on diaspora identity construction among Armenians in Tbilisi is met with mixed feelings. While cultural affinity and the need to maintain a connection with Armenia go without a question among most Armenians in Tbilisi, the attempts undertaken by ethnic entrepreneurs to introduce a political dimension into the life of the community is met with suspicion. As an Armenian woman moderately involved in the life of the community said, suggesting that such activities result in creation of potentially harmful conflict situation in community. At the cultural center, some people think that we should be more Armenians than Georgian citizens. It is noteworthy that some research participants see the interests of Armenians in Tbilisi and the interests of the Armenian state as opposing. Thus, the perceived conflict of interest as well as discrepancy between the local tradition and understanding of Armenianness and the official narrative of Armenianness impede the process of diaspora identity construction among Armenians in Tbilisi. A similar policy can be observed in the Stavropol Krai. Please, slide 4. In Stavropol Krai, particularly in Pyatigorsk, Georgievsk, Stavropol, Gorychevodsk, where the Armenian Apostolic Church legitimizes the relationship not only between Armenia and the local Armenian diaspora, but also between heterogeneous groups of the diaspora. The Armenian communities of Stavropol Krai are largely heterogeneous and consist of different migration groups, as we can see on the slide. The internal heterogeneity of regional migration groups is the main reason for their complex dynamics, which combines consolidation and centrifugal tendencies. On the one hand, each of the presented group has its own set and its own identity relation. On the other hand, it differently positions itself not only in relation to other groups of local Armenians, but also to the nation state, demonstrates a different degree of social-cultural openness to the ethnic environment and the ability ability or desire to integrate into the transnational activities. The large migration flow in the post-Soviet period significantly changed the resettlement, ethnocultural, and social professional characteristics of the regional Armenian communities. According to the field material, Armenian old inhabitants are adequately integrated into the local environment and are subject to an intensive assimilation. For example, the Baku Armenians who arrived during the pogrom period striving to actively fit into the old-fashioned Armenian massive are most predisposed to assimilation. Armenians from Samtse, Javakheti, and Georgian Armenians are relatively few, and they are less consolidated than the later. The Armenian migrants of the 90s wave are the most active layer of Armenians in the sense of adherence to national culture. Armenian local organizations and Armenian Apostolic Church in Stavropol Krai attempt to represent the interests of all Armenians, including the recent Armenian migrants and local old Armenian diaspora. However, complex cultural, generational, social, and structural differences between migrant cohorts have resulted in a particular relationship of power among various Armenian subgroups based on symbolic articulations of cultural specificities, mainly relating to country of origin and diverse migration experiences. Thus, despite the unifying attempts of Armenian organizations and the Armenian Apostolic Church, a noticeable feature of the local Armenian diaspora in Stavropol Krai is a powerful set of boundaries within the local Armenian community. And the last slide, please. Identity of Armenians living in different post-Soviet countries is at the stage of formation. Leaders of diasporic communities and ethnic entrepreneurs play an important role in the dispute over identity. The diasporic Armenians from the post-Soviet space constitute a variety of life stories, cultures, languages, and lifestyles. On the one hand, each of these groups is defined by a pronounced group identification. On the other hand, their members perpetually cross group boundaries by establishing matrimonial ties. Therefore, it's impossible to reduce this diversity to one particular concept of diaspora and, in Armenian terms, spurk. Thank you.
She finished with 5 seconds left. And as the senior citizen on this panel, I want you to recognize the young talent that is emerging. I've noticed that in Los Angeles, but here. So thank you very much. Our next speaker is Sabrina Papazian. She's at Stanford University, a few hours north of USC. And the title of her presentation is The Changing Roles of Armenian Churches. Sabrina.
Thanks. Thank you to USC Institute of Armenian Studies for inviting me to speak here today and for bringing so many diverse disciplines together. Today I'll be talking about the changing roles of Armenian churches. Slide, please. Next slide. Medieval churches extensively dot the Armenian landscape and are one of the most prominent symbols of Armenian history and heritage. It's easy to assume that these ubiquitous pillars of heritage are timeless and have experienced little change through the centuries. However, in this presentation, I want to critically analyze churches beyond an art historical purview, which tends to only look at form and function, and analyze churches as active physical spaces that have agency in impacting social, political, and economic networks of relations. Next slide. In order to trace this impact, I will outline the roles of churches in the medieval period and juxtapose them against roles in the Soviet and post-Soviet eras. In the medieval period, churches had multiple yet simultaneous functions. Perhaps their most obvious is their role as religious centers. Whether through a cross-domed architectural plan like on the Church of Haroutounian to the left, or through architectural decorations like God on the relief of the Gavit in Norvank, churches were meant to act as imposing religious spaces that helped humans communicate with the divine. Next slide. Secondly, churches served as diplomatic spaces that mediated relations between the crossroads of peoples and kingdoms. It's not surprising then that a lot of churches incorporated stylistic features from other cultures. Art historian Christina Moranchi notes how on the 7th century church of Zvartnots inside on the capitals, the commissioning Catholicos at the time, Nerses III, had his title and name written in Greek letters. Moranchi notes that this Byzantine stylistic flair was meant to accrue favor from the Byzantine emperor at the time so that he could help send troops to help Armenian troops defend against Arab invading forces. And also it was meant to legitimize the autonomy of the Armenian Apostolic Church. So some churches then served as diplomatic mediators within powerful relations. Next slide. Finally, many religious complexes produced a lot of contemporary knowledge. Not only were monastic complexes home to famous universities like Tanahat Monastery here on the slide, which is the alleged home of Ghazarian University, but many held scriptoria, which produced manuscripts, and also libraries. So in the Soviet era, churches had multiple uses, and I want to point out that they were often simultaneous. So while one church was serving as a religious center, it could also have been mediating diplomatic ties at the same time and producing knowledge. Next slide. In the late medieval period, with the invasion of foreign forces and the waxing and waning of Armenian principalities, Armenian churches lost their impactful social political roles. Yet medieval churches experienced an unlikely revival in the Soviet era, where they took on divergent functions from the medieval period. But this revival seems quite peculiar when you juxtapose it against Soviet restrictions and monitoring of religious practice. Take, for example, the 1929 Law on Religious Association, which was active until 1990, and only allowed religious groups to practice religious practice in specific registered buildings. This monitoring can be seen in statistics and numbers produced in the Soviet era. In 1972, there's only about 144 ecclesiastical members, serving a population of 4 Armenians in all of the Soviet Union. And furthermore, statistics from the late 1980s show that there were only 50 operating churches in Armenia, a number that went down to 33 in the whole of Armenia by 1991. So these laws and statistics make it seem that churches, especially medieval churches, were obsolete spaces. Next slide. Yet, starting in the 1920s and reaching a peak in the 1970s and the 1980s, the Soviet government started to pour hundreds of thousands of rubles into the annual cleaning, restoration, and active reconstruction of churches. Soviet state committees oversaw these projects, and they planned to turn churches into secular hushardzan, which is Armenian for monuments, where they would act as museums to attract tourists. In fact, many of the churches you visited throughout Armenia today were probably reconstructed in the latter medieval Soviet period. And in these pictures, you see Soviet stonemasons working on Tatev Monastery, which was being actively reconstructed through the 70s and 80s. Next slide. In the Soviet era, churches were also used as local utilitarian structures. Many locals housed their agricultural goods in some of these medieval structures, as well as animals, and some even served as parking structures. Take, for example, the 17th century church of Surminas, located centrally in the village of Tatev. The interior held grains, while the exterior had white painted numbers that indicated designated parking spots for locals. Next slide. Finally, churches were sites of leisure. In my studies of Norvank and Tatev Monastery, almost every single local family has a picture of themselves in the Soviet era posing, relaxing, socializing in front of ruined or reconstructed facades of churches. Next slide. So in the Soviet era, just like in the medieval era, churches had multiple functions, yet they had a hard time overlapping. And these kind of local uses of churches came at odds with state imaginings of churches as pristine monuments. Take, for example, the medieval stable in the monastery of Tatev, where up until part of the Soviet period, locals were housing animals inside. But when they decided to renovate the monastery in the 70s, Soviet architects decided to put in a granite floor, which prevented this local continuation of use of putting animals or foodstuffs inside, and instead kind of transitioned it into a museum. So, next slide. This Soviet fragmentation of usage of churches allowed for the splintering of usage in the post-Soviet era. With the fall of the Soviet Union and the rise of neoliberal economies, many thousands of dollars poured into Armenia for the restoration of churches. Since the late 1990s and the early 2000s, churches have been at the center of developmental agendas that have social, political, and economic aspirations. But before I delve into these developmental agendas, I would like to point out that many medieval churches in the post-Soviet era have become working churches once again, working religious spaces. Yet, a statistic from 2011 showed that only 9.6% of respondents attended church on a weekly basis, and this number slightly goes up with 27.4% only attending on holy days. So churches have become more connected to issues of cultural identity rather than being representative of religious adherence, as most Armenians, local and diaspora, tend to only visit church on special holidays in order to uphold Armenian traditions. And perhaps the biggest way we can analyze this diaspora connection, this connection to cultural identity, is through the diaspora financing of churches. So the reconstruction of Surp Asfadetsin Church, which you see to the right in the Yerevan complex, was undertaken by a diaspora Canadian couple in the late 1990s. The Hajitians decided to restore Yerevan without having ever visited the site because they believed it was the utmost importance to restore the vitality of the site and also to make it a working church once again. So in essence, an open neoliberal economy allows diaspora to actively reconnect with churches rather than being passive tourists, and that also helps them reconnect with Armenia. Next slide. In fact, because the government has limited finances to contribute to heritage restoration each year, church reconstruction heavily relies on private donors. In the recent decade, there has been efforts to pull tourism outside of Yerevan into local regions in Armenia, and this has made churches the central feature of development and tourism initiatives. The Tatev Revival Project, orchestrated by the IDEA Foundation, is a prime example of how a church is used as a kind of catalyst to reinvigorate a local region. New attractions like the world's longest aerial reversible ropeway and visitor complexes are meant to create jobs and local economy and to encourage locals to stay in the region rather than emigrating out to cities like Moscow and Yerevan. So the monastery then becomes a developmental hinge in which to invigorate contemporary lives. Yet the long-term effects of these projects, large-scale projects, have yet to be assessed. And sometimes when churches transform into tourism attractions, they merely become a checkbox on an itinerary where to many tourists they become indistinguishable from each other. Final slide. Next slide. Finally, churches have once again returned to their diplomatic roles, perhaps an iteration closest to their medieval usages. Recently, the US Embassy in Armenia, through the Ambassador's Fund for Cultural Preservation, has granted $450,000 to restore the frescoes and the foundations of the Church of Surp Hovhannes Mergăgici / Surp Sarkis in Mehri. This big heritage project in Armenia is an example of cultural diplomacy, which political scientist Milton Cummings quotes as the exchange of ideas, information, art, and other aspects of culture among nations and their peoples in order to foster mutual understanding, end quote. In general, heritage projects in Armenia are meant to show the softer side of US diplomacy, where the US government attempts to attract foreign publics through the funding of initiatives that show a friendly and culturally tolerant image of the United States. Additionally, this is one of the first church restoration projects in Armenia funded by the Ambassador's Fund for Cultural Preservation, and it shows a US awareness for the importance medieval churches play in the construction of contemporary Armenian identity and history. Additionally, the location of the chosen site near the border of Iran, where the US has no formal diplomatic relations, seems strategic in a soft power sense. So in the Soviet era, in the post-Soviet era, just like in the medieval and Soviet era, churches had, again, divergent many different functions, but they diverged from the medieval and Soviet era as well. But like in the Soviet era, they had a hard time overlapping. Take, for example, the Tatev Monastery. If you visit today, it's easy for a tourist with a camera who wanders into a church service to interrupt the badrak or the echoing sounds of reconstruction to make it difficult for locals and diaspora to silently contemplate and connect with their heritage. So in this presentation, I've wanted to show how, through the centuries, churches, medieval churches have always molded and have been molded by social, political, and economic trends. And as Armenia moves into this end of transition era and out of it, we can continue to analyze if these churches continue to have effects on social, political realities, if they'll continue to evolve, or if they'll merely transition into frozen icons of a historic past. Last slide. I would like to quickly thank these organizations, the Gulbenkian Foundation, Bourne Fellowship, and the Department of Anthropology and Archaeology Center at Stanford for supporting my research through the years. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Sabrina. Our next speaker is Vrej Haroutounian. I discovered he actually lives in Pasadena or has lived in Pasadena, near neighbor to where we live, but he's at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland. And he also has a PowerPoint presentation, and the focus is on urban landscapes of Yerevan since independence. Vrej.
Thank you. Thank you, USC, Salpi, and it's kind of interesting because I've actually used the Miller and Miller book as a source of very few for the after independence phase. I've actually used Dr. Suni's book too for before, so basically what I did is 4 years ago, I kind of went a little early and decided to ask the question, what has changed in the urban landscape of Yerevan from during the transition? But in order to do that, I had to study the original period. Here is a very brief part of it where I'm kind of showing the results. I did repeat photography where we took old pictures and shot the same picture in the same frame to try to show physically what changes in the photos. And the second method I used to answer when, where, etc., was semi-structured interviews, which I did with 20 people, politicians, activists, architects, different members of government in different bodies. So my research identified two main phases. The first phase, which is the dark years, which is right after independence and roughly goes until 1996. For obvious reasons, the earthquake, the collapse of the Soviet Union, war, and a large migration of intellectuals from Yerevan and Armenia in general, which all of us would say are major stresses on their own to begin with. So that was the dark years. In the dark years, we have originally where we start losing landscape features in the urban landscape, trees in the parks, especially the ones around Yerevan, not so much in Yerevan. Actually, in the second phase, which can we go to the second slide? Which I creatively titled the Rapid Development Years. We have more tree losses due to developments of cafes in the parks and things of that sort, which I'll show you later in some of the photos. So these are the two main phases. In the original phase, it's a quick reaction. Obviously, on a bigger scale, there's land planning changes. But on an urban Yerevan scale, there's small people selling products on the streets, et cetera, booths, and little conversions being done. In the second phase, which is, I would say, 2000 forward, it's the big projects come in, the northern avenues and the big developments and things of that sort, which fundamentally start changing the scale of Yerevan. Next slide, please. So this is actually a very good map that's been done. It's been drawn in bird eye view. On this map, we can see a lot of things. We can see the original master plan of Yerevan, which is the Tamanyan master plan, based on the Garden City principle created by Ebenezer Howard, which shows the green ring that goes around Yerevan, which now we call the Oval Park, Oa Gadzev Aigi in Armenian. So Oa Gadzev Aigi for the original plan was a quite big percentage. Even now, it's roughly 7% of downtown Yerevan. So within the ring is considered the centerpiece of Yerevan, and then it's Medzgetron, big center, and then from then it extends out to the Malatya, et cetera, which come in at a later point in the Soviet development. But here we can see, we can actually go to the next slide, it'll make it easier. Here we can see the original vision of the early Soviet planning, which is the buildings on the main facade of the streets. So 5 stories, pink roof, reflects a lot of urban planning policies and design principles that were going on in other parts of the world as well, which is, and they have central courtyards. So the building, your home was your private space, the courtyard was a semi-private space, social space, and then the street was public space. We can see originally here in the corners, for example, that some of the courtyards start getting filled in with more buildings, which happens after World War II, rapid development, et cetera. So the original filling in of courtyards already starts taking place once there. So the second plan of urban planning for Yerevan is superimposed onto the first one, which obviously continues forward after independence. At the same time, we see how the park, which had the open river channel, eventually gets closed in and now has developments on top of it. So the conversion after independence of this space as well. Next one, please. So one of the main challengers of the development was one of the biggest projects was Northern Avenue. So Northern Avenue is very interesting because it occupies a space between, can we go one more slide? Actually, we need to go 2 back. Okay, so this is, on this slide, we can see Republic Square, we can see Opera, Cascade, and beyond Cascade is Victory Park. So what Northern Avenue does is it shifts the access of Yerevan to main streets, which before was Mashtots and Abovian, and so everything was moving in that direction. We shifted this way, and we superimpose a new movement, which mixed-use development. Rough price for each unit was around $1,200 at original design time. For most of the developers, the timing wasn't that great. 2008, economic crash, etc. But originally, the buildings were designed in a way that only 5% of Yerevan at best could afford these buildings price-wise. So there was a large barrier to entry to begin with. So can we go two slides now, back forward? So this is a building that I'm comparing Northern Avenue with the Poultry building in London, just to show postmodern design and how it works. Postmodern design in Armenia kind of became this catch-all phrase of elite building. And what was an elite building? It was just a really big building that maximized the amount of area you can house people in. So we can now go to the next slide. So here I show Northern Avenue in scale in the background compared to the buildings in the front. And we can actually, we can go one more slide. There it is in the back now in 2011. So Yerevan magazine had already done repeat photography. So some of the pictures, I was lucky enough to have 3 pictures. The original picture, the 2006 picture, and then a more future picture. So here we could see that some of the developments on the right are the previous buildings are increasing in size as well on the roof. And modifications are being made to existing structures on the left as well. Next. So the quality of the street, Northern Avenue, was already being discussed heavily when it was produced. Eventually it was converted. They redid the whole street. Again, the scale of the landscape, it's very, you have to move through it. There's no real shade structure most of the time. And of course, now the parking garages have been converted to a mall. Next. So here in this photo, again, we could see the second, part of the second master plan buildings going into the courtyards, which after independence, continues even further with the new elite buildings going into the courtyards. Next. These photos show the adjustment of the city to meet for increase in automotive-based transportation. So the tunnels underneath, and again in the back, we could see how the second master plan, second phase of development in Yerevan is taking place. Next. So the housing issue now has to be considered again, who we're building for, and how we want to build coming into the future. Next. These are what I creatively titled Yerevan Battlegrounds, which were already being contested over by civil society and private developers when I started doing my research. So it was quite interesting to see how many different revenue-generating spaces were being produced in Yerevan. And I did a count roughly over 100 in Oval Park. And at this point, some of them were being outcompeted by other developments on the main street, such as Northern Avenue, Cascade, etc. So we can already start questioning what are we going to do with these spaces, because clearly that model of private-public ventures might have reached its limit. Next. So again, I'm just showing how it's changing over time, the parks. Over here, obviously residential has increased. Next. Here, the streets being widened for automotive-based transportation, but luckily, the trees remain. They have created little islands in this area, which is obviously a very sensitive area. It's Gaskad. But of course, in the rest of Yerevan, trees until this day are not being maintained to the highest standards. Next. Here we see how the cafe is growing over time to respond to market demands. So it's literally taking layers on upon itself. Next. So as a garden city, as a park city, in a sense, Yerevan itself is very interesting for people to see. At its scale, at its pedestrian friendliness, at its ability to have a very interesting walk-through path. I wish I had the opportunity to walk it at an earlier phase in life, but I didn't. But I think what needs to be done is it's time to like reconsider what we can do to make Yerevan a more friendly city for pedestrians and that sort of opportunities. Next. So again, increase in automobile. One of the people I interviewed said roughly 45,000 cars are entering Armenia in every year. And if we do just a rough number of 1 million people are living in Yerevan who probably have the majority of the income, we know where the cars are ending up. And based on traffic conditions, obviously that's reflecting that as well. So that needs to be addressed. And progressive city development methods are obviously going towards public transportation, walkability, and things of that sort. Next. Increase in advertisement is also taking place throughout this time. Next. And next. So I kind of talked about exactly what the solutions are. You can go to a bicycle-based, you can go to more sustainable based models of transportation. And next. I think we're going back now. We have to go forward. We can skip this one as well. And we're good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Boris. In keeping, at least in part, with the architectural theme, we now turn to Anton Popov, and I'll read the subtitle of his paper, which is Politics of Historical Heritage in Post-Soviet Georgia. I'm going to have him give the correct pronunciation of the area that he has documented, but you can correct me, rehabilitating, and I'm going to say Tel Aviv, but I know it's not in Israel, so you can correct my pronunciation. Anton.
Hello. I would like to start with words of gratitude to the organizers of this conference and giving me opportunity to be here, to inviting me to this conference, to present my paper at this great venue and this distinguished audience. As for the title, it's the name of the town is Tel Aviv, and you are not the first one who confused this with Tel Aviv, where in Soviet times there was quite famous movie Mimino, where the kind of the main character, being the international pilot, was making a call home to his native Tel Aviv, and he was connected to Tel Aviv because nobody knew where Tel Aviv is, and because of the very close pronunciation. And of course, he was accidentally talking to his fellow Georgian who immigrated from this small Kahetian town to Israel. So it's just to put this in the perspective. In my paper, I'm going to look perhaps at quite specific, particular, and case. The focus is very particular, but of the case study of political historical heritage in small provincial town in Georgia. And this paper is part of the ongoing project which I define as the memories of socialist and post-socialist past in provincial Georgia. But at the same time, I think that perhaps this presentation might shed some light on the processes which sometimes are defined as this process of the transformations which occurred in post-socialist spaces and sometimes defined as transition. And I think that perhaps the rehabilitation of Tel Aviv, the process of regeneration of the town's built environment, could be used as a metaphor, if not proxy, for our understanding of these complex processes which occur in the post-socialist times and their impact on the local societies. Could you please next slide? I would like to start with the excerpt from interview with 16 years old at the time of interview, Nadia, the Tel Aviv resident. And in this interview, we were talking about her what she knows, her memories about the socialist past in the town. And she was referring, I highlighted in the bold so you can kind of see the most important parts of these interviews. She was referring to the changes which occurred in the town by using the examples of the built environment. In particular, she was talking about the changes which occurred after the policies of reconstruction of the town were implemented there. I don't like the Soviet times. It was horrible, but it was good that there was a building then, and that building had its function. People did something there. It was not just a facade. Now it is only facade. And when I ask you how she knows that in the past there were provide more functional use of the space and so on, she said, I know this from, she responded that she knew this from the conversation with her family members, with her grandmother in particular. And here she gives the example of the latest conversation. I was in Tel Aviv and took a photo. I don't remember which building it was. I think it was an art gallery, a very beautiful building. I took a picture, and when I showed it to grandmother, she said that there was nothing there now. In the olden days, there was a big art gallery there. Here is the image in the corner of this art gallery. I think in 2015, Nadia couldn't take the photograph of this building because by that time this building was demolished as a result of regeneration of the town, and come back to this later. But what really this conversation tells us, that it bring the young Osman's idea that objectivized culture played an important role as a vehicle of transmission of the memories, cultural memories and social memories. And its important role in engaging with the past through the process of recontextualizing and re-embodying the memories of the past in the present. This process is both sensorial, people are engaged with the past through kind of visual, and by seeing these buildings, but also visiting and kind of acting within the built environment. But this also affective because built environment brought in the emotional response and emotional engagement. So perhaps in this sense, we have to take seriously any policies and manipulations which happen to the built environment and how this impact on the construction of the cultural memories, of the perception of the historical heritage and national identities, for instance. Could you please next slide? Just a bit about the understanding of the historical heritage. Of course, historical heritage, as Michael Rowlands kind of reminds us, is a process of constructing groups' collective memory for itself by telling stories about itself. So in itself, it is very much political process and is to a great extent the selective process. So what is remembered and what is cherished as a historical and cultural heritage is the result of the particular selection, remembering and forgetting of the past. So here you can see the map where the Kakheti, where Tel Aviv is located. Tel Aviv is the old historical capital of Kingdom Kakheti, one of the kingdoms which became part of the modern Georgia. And during the Soviet times, this town already acquired its aura of the historical heritage site due to its connections with the King Irakli II. Irakli II is important historical character in Georgian national history. He lived in 18th century and he unified Kartli and Kakheti, kind of producing the foundation for the pre-modern Georgia. But so the museum dedicated to Irakli II was opened in the castle of the Telavi during the Soviet times. But of course, heritage is the process, historical heritage is the political process which requires the implies also the forgetting. And here I give some example. What is forgotten in the case of the Telavi is its Armenian cultural heritage. Telavi in the beginning of 19th century was populated, the population of Telavi was 76% Armenians. This population gradually changed and now out of officially 20,000 people living in Telavi, only 500 people consider themselves being Armenians. The very interesting, fascinating history of Armenian population in Telavi and cultural and ethnic processes which happened there outside the scope of this paper. I just want to say that these Armenian churches, which you can see on the slide, they're either in very disarray state or they are now used as Georgian Orthodox churches. And the memories of their Armenian past are fading or completely forgotten in the town. Could you please next slide? Of course, in her interview, Nadia was very critical to the process of rehabilitation of Telavi, or Telavi's rehabilitatia, how it's called by local people. And this project was initiated by Mikhail Saakashvili. It was the kind of big process, big project of regenerating old historical towns in Georgia. Telavi was one of the last one, and perhaps because of this, it was never finished, because by 2014, the works was still in progress. So the idea was to regenerate the towns and to make them attractive for the foreign tourists to visit. At the same time, there was explicit and implicit anti-Soviet ideology to a way which was driving the process of rehabilitation of the Telavi. So what was the idea is not just to make it attractive to the foreign tourists, but to get rid of what it was considered the Soviet legacy, kind of embedded or embodied in the built environment. And here again, I come back to this example of the art gallery. This is the photograph which I took in 2012 when the process of rehabilitation of Telavi just started. And this photograph was taken in 2015, the one below, and you can see that there is nothing there. The building was demolished, and this building has very big historical importance for Telavi because it was one of the 3 secular female schools opened in pre-revolutionary Georgia, and it was built in 1911. However, when the question was, when the discussion was in the town about the kind of demolition of this building, the officials responsible for this program said that this building is Soviet one, therefore it doesn't present any historical value and it could be demolished. Locals believe that behind this was the idea commercialize the site to build the modern wine museum where the exponent on the ground and in the basement area, the exponents from the old ethnographic expositions and art gallery would be relocated. Could you please next slide? Next slide. This is how rehabilitated Tel Aviv look like. And if you please, next slide. And this is, you can see it look quite glamorous even. I would say perhaps deceptively glamorous, because many local people say that the kind of depth of rehabilitation is just one central street and only facades of the buildings. And sometimes people have to renovate the do interiors of the buildings themselves. I think I'm running out of time, so could you please skip the next 3 slides? Next, please. Next. And I'll just probably touch upon the unintended consequences of the Tel Aviv rehabilitation. What happened when rehabilitation came to Tel Aviv? The facades of the buildings were reconstructed in a way to kind of emulate the old pre-revolutionary facades of the buildings there. For this, builders needed the old materials. So the market emerged for the old bricks. When rehabilitation was completed or nearly completed, the local people see that actually these buildings look quite cool, quite nice and beautiful. So the new kind of fashion emerged in the building design, which required the use of the old materials. So where they can get these materials? Of course, you can get these materials from the old buildings. So what people start doing, they were demolishing the old buildings, empty buildings in the villages, and recycling the bricks. So of course, to purchase the old building could afford only very rich people. And to build or renovate the house also can afford only very rich people. And also the price of the old brick is twice the price of the new brick. And the quality of the old brick considered to be much better than the quality of the new brick. So the emerging buildings, which were not initially the part of the rehabilitation of Tel Aviv, they're in a way manifesting the growing inequality, the gap economic gap between the poorest residents of the town and the richest. So here, for example, you can see the photograph of so-called dream house, the house constructed by one of the millionaires, inverted commas, of the town, who are also one of the richest people, the person in this. This building completely constructed from the, or rather, they used the old bricks to cover the concrete walls, and they use other modern materials there. So what can do people who not as rich as this winemaker millionaire? They can afford just not so many old bricks, so they buy a few old bricks and they cut them on 3 parts. And then they use these small slices of the bricks to emulate the kind of the old brickwork on the cafes or small shops and so on. So effectively, the rehabilitation of Tel Aviv, which was overtly declared to be the way of regenerate town to support the historical heritage, undoubtedly had the detrimental impact on the historical buildings which happen to be outside this narrow focus. I would like to stop here. Thank you very much. And if you have more questions, and I'm happy to continue.
Thank you very much, Anton. Now, just before I introduce Paul, just a logistical note. So for this panel, Paul is going to be the last speaker. We're then going to take some questions, and then we are going to give Eric Ghazarian the stage all by himself. So I'm going to keep my eye on the watch so we stay within our time limitations. But let me introduce Paul Skedsmo. The topic of his paper is very relevant to this whole notion of a civil society. He's going to talk about the environmental rights here in post-Soviet Armenia. Paul.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here, and I would like to thank the organizers, especially Salpi Ghazarian and Susanna Petrosyan. Next slide, please. My claim of some kind of connection to Armenia is that I have studied this issue of environmental rights. I wrote my PhD on that, and I've studied it in the period from 2006 roughly up till 2014. Another connection is perhaps that I work at the Fridtjof Nansen Institute in Norway, which is located at the premises at the property where Fridtjof Nansen lived at the time while he was also traveling in Armenia. So each year on April 24th, some members of the small Armenian community in Norway, they gather at the institute and put down flowers at the grave, which is actually in front of the house. Well, that was part of the introduction. I'm going to talk about two issues here today, really. I'm going to talk about Armenia's transition with regards to environmental governance, and specifically about one international convention called the Århus Convention and how this has affected environmentalism in Armenia. The second topic I want to talk about is, I want to take the conference title seriously. So I wanted to share with you my thoughts on how transition and similar concepts have been used within my discipline, which is social anthropology, and looking at ways of moving forward analytically. Perhaps we are at the end of transition. Who knows? Well, next slide. First things first. The Århus Convention, what is it? How has it changed environmentalism in Armenia? The Århus Convention was ratified by the Republic of Armenia in 2001. It basically has three pillars, so to speak. It doesn't cover a specific environmental issue, but it is about procedures and citizens' rights. So, according to the conventions, citizens in Armenia now has the right to access to environmental information. They have the right to access to participation and decision-making in environmental matters. And they also have the right to so-called environmental justice. They can try these cases in court. Hence the definition environmental rights. So, what happened when some organizations in Armenia invoked the convention in their fight against mining at Teghut? These organizations, they asked about information about the Teghut license, about the public hearings, whether they had been held, when they had been held, and so forth and so on. In the end, they didn't get much information from the Ministry of Nature Protection here in Armenia. So these organizations decided to go to the administrative court in Armenia to file a complaint. That was back in 2009. And what happened there was rather interesting. Two of the three organizations was sort of expelled out of the case because they were not regarded as having legal standing according to Armenian legislation, because they hadn't stated within their statutes that they work with environmental issues. These were, for instance, the Transparency International organization here in Armenia. So here's a note and a lesson to NGOs in Armenia. In order to sort of speak on behalf of the population, you have to throw all kinds of topics into the statutes of your organizations. Well, so this didn't work. Then these activists and organizations, they decided to bring the case before an international body of arbitration, namely the Århus Convention Compliance Committee. This case was taken up at the international meeting of parties in 2011, which I attended, and also in 2014. The activists didn't have any immediate success there either, although the Armenian government was mildly criticized for not allowing different kinds of organizations to voice these concerns. But as I said, the Armenian delegation, or the Armenian government, was mildly criticized to the extent that the head of the Armenian delegation at the meeting in 2011, he wanted at least, as he said, the Russian version of this statement from the meeting to be translated in a more favorable manner so he could bring it home to the ministry. He didn't care that much about the English version. Well, next slide. So what we have with the Århus Convention is a liberal governance instrument attributing certain rights to citizens of Armenia and elsewhere in the countries that has ratified this basically European convention. But these rights, of course, depends on that they are being claimed by the citizens. And I would say that during the course of this period, from 2001, when the convention was ratified by Armenia, and up till now, environmentalists and activists in Armenia quite soon picked up and used what they perceived to be their rights according to the convention, and they sort of rephrased their questions towards Armenian authorities. They asked to see documents, they asked to see licenses, they asked to participate at public hearings, and so forth and so on. Academically, this can be sort of understood as invoking a new kind of, next slide, environmentality. Could I have next slide, please? I'm not going to read that definition of environmentality. This is a Foucauldian perspective, and there's no time for details here. But basically, it's about that such instruments kind of create new subjects, that by claiming their rights, they change their way of behavior, and environmentalism is changed by way of this. So during this period from 2001 up till 2014, we could see this gradual shift in environmental activism in Armenia, and less so in government circles. So the empirical conclusion then will be that changes and transition appears uneven. And although there has been a changing discourse in Armenia, there has not been a change in environmental politics. So transition is not necessarily gradual, it's messy and uneven. This leads me to the second point that I would like to talk about, namely transition, what now? Within anthropology, I might add, because in the sort of area study that I've involved in, post-socialism happens to be the sort of favored term that they use to acknowledge the changes that has occurred, not only in the former Soviet Union, but in the former Soviet sphere of influence in Eastern Europe as well. Next, yeah, now that's good, this slide, yes. So while this quote on the screen here might have some truth to it, I think the last point that anthropological theory on post-socialism hasn't contributed too much is a bit overstated. I mean, she mentions words of disillusionment and lack of theory building. This is overstated because already in 1996, there was published this book called What Was Socialism and What Comes Next? This was the same year as Panossian, who spoke here earlier today. This transition Bible was published in the same year. But anyway, in this book, What Was Socialism and What Comes Next? This sort of theory of transition and transitology was questioned, and the sort of naive assumption that change and transition would be smooth, would go rapidly, and that there was this illusion about these societies being some kind of tabula rasa where Westerners could just get in with funding and democratize these societies. The government in Norway, for instance, had that ambition in a white paper that was published, that they were going to restructure the societies in the East. Well, this statement is, this quote is also overstated. I think we should move to the next slide. No, back, one more back, this one, yes. It's a nice picture from Razdan. Anyway, there has been over the last couple of years an encouraging debate within anthropology that urge us to think between the posts, so to speak, namely between post-socialism and post-colonialism in anthropological theory and literatures. And what I would like to say here, basically, is that we might gain fruitful and interesting insights using theories and concepts from those different area studies, comparatively. After all, Western efforts to support democratization and civil society is perhaps not that different in a post-colonial setting and a post-socialist context. This is not a call to disregard the differences between those areas, but after all, Georgia and Kyrgyzstan, for instance, received far more development aid per capita than do what we may perceive of as traditional aid recipients in Africa, such as Kenya and Tanzania. And Armenia is also quite high up there on the list of recipients of development aid per capita. I think this comparative ambition might also be fruitful when it comes to an understanding of the environment, environmentalism, and environmental NGOs, and Western support for this in Armenia. Yesterday, there was mentioned quite often that the past is very much present in Armenia. And I think that is also valid for the Armenian environment. Just have a look at Lake Sevan, and the problems they have with Lake Sevan and the issue of the water level. Should it be raised? Should it be diminished? And actually, the environment around Lake Sevan could in many ways be read as a social and political and historical text involving processes dating back to the Soviet period, but also what might have been called the wild capitalist years and in the early 90s and further on. So by conclusion, I would just like to reiterate my point that with regards to environmentalism and the implementation of the Århus Convention in Armenia, this has been led to a change in environmentalist practices in Armenia and a change in the discourse on the environment in Armenia. Nevertheless, the transition has not been followed up by a change in politics to the same extent. I think that I'll end there. Okay.
Thank you very much. So what I'd like to do is take maybe about 5 minutes, and maybe we have microphones here and here. Maybe take 3 questions, just one after another, and then we'll ask the panelists to respond to one or another of those questions. So is there a question right there? Let's start with Rob, and then right behind Rob, and then right here. Those are our 3 questions. Oops. So we'll take 4 quick questions. No response till we hear all 4 questions, okay?
Yes, my question is for Dr. Hovhannisyan about the Armenian diaspora in Stavropol and Tbilisi and Russia and Georgia. Just for a little more detail or color, you made reference to the 2 communities both residing in rapidly nationalizing states. But my understanding was that the intensity and pace of the nationalization of Georgia, starting under Gamsakhourdia and through Saakashvili, was rather different and more intense, particularly as regards ethnic minorities and their churches, like those of the Armenians, than in Russia. But perhaps I'm wrong, or perhaps there are local particularities. There's been so much discussion of monuments and churches, and that's been so important in in Armenian-Georgian relations, that I thought I'd ask just to describe a little more of daily life and how those have differed in this aspect, in this respect. Thank you.
So you'll have a couple of minutes to think of your answer. We're going to take, yes, the question right here.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists. My name is Narek Seferian. I'm an independent researcher. I have a question for Mr. Kasparyan, Dr. Kasparyan. I would like to ask specifically about the Tashnaksutyun, the Armenian Revolutionary Federation, and its evolution in the way it has engaged with the homeland. As one of the preeminent diaspora organizations, it has both, and its auxiliary bodies, it has both a political engagement with the Republic of Armenia and also a social engagement. And I wonder if you drew a lovely picture of that evolution from the 80s until today. I wonder if you could speak a little bit more specifically about how the ARF, what it has gone through in all this time.
I'll try.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, the gentleman here.
Բարև ձեզ, ես հայերեն պետք է հարցնեմ, դրա համար ես հա թարգմանի չկա նոր։ Լևոն Գալստյան, հայկական բնապահպանական ճակատ նախաձեռնությունից։ Ուրեմն վերջի բանախոսին է հարցս ուղված, արդյոք ինքը չի կարծում, որ նոր սահմանադրությամբ ընդունվելով ըստ էության փակվեցին բոլոր ճանապարհները բնապահպանական իրավունքի եւ բնապահպանական շահերի զբաղվելով Հայաստանում, քանի որ
My question is aimed at the second speaker. Do you not think that with the second from the last, I'm sorry, speaker. Second from the last. The last one. I'm sorry. My Armenian really is better than that. And do you not think that with the adoption of the most recent version of the Constitution that any access to environmental rights has not been abridged?
Որովհետև ըստ էության վերացվեց ուրեմն պետության պարտավորությունը բնական միջավայրի պահպանության ոլորտում, ինչպես նաև վերացվեց պետական պաշտոնյաների պատասխանատվության գաղափարը բնապահպանական տեղեկատվությունը թաքցնելու առումով։
Because with that, both the responsibility of the government to protect environmental rights has been abridged, as well as the responsibility of government officials to it's no longer criminal to hide, for government officials to hide information about environmental realities and rights.
Okay, I think we should leave it at that. And then we have a final question. Yes. If you can run a mic over to the side.
Thank you very much. Antoine, the question, the first part is for you. First, a small point. There was a tradition of aiding Soviet Armenia during the Soviet period. So the diaspora had that tradition, although in 1988 that drastically changed. But you talked about the transformation from humanitarian aid to more politically engaged or social change, I think you called it. This entails for humanitarian aid or foreign aid or diasporan aid, whichever you want to call it, to start engaging in processes that will be interpreted as political processes. And I would like to hear your thought in terms of how do you square the circle of not being involved in politics, but actually in supporting social change movements. You are actually, whether willy-nilly, you are being involved in politics, and you have to be able to answer the question, there is enough money in Armenia anyway, it's just not being distributed properly. So that whole environment has changed as well, that there is money. It's not 1991, there is money in this country, or at least the elite has that money. Just a point to Paul, if you can elaborate a little bit on the Aarhus Convention and the fact that this is from the period that human rights-based approaches were being used in the environmental movement, and whether or not that human rights-based approach still has a resonance today.
So if I'm going to stay in the good graces of Salpi, I think each of these responses needs to be a minute to a minute and a half. And we'll just make our way from this side on my left and your right to this side. And then I will briefly introduce Eric.
I can agree with Professor English. Of course, nationalization processes in Russian Federation and Georgia are very different in post-Soviet this space. And maybe I can state that in different regions, even in Russia, this process of different law and different actions toward minorities are also very actual. So, of course, maybe the Armenian minority in Georgia or Armenian diaspora in Georgia get lesser in her in its size, and much of their representatives moved to Russian Federation and southern regions of Russia. Maybe it's the main reason was nationalization and national these strategies of Georgian state. I mean that Georgia is, of course, much more strict in this point, and maybe it's like a new tradition, neo-nationalism that is very actual on the post-Soviet space. It is also applicable to Georgia and Russian Federation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wasn't asked a question.
Okay. Thank you very much for your questions. I will start with your question regarding the Århus Convention and the relationship to human rights. Well, let me just say that the start of was perhaps the Rio Declaration in 1992, where there was an inclusion of the right for humans to have an access to naturally sound environment. And the Århus Convention is part of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe framework, and was developed within the Environment for Europe process that was initiated by the Czech government in 1994, I believe. And it led up to the convention being adopted in 1998. And sort of the link between environmental politics and human rights is rather strong in that sense, yes. Regarding your question about recent legal amendments in Armenia, well, I have just studied the process up to 2014 and how this particular case and complaint regarding the Tegut case and the Tegut license was sort of up for debate at the meeting of parties within the Århus Convention. So I haven't really sort of studied the effects of the new legislation. I would like to get more into that, but I can't be more specific now. Thank you.
And Antranik, I believe you get the last word with several big questions, but you'll have to keep it short.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the last word, really. They've given me dissertations here. Regarding Dashnak Suchun, I'm a little hesitant to reply because it's a little bit outside my field, but let me try. I think like many organizations, but especially nationalist organizations of the diaspora, Dashnak Suchun was very excited to get back in the game, and I think the Karabakh movement, and especially the Karabakh War, provided an opportunity for Dashnaks to provide solidarity support as well as fieldwork support in Karabakh. The earthquake, I think, gave a wide swath of the diasporan community an opportunity, including the Dashnak community. At the time, I think the Dashnak leadership coined a slogan or a motto called Tebi Yergir, hoping that they would mobilize thousands of young Dashnaks to come back and repatriate. That was partially successful at best. I think that after the dust had settled from 1988 till the early 90s, only a small number of leading Dashnak activists had repatriated. And I think that is probably one of the biggest challenges that remains. You have a Dashnak party here, but to this day, repats or expats constitute a rather small number of the active people. Now, you might say that's a good thing in that you've got homegrown people that have been attracted to the party program and party ideology. But in terms of a diasporan project to bring activists home and to become native, I would say the slogan did not, the dream of the slogan, the promise of the slogan was not fulfilled. I'm sorry, I think that's the best I can do with a short response. Razmik, you know, you're a master at asking 4 questions in one. That was beautiful. I'm happy to be educated about aid and assistance during the Soviet era. It's something I'm not well acquainted with, but I would still, as you say, I would suspect that it was an order of magnitude lower than what transpired beginning in '88. As far as the other questions, you know, it's always a tricky line. Where does social engagement end and where does politics begin? You know, the radical in me says, well, everything's political, right? Ideology is political, culture is political, everything is political. But I think if you're going to finally, with boots on the ground, decide what to do, I think there's developmental assistance that stops short of being explicitly political and enables people to do good things, including political things. I mean, I think of the sorts of assistance programs that I've administered for Tufenkian, for example. Domestic violence shelters that rehabilitate women, put them on their feet, and promote women's empowerment so that women can be reintegrated into society. Is that political? I suppose, if you cast a wide enough net, that's political. But I view it as clearly on this side of the line when you're talking within the field of humanitarian assistance. I guess the other point I would raise is that, look, you need local actors to make any program work. If local activists or local populations do not embrace the assistance programs that you're bringing over, if they're simply sucking the money out and there's nothing else coming out of it, those programs will die. You know, one thing I glossed over is that in the 90s, as not only diasporan, but international assistance streamed into Armenia at a high per capita rate. There was the development of a mini NGO industry in Armenia where people would just follow the money. And often the same recipient would tailor him or herself over and over again to get a grant under different guises, wearing different hats. But I think more and more there's an organic relationship now where there are people on the recipient side that actually embrace environmental rights and environmental justice. They embrace the struggle for gender equality. They embrace other advocacy or activist projects that the diaspora may embrace as well. As far as local money, yes, there's a lot of local money, but that's really beyond my subject for today. I'm talking more about diaspora and homeland assistance programs. All I can say is that the culture of charitable giving in this country, the culture is quite a bit different than it is in the West. Here I've found that generally there are few, maybe they're growing now, but there are few philanthropists who give without strings attached. Maybe that is changing, I hope it is changing, but the culture is quite different. Thank you.
Let's give applause to our panel. And I think the script is all of you can have your seats, and I'm going to briefly introduce Eric Ghazarian. Now, this is going to be very brief with just 3 or 4 points. The first, and you might not detect it from his accent, but he was born here in Armenia, very important. Secondly, he is a graduate of USC, of the School of Cinematic Arts. Third, he is a recipient of the Academy of Motion Pictures Nickel Fellowship, which I believe is for screenwriting. Fourth, he is currently working on a new project, which is an adaptation of Sandcastle Girls. I've had the pleasure, actually, of seeing the slides he's going to show you. But let's warmly welcome Eric Ghazarian.
God, it feels lonely up here. I have to actually look at the... Can you hear me? Good afternoon, beloved Armenians, beloved guests. First of all, my shout outs and big hugs to Salpi, Ghazarian, Silva Onhanyan, Susanna Petrosian. These are the Charlie's Angels of the USC Institute of Cinematic Studies. They've worked very hard to put this together, so please give them a round of applause. Sorry for those of you who can't see me, I have to face this way to look at the screen. So, all right, we got 15 minutes. So I'm going to bulldoze through about 100 years of history. Basically, as a screenwriter, as a storyteller, what we do is we take a cow and we butcher it until the filet mignon, and that's the movie. So we're going to go through the entire history of Armenian cinema in the 20th century. And you know, one of my favorite writers, Sam Shepard, and a lot of other writers, when we were studying screenwriting, one of the golden rules was basically everything in life has 3 acts, a beginning, middle, and end. You know, and the solid, good endings of a story, the wisdom was that they point to even greater beginnings of another story. Like The Godfather, Godfather Part 1, Part 2, many, many, many stories around the world that have phenomenal endings that make you linger and question and want to see more and maybe even continue that character's journey. Unfortunately, in the history of Armenia and Armenians in the 20th century, that's the exact opposite case, because every end of an empire has led to tragedy, destruction, and rebirth, starting with the end of the Ottoman Empire in 1915, that led to the genocide, that was a part of the genocide, that created the genocide. Then to the end of the Soviet Empire, which coincided with the national self-determination movement of Artsakh and the Gyumri earthquake. So we're a nation that has been besieged by tragedy in our narrative. This is a part and parcel of our ethnic identity. Excuse me, this microphone is, all right. So basically what I want to do is, with the first slide, as a filmmaker, I'm an image maker, and hopefully the goal is every image you make braids into a story that transcends your own narrative and is more relevant to non-Armenians. And I want to start with this image because the 20th century was the century of the motion picture. Motion picture was born end of the 19th century in the era of industrialization. But in the teens, specifically in 1915, the birth of the first feature film was born, called Birth of a Nation, a very controversial film that D.W. Griffith, the father of film, created, whereby he created a narrative. So around this time in 1915, you had, ironically, the birth of a nation in America, and you had the murder of our nation in Western Armenia. This is one of the first images that has been composed and shot for a feature film, motion picture film made by Alexander Minervin in 1914, 1915, called The Tragedy of Turkish Armenia, aka Under the Yoke of the Kurds. And this was a silent film made about the Kurds butchering the Armenians during the time of the genocide. This film does not exist anymore because film stock of that era was fallible and was very, very impermanent. But this is one of 2 images that we've been able to find that is arguably the first motion picture still of the Armenian atrocities. Next slide, please. 4 years after that, Aurora Mardiganyan, whom you all know now from the Zeitgeist and from the prize named after her and from the first silent film, arguably ever made about, a crime against humanity, which was the genocide, even before it was coined the term genocide. Again, the first time audiences around the world were exposed to the concept of an Armenian was of a destroyed, victimized, oppressed, brutalized, raped race. And the mass production of image-making technology in print, as you've seen through all the many, many different publications and photographs from Armin Wegener to all the anonymous photographers that documented these images that were disseminated. As they say, you don't get a second chance to make a first impression. This was the first impression that the world got of Armenians as a victimized nation, aka the starving Armenians. So it's very important to begin with this because this is one of the key things that I'm going to talk about and how to deconstruct that and how moving forward into the 21st century, what are some of the trends and advents of what what it means to be an Armenian in our era now that is entirely image-dominated. Like Jean-Luc Godard said in 1960s, one day everything will be cinema. Well, everything now is cinema. It's on your Facebook, it's on your YouTube, it's your Twitter, it's your Skype. Everything is motion pictures and sounds braiding into narrative. So next slide, please. So basically, when Armenia Sovietized, it was the birth of the Soviet Armenian cinema. And what happened was you had these incredible talents that were born in the previous century, one of whom I'm going to talk about, which is Hamobek Ghazarian, who is the founding father of Armenian cinema. And Hamobek Ghazarian was an actor in pre-revolutionary Russia who fell in love with the Russian style of filmmaking. He was a man who absorbed incredible volumes of culture. He was completely well-versed in Tiflis, in Armenia, in Russia, in Armenians from Azerbaijan. So he ended up making what is the first feature film called Namus. Next slide, please. And this is our wonderful Hamobek Ghazarian. Next slide, please. So Namus basically was the Caucasian Romeo and Juliet, written by Alexander Shirvanzadeh, who was born in the Shirvan province in Azerbaijan, who had basically seen all the dehumanization that people in the oil industry, the proletariat was going through, and he became kind of like a proto-feminist around the turn of the century, and he wrote this incredibly melodramatic play, which basically, next slide please, Haracha Nersesyan plays Seyran, who falls in love, his childhood sweetheart, Susan, who, because of masculine, hyper-masculine traditions of Namus, where the woman is not allowed to see the man before they're actually tying the knot, the father decides to marry her off to Rustam Agha, and Rustam Agha ends up killing her, and he ends up committing suicide. So there you have it. This was a very important play at the time that Hamobek Ghazarian adapted into the screen, and it was a blockbuster of its era. It was what introduced Armenian cinema to the Soviet republics. Next slide, please. And then in 1926, he did a game changer. He made the first film ever in the history of motion pictures about the Kurds in a Yazidi village in Armenia. Talk about globalization now. This man was way ahead of his time. And one of his obsessions was Sergei Eisenstein's Potemkin and all the German films that he had seen that were basically very Orientalist in approach. He decided to do the indigenous Dances with Wolves version, where he went into the Kurdish tribes, Kurdish cities and villages, Kurdish villages in Armenia, spent a lot of time studying their traditions, and basically made the Kurdish Romeo and Juliet. Again, Seifo the shepherd falls in love with Zare, and ultimately she ends up being stolen by Timur Bek, who ends up getting Seifo drafted into the army to get rid of him. So this was also a very big game changer in the silent era. And with the advent of the 30s, next slide please. Beppo, which was the first sound film made in Armenia, with Haracha Nersesyan again. He's like the Hashlama Clark Gable. He's present in every single Armenian movie of the era. And again, it's timeless and iconic themes of the poor, naive fisherman and the cunning, the merchant who ends up making a bargain with him. This film was actually composed by Aram Khachaturian in one of his first roles as a music composer for the screen. So it was a period of, in the Soviet Armenia, Armenian stories were being mass-produced during the 20s and 30s throughout the Soviet Union. So they were able to eclipse this idea of the devastated, ravaged, victimized Armenian, that we saw in the West. And it was very much a closed Iron Curtain society, so people were not very aware of these films outside of their home countries, because it was the time when industrialization gave Armenia the tools to industrialize, to urbanize, during the time of Stalin. And the death knell of Armenian cinema, of all of Soviet cinema, was the time that Stalin was in power until his death. After he died, Soviet cinema exploded with the Soviet Renaissance in the 60s, with Ballad of a Soldier, Sergei Parajanov, all the greats. Next slide, please. So this is Zangezur, again, amazing. I don't know how they got this past the censors, but it's about Dashnaks in Zangezur, fighting the Bolshevik, army coming in. And again, there's Haracha Nersesyan, slightly more grayer, and the film stock's a little bit more better. Next slide, please. Ruben Mamoulian from Tiflis went to America, became one of the pioneers of sound film with the film Applause, and he continued to be able to really master the craft, very much like Elia Kazan did. For the Greeks, Ruben Mamoulian was our Elia Kazan, and he was a game changer. And this was an era of game changers. This was an era of incredibly erudite men and women. A lot of the women that did not get the chance to make films because cinema was a man's sport, unfortunately, to their loss. Next slide, please. And then in the 60s, you have Sergei Parajanov, who was the true iconoclast and the rebel, who was versed in, his first films were done in the Ukraine, then in Russia, in Georgia, in Armenia. He was a Renaissance man, again, a game changer, who was able to take classic Armenian themes like Sayat Nova music, the bard, the minstrel, the troubadour, and make them into a beautiful cinematographic, not a story, but an experience that was audiovisual and sensory, at a time when a lot in Soviet cinema changed after the death of Stalin, and with the advent of the quote-unquote thaw, a lot of these filmmakers experimented more, and they were able to, they were kind of like smugglers and bards, I call them. There's the smugglers and bards of the Soviet era, who were making political films, but they were doing it very much under the radar, and they really knew what made a good story well told on film, not what made a good story well told at the dinner table. Very two different things. Next slide, please. Shadows of Our Forgotten Ancestors, one of my favorite movies of all time. Has anybody seen this movie? All right, everybody should be taking down notes of these movies. They're not on Netflix, but you can buy them in Noyan Tapan. Watch these movies. This is your heritage. This is world heritage. These are magnificent stories of incredible poetry that really transcended their time. So I highly encourage you to watch these movies, because you will get a sense of what these masters were capable of doing with very little. Next slide, please. And Color of Pomegranates, we all know that. Next slide, please. Now we're going to bulldoze through the cow, get to the filet mignon. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Menk, Ardavaz Pelesyan, phenomenal documentary filmmaker, made some of the most incredible documentary images of Soviet Armenian life. Highly recommended. Again, another game changer. Next slide, please. And Hello, It's Me, Barev Yesem by Frunzik Duvlatyan. This was a film that was nominated for the Palme d'Or in 1966. Another must-see film that dealt with life in the 60s Armenia. It's about love, it's about Yerevan, it's about life, it's about all the great themes that transcend borders and ethnic identities into something that the Europeans embraced wholeheartedly. Next slide, please. Nahapet Henrik Malyan, who was my late beloved father Haik Ghazarian's teacher here at the Khachaturi Abovian Pedagogical Institute. Again, another film about the genocide, probably the best film about the genocide, really, in my humble opinion, about a man who returns, it comes to Yerevan in eastern Armenia after the genocide, after losing his wife and child, and he's unable to love again. He is unable to continue until his brother-in-law convinces him that he must move on. Very simple, very poetic, very profound. Again, another very strong European contender. Next slide, please. Albert Mukherjee's Tango of Our Childhood, another beautiful film about a man that returns from war, falls in love with a nurse, and his wife tries to get him back. One of the best of the Armenian neo-realist films of the 60s, of the 80s. Went to the Venice Film Festival. Next slide, please. Again, from the 80s now, you see these people were making these movies at a time when Armenia had a consolidated identity that had state support. It had very little to lack within the artistic sector. Around the 80s, in the time of Glasnost Perestroika, as you can see, some of the films that started to be less about storytelling and more about identity crises, psychological problems, metamorphoses, men and women struggling with their own identity, the incapacity to love. Next slide, please. 13th Apostle, was based on a Ray Bradbury story. Again, very futuristic, but also very relevant and prescient to its time. Next slide, please. And basically, we come back to the ends and the transitions. So these critical, pivotal epoch that ended with the Soviet Union and with the Gyumri earthquake and the Artsakh self-determination front are what basically was the death knell of the Soviet Armenian era and the birth of an uncertain era of statehood, of nationhood, of independence, of freedom, of Azad Ankah Hayastan, quote unquote. Next slide, please. So again, going back to the storytelling wisdoms that we learned in film school, you know, a good solid end leads to a great beginning. And again, this was not the case with our people and our culture. It was a tragic end and a violent beginning. And this permeated through all sectors of society, ultimately devastating the economy, devastating the film industry, pretty much that golden era of Armenian cinema that was continuously continuing to propel itself into the future with these masters was coming to a very rapid close. Next slide, please. And we have the pogroms in Sumgait, in Kirovabad, also known as Ganzak, originally Ganzak, and the Baku pogroms, which basically harkened back to the genocide and to the obsession and the need and the fear of another annihilation about to happen, which is what ultimately led to the mobilization and the nationhood that this country needed in order to go to war and to reclaim the historical territories of Artsakh. Next slide, please. So these, again, the pogroms, next slide, please. Around this time, you had, again, themes of homeland, themes of loss. Garot, another brilliant film by Franzik Duvlatian, about Arakel Bidza, who crosses the Araks to go back and visit his mother's and father's grave in Western Armenia from the time of the genocide. So again, it's a return to this past, it's a return to this loss, it's a return to identity and root. He gets caught, put on a train to Siberia and hangs himself en route. Another tragic end at a time that was very prescient because Armenia was again questioning its identity and questioning what it must do to preserve that identity, to not be the starving and victimized Armenians anymore, that 1915 defined us as in the world's eyes. Next slide, please. And again, Nagorno-Karabakh, another major chapter and one of the defining factors of the Armenian identity that moved toward the end of the 20th century with a ceasefire in 1994. Next slide, please. Next one. So yes, from 20 cinemas to 2 cinemas around this time. High film shrank, it got deserted, the equipment basically ended up being defunct, and there was no moolah, there was no bread to be able to support the state industry. So with the advent of digital technology in the late 90s, early 2000, the evolution of cinema started to micro-miniaturize to where we are now, which is you can basically shoot and edit a movie on your iPhone. Next slide, please. So going back to Janis Joplin, freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. With the disappearance of the USSR, censorship also disappeared, state funding also disappeared, sustainable working class stability was also in decline in the 90s. Independent filmmakers started to work within the confines of these dwindling film industries. A lot of themes, obviously, with the war, the earthquake, and globalization, but a deficit in the means of production. Storytelling, Soviet Armenian storytelling of folklore and literary adaptations were at a nadir, and ultimately, filmmakers started to explore personal narratives and smaller, sustainable, realizable films. Golden Apricot International Film Festival was created in 2003, becoming kind of like the Cannes of the Caucasus, a very, very vibrant festival that brought some of the best filmmakers around the world and created co-production forums in which they invited European members of a variety of nations, including Eurimage, including the French CNC, including all the different workshops and forums and experts that were able to try and help create that bridge between Armenia and European film funding sources. Next slide, please. And with the privatization became the polarization, lack of laws on the film sector until the implementation of film culture into a wider Armenian narrative. These are some of the treaties that have been signed. Armenia became a member state of the Eurimage Fund, which is very important. Obviously, with the recent elections, we have yet to see how this will affect the law on cinematography in Armenia. Next slide, please, and I promise I'll wrap up. These are some of the movies that I grew up in that were available to us in Los Angeles when I was watching them on VHS. And again, just for your knowledge, you can write them down if you want. If you don't, Ungor Panjuni, was a Western Armenian literary adaptation by Armen Manaryan, highly recommended. Forest Hospital is about a hospital during the Nagorno-Karabakh War. Vigen Chaldranian's A Voice in the Wilderness was adapted by Agassi Ayvazian's brilliant novel. Haroutounian Khachatarian, my dear friend, Return to the Promised Land, excellent documentary. This is kind of a snapshot of Armenia, in the 90s, at a time of the critical transitional period. Next slide, please. And basically, with the democratization of technology, we have microchips have replaced celluloid, analog went digital, and the portability of cameras. And I'll end on the note that, next slide, please. I'll end on the note that in the Soviet Armenian era, the people that I just showed you and I talked to you about were men and women that worked remarkably within the confines of a state-industrialized film industry. They smuggled their themes into their movies. They were able to export Armenian culture in a way that was unprecedented until then. The generation now, my generation, the next phase is the do-it-yourself disruptors. We need storytellers to go back to the roots of filmmaking, of storytelling, of personal cinema. Very much like our neighbor Iran has done, like Turkey has done, like Romania has done, developing countries that have done. They're able to make very low-budget movies for under $1 million, and they're able to sell them to 120, 130 territories in film markets. And by doing that, they're sustaining their film industry and they're exporting their culture. And if we don't get our boots together and really firmly stand and hold our ground and create a centralized and very, very diversified film financing culture, which we can't afford. It's not a question about affordability, because there's money in this country. It's a lack of discipline, and it's a lack of understanding the power of the cinematic medium to transcend borders and ultimately bring back to the root basics of what it means to be a human through an Armenian prism. Thank you very much.
I was thinking about using Don's bell, but I thought, can't do that with Eric. Lunch now, just out the hall and down a little ways. At 3 o'clock, we're starting really on time. Ruben Vardanyan, who was unable to come yesterday, is coming today at 3. He will be a solo act like Eric was, and then we will continue with Dr. Irina Agaplanyan moderating the third panel, and then Dr. Hans Gutbrot moderating the fourth. So quick lunch, yalla. Thank you.
Sorry, I went over.
No, you didn't. Harev says, welcome back. Good afternoon. Happy lunch. Lunch was by Art Bridge. I hope you enjoyed it, as is the coffee and tea to come. We don't want you hungry or thirsty. We want you to stay. Welcome back. You remember yesterday's program, our last speaker was going to be Mr. Ruben Vardanyan, who was unable to come yesterday. We're grateful that he's here today, given that the Aurora weekend is coming up and that he probably has a few other things to do. You know Mr. Ruben Vardanyan in various capacities. He's a philanthropist, he's a businessman, Armenia-born, lived in Moscow, became a businessman in Moscow, established First Investment Bank, First Business School. He's also very unusual. He's unusual in many ways. He's unusual particularly in the fact that he began to plan and think about transition in a strategic way before the rest of us were, before the government was perhaps. And in that context, in the context of Armenia 2020, they began to ask the questions that transitologists, that observers of the transition, that people living in the transition were asking in far less structured, methodological, rigorous ways, and that is, what are we transitioning to? Who do we want to become? So from the context of Armenia 20 to today's IDEA Foundation, which is basically his family foundation that has expanded to friends and other investors, donors who believe that development is an important path for Armenia. So between planning for a transition and today, in fact, in some ways, and this is my interpretation, in some ways actually implementing that transition. So in all of those contexts, we're very grateful that he's here to share with us his thoughts about what came first, what comes next. Mr. Vardanyan, Hamitsek, thank you very much.
Thank you, Salpi, for so kind words, and I'm sorry again missing yesterday, but I'm sure it was very fruitful discussions. Like Salpi said, we are doing some very unusual exercise already the last 15 years. I couldn't imagine it was done in 2001 with Nubar Afeyan. We met in Harvard and said, okay, let's organize discussion about future of Armenia in 20 years ahead. And it was not easy time. Armenia was just coming up after the tough 90s. And we said, let's look, can we do it or not? I said, we have a dual results. One, it was very successful from point of the bringing different Armenian from the different perspectives and sitting together and talking about future of Armenia. It was amazing, good group of people with very different views. And we got very interesting results. We got 18 research with Michael Porter, McKinsey, Armenian researcher about corruption, about foreigners in Armenia. We got tons of materials. I said, great, this is now. And we got very interesting 4 scenarios, which today, you can read it, by the way, we published recently, where Armenia can go. In 2004, we finished this first part, we had all these debates, discussions, and said, okay, now let's open this for discussion. And this was our biggest failure. I'll be very frank, what's happened, we provide this information for government officials, for opposition, for diaspora, for young people, no reaction. We thought they will kill us. We thought they will criticize us, will say, you're wrong, it's not the right approach, not the right methodology. We said everything was fine. We expected anything can become, but didn't expect it would be ignorance. The way how Portugal was killed by basically silence. And not only from government, but official and opposition was the same. And diaspora, and young people didn't read it. I remember when I found, this is the end of my story, when I met the graduates of the top American business school and British business school kids, which was really being very proud. 30 people came to meet me. I'm an investment banker. We just came from Harvard, you know. And I realized no one read any materials what we are providing to them. I said, okay, if these people don't reading, I cannot do anything. In 2005, yeah, we also met the president, co-chair. He said, great, thank you very much. I believe day by day working is the most important. I said, okay, well, we have other options. And they said, okay, let's try to do what we can do. In 2008, we, after doing some small project like magazine Yerevan and a couple other symbolic projects, said, okay, let's do something more systemic. Let's try to go from the vision to execution, which is sometimes the most difficult part of the transition, right? You can have a great vision, but it's execution was one of the most difficult part of all of us, in business or in a public sector or in a government. We pick up the 6th project, which now looks like a very smart choice, but it was done by more intuitively. We said, okay, we identify with McKinsey 10 industries, which will be key driver, 5 industries will be key drivers, and 5 industries will be important to support these changes. We identify key area of the changes in the culture side and in the economical prosperity side. We said, okay, we know where is the key drivers, and let's try to see, can we do any project here? And some of you, how many of you been in DATEV? Just, okay, good. You saw it, and this is an interesting story, because many people ask me a question, do you have relatives from DATEV? I said, no, I'm not from DATEV. And any of your friends said, no, we are not from DATEV. We are not connected with DATEV, anything except strategic vision. And we pick up DATEV for many reasons. One of the reasons also, it was one of the most difficult part of Armenia to develop and say, if we can do in DATEV, we can do everywhere. And it was very simple choices. The choice was, we're investing $12 million in a cable car, which was big question for not only for local Armenians, but for international IFIs. And I'll be very frank with all of you sitting, by the way, who is from IFIs present here? Can I just see, is any people from IFI, international financial institutions or any international? Okay, yesterday, nobody. I don't want to blame without maybe, but I said, we want to do best. I said, no. It's 9 villages around DATEV. It needs to be supported by unemployment. Just give some infrastructure, renovation of these 9 villages. Don't do crazy things. What's a cable car again? And I remember we had a consultant company, and we count how many tourists were going in DATEV. In the 6 months' time, it was 4,000 people. Less than 4,000 people was going in DATEV in 2009. Okay? And they said, okay, Ruben, you're doing stupid investment. Let's buy the smallest cabin you can buy. It's 25 people seats. I said, okay, I tried because the maximum we can get 16,000 people. This is the 4 times more what you have today. This will be what happened with you. And we all recommend you to spend money to infrastructure of the villages, but don't do this cable car. We built the cable car, which some of you use it. Last 3 years, we got 100,000 people who paid $10 to buy the ticket to go to DATEV, and 50,000 people not buying tickets, they're going by car, which brings the flow of the tourists to DATEV 25 times more than it was before, okay? And nobody expected. This is why we said we believe in transition. A country like Armenia, which is very small, can be done in 2 ways. One way is you're trying to fix all the problem and slowly evolutionary change the country in a better stage. The second option, you're choosing anchor projects who will really be driver of the changes. We pick up this attitude, we pick up this approach. We said, okay, if DATEV worked and it was collegial, best by international standards, it achieved multi-effect goals, it's self-sustainable now, it's supporting also the church restoration, it's creating jobs, it's creating opportunity for other people. We got 20 hotels, restaurants, bed and breakfast open around this cable car by other people. We got souvenir shops, we got a lot of things around this because of this anchor project. Okay, we proved it can work. We went out and said, okay, can we bring, because Armenia is 98% is Armenians living in Armenia, can we bring world to Armenia? And one of the best challenges, can we bring the specialists who can come to work for Armenia? And what we found, including the diplomats, one of the problems getting best diplomats in Armenia, most of them, they choose Armenia if they're not married or they have no kids. Why? Because we have no good schools for foreigners to study in Armenia, and that's why they prefer to not come to Armenia or come without family. So, okay, we cannot attract the best professionals if we not can get really very good infrastructure. So the school is becoming important. So we choose the Dilijan, which is the second one. People said, why you choose the Dilijan? I said, not because of Mimino movie, not because of the I've been born there. It's because of the strategic map what we did with McKinsey. And this was, again, a vision which we try to implement by anchor projects. So the education, foreigners needs to study in Armenia, we need to present Armenia the way people never know about Armenia. People never know about Armenia, needs to hear about it. We pick up Dilijan, we made the school. There was a lot of criticism inside of Armenian society. We said, why are you investing? First of all, it's non-Armenian language school. It will kill Armenian language. It will be anti-Armenian. Second was, why are you investing $150 million in one school where you can rebuild 150 schools in 150 villages, and which will much better result. And I will be honest, in some way it's a fair point, because we need to rebuild 150 schools in 150, and it's a very important job. But we said for transition, for changes, for jumping from one system to other system, you need something that will boost you up, otherwise you cannot change. So despite the criticism, we said we will do it anyway. How many of you have been in Dilijan? You saw the Dilijan. Okay, you saw the school, nice building, we can be proud about building, but not about building. We got kids from 75 countries today studying in Armenia. From Japan, to Chile, to Zimbabwe, from this entire region, including Turkish kids. 8 Turkish kids studying every year in Armenia for 2 classes. And this is what I said, it's critical for us. If we believe Armenia can become a regional hub for a region, we can have no options. We need to learn how to work with and how to live with people. Iranian, Turkish, Arabic, Syrian, Georgian, Palestinian, and we'll be happy if Azerbaijan kids will come and study with us, because we need to know about one day we'll be live together again, and we need to have a relationship. So they say that for us, the Dilijan school was very critical from point of the building some educational cluster, and around this we're building now much bigger infrastructure. Building is awareness about where is Armenia in the map, because most of the kids never heard about Armenia before we came to the school. The third project, we said, okay, we got 2 good projects, which one is tourism, one education. Both of them is a very important part of the developing not only Yerevan, because we are a mono-city country. We have 1.3 million people living in Yerevan, and we have an entire other population living in a very small town city. How we can balance a little bit differently? So, okay, we need to develop 4 places which will allow tourists, any other person traveling, spend less of 2.5, 3 hours maximum to go from Yerevan to this place, stay and go further, not coming back to Yerevan. But today, whoever coming in Armenia, coming to Yerevan and going back and forth, Garni Gerard, Ejmiadzin, whatever, Noravang, and coming back. No option. And people tired. We don't want to go and back the same road. So I said, okay, Altev and Goris, Stepanakert Shushi, Dilijan, Sevan, and Gyumri. This is the 4 other places we need to develop, not because we love the place, because this is allowing us having 2.5 hours drive, and critical have a unique propositions which we can use for different reasons. The other problem was, we all know, Armenia has a lot of fantastic cultural heritage about the churches, monasteries. After 3 churches, you're becoming tired. You cannot see anymore. You cannot see the difference. You want to see something else, okay? You want to, that's why, again, I'm sorry to say again, I'm very highly to the Armenian church, and I believe it's very critical for us to develop values, but from point of tourism, from point of the attracting people, you cannot just show our own monasteries. So we said, let's pick up and develop in each place some additional attraction, like we had with Tatev. Now we have a Tatev monastery, which is unique, and we have a cable car, the longest in the world, which is also creating a destination place. In Dilijan, let's have we're building now the church, our Hartsin is renovated, Goshavang is very nice, but let's build a place where we a lot of conference, festivals happen. We said, okay, this is the third is, what we are missing is financial infrastructure. So in 2008, we bought the bank for number 22 in 22 banks. And we gave money to local people. So can local people compete against the big foreign bank? Because in the banking industry, surprisingly in Armenia, we never monopolized. It was always in competition. And we got Western banks, HSBC, Crédit Agricole, Lebanese bank, Russian banks. And 22 banks is too big for, let's be too many for Armenia. Armenia is very small. Okay, let's see how Armenians can compete in one of the most competitive industries. Today, you all know, Ameria Bank is #1 bank, and we are very proud to see, like shareholders, how the local management did this all by just building right professional bank. And we got EBRD shareholder, we got IFC, and others supporting this bank. The 4th project, we said, okay, it's good, nice. We prove we can be competitive. We prove we can do in the most difficult regional place. We prove we can do something from bringing Armenia to the world to the Armenia. Let's try to not forget about our heritage, what we have outside of Armenia, because it's very critical. Because Armenia and the Armenian world is much bigger. We cannot just talk about our own country, we need to talk about also what is outside of Armenia. And we pick up the Georgia, Tbilisi, because it's the closest for us, and also big historical heritage. And we pick up Sub Gevorg Church with my partners, my colleagues. And by the way, I want to say all this project was done by not our family, it's done by 460 donors and investors participating in this project. And I'm very proud to say it's the most successful part of it. I'm really proud. It's the people, non-Armenian, Armenian institutions, and people with different backgrounds. I love it, but they all join us and doing this together. Anyway, we did Sub Gevorg reconstruction, and we did in Moscow, building from scratch, church, school, museum, hotel, and common ground place for the meetings. Saying it needs to be a new approach when you're building something, not just religion, but it's also culture, spiritual, educational place in one place. And we looked at some project in Venice. We did in St. Lazare in 2015. We got the gold medal for the Biennale. We used the Venice, our St. Lazare, and say, okay, let's keep our historical traditions and bring something modern art to the old island. This is why we said, let's bring and combine our history, our traditions, and our future. This always we try to make this type of the connections between the Détente and the most modern technology from Doppelmayr Swiss company. From the ecological school, we got the best building in Europe in 2015 by ecological standards, and at the same time we keep the Armenian style in a school image. Okay, we said, okay, we have us for the fifth. Let's do how we can position, how can brand Armenia, and of course Aurora is part of the helping us to be out of the victimization mood and become more proud to be successful and be more thinking long-term and go ahead, not past. Of course, Aurora is helping humanitarian world, which is under big crisis today. We are finding this is a very important element for not only for us, but for the entire world. And we're very proud what we did, finding some new way how we're doing this prize ceremony and prize awarding, with the money is not going just to winner, because usually what is the prize? The prize was recognition about the past success, saying thank you very much, you've been great, this is your prize. What we did, we found a way how the person get the prize, reinvesting his money backwards to creating a snowball effect and making this continuous stuff with the charity activities. Okay, Aurora has become also very important branding of Armenia, because today one of the questions, what kind of association are you getting if you're hearing names of Armenia? Genocide, Kim Kardashian, now Henrik Mkhitaryan, thanks God, Yuri Oganessian in Russia, maybe some of the scientific people say, first Christian country. Where are in the map? We're not in the map, okay? What we are doing for Aurora is also creating the awareness of Armenians, living in the border between Shiite, Sunni, Orthodox, European culture, Russian Orthodox culture. We're trying to be in the middle, we're trying to be a regional hub. So Aurora is playing a very important role also promoting the country. It's okay, we're promoting the country. We have a nice tour of the people can go around Armenia. But the problem, roads, the problem, the guides, the problem, transportation. We cannot get accessibility to Armenia is very bad compared to Georgia. We work with the government very hardly and convince, despite all the arguments about open sky. Of course, open sky, we can argue today, is not working fully, but at least it's allowing many airlines to fly to Armenia. We continue to work hard, attract them, because it's just not enough to be open sky policy. It needs to hardly convincing them to come to Armenia and to do flights to Armenia, because we don't have a business passenger. We have only tourist passengers. It's not enough success, not enough economically supporting it. So this is why, okay, this is the picture. We got open sky, these policy changes. We got what we're doing for the world, what the world coming to Armenia, how to geographically we are trying to develop the most difficult areas, what we can do in education, what we can do in the financial industry. We also invest, and we're today running 142 projects in a different, totally we invest $550 million in 8 years' time in a different project. Like I said, a part of the project is commercial, part of it is pure charity, part of it is social impact. And this is our strongest belief. For a country like Armenia, because we are very small, we cannot have an option to go project by project, because the size of a project is very small. Attraction for the big corporations, or IFIs, or international, will be much, much easier if you can get sizable, scalable, if you can real holistic approach and say, you know what, this is all we want linked to each other. This is our one strategy, this is our vision, which allowed us to look at the country and say, we see country, and this is maybe not everybody will agree, like regional hub for the future of Armenia. And some people say, no, what? No, we want to become part of your empire. Doesn't matter if the empire name is EU or Russia, it's a part of the bigger union. Or some people say, no, what? No, we want to stay enclave. We don't want to be part of anyone, but we want to also don't be a regional hub. Because regional hub means we need to accept, but here in Armenia, in 20 years' time, 30% will non-Armenian people will live, or people going back and forth. And if today we have a very secure enclave reality where no criminal, you can walk in the street without being scared. You don't have a terrorism because it's all mononational. With the hub, you can get this out of the minuses. And so, you know what, I would prefer not have a hub because we need to be more competitive. We need to do something more to be staying like we as it is also fine. Let's define it and let's say what will be strategy to make the best enclave in the world that everybody will dream to live here and how we can make self-sustainable. The vision what we have today is saying we want to see Armenian nation, people who live in Armenia, healthy, very well educated, doing creativity and science and innovations in a very modern and professional ecosystem, soft and hard. Ecosystem includes infrastructure and legislation and environment, everything. Using Armenia like the country, like hub for the nation and connections between the region and the worldwide, with the keeping our national identity is one of the key competitive advantages. And because I'm a strong believer about the local concept, where you're the global citizen with your global vision, but you have your strong local identification of who you are by your. It's what happened in our school, which I love the Dilijan school. Because many schools, international schools exist in the world, and I've been in many schools. You're going in Britain, you're going in America, great country. We have 60 nationalities studying in our university. No, it's a big difference. You're coming to America, you're coming to Russia, you're coming to France, you're coming to Britain, and despite how many nationalities, you are becoming part of the new culture. You're trying to become British, you're trying to become American, you're trying to become Russian. Here, what's happening in Dilijan, you are pushed to keep your identity. You're learning how to live with other nationalities, but at the same time you're staying local. You need to be proud to be Japanese, you need to be proud to be Chilean, learning what it means to live in the same room with the person with different culture. And this is a very important difference, which I believe Armenians, who've been historically, hundreds of years, most adaptive nation in the world, who've been uniquely going around the different places around the world, doing the trade and negotiations with people they never know, with different culture, and become very adaptive to new reality, but not assimilated. And this is, I think, one of our competitive advantages today in the world, because isolation is a normal behavior of the local people who be immigrants. Assimilation is another extreme. To be adaptive but not be assimilated, I think one of the key challenges that we can give to the world. And our vision, what we can do to the world, how we can do best, because we hate mediocrity. We said Armenia will be died by mediocrity. We want to get something which world will really be interesting to learn on us. And we're trying to make it all holistic, long-term vision. Our key challenges, Armenians don't believe about this. We are very real people. We want to touch. I think we don't touch, we not believe it. And it's a part of the trust level. We are worldwide, trust is very low level. The other problem is the long term. We're talking about, we're already doing this 15 years. Can you imagine? I'm talking about here something which we're doing 15 years. And to achieve what we want to achieve, at least in the level we can talk more precise, it will take 15 years more. We're talking about 25 years of the commitment, which is unusual of current environment in the world. Everything changing. 25 years time, the telecommunication industry didn't exist and it will be disappeared before we'll get 25 years will pass away, right? We're talking about something which really looks like unbelievable long, but at the same time it's nothing. It's a very short from point of the, it's just one generation. So we don't have a financial instruments today, maximum 10 years bond. The only very developed countries can issue bonds of the 30 to 25 years maturity. Private equity, 10 years maximum. Venture fund, 10 years maximum. The people's commitment, 3-5 years in average working in a company. We're talking about commitment for 25 years. We're talking about the social impact measurement in 25 years. And we're talking about something which people cannot understand at all. Because in industrial society, we've been specialized in each area. We've been specialized because of the industrial requirements with request to specialize. Now we're in 21st century, where the main driver is the creativity and knowledge. It's not specialization. It needs to be holistic approach about everything, because everything needs to become interconnected. That's why we understand all the challenges. We understand it's a big issue for us to achieve with all what we're trying to do together with the people around us. At the same time, we're very proud of what we did it, and we're happy to share our experience. We're doing now some of the discussion and presentation what we're doing for World Bank, because the world is facing very interesting situation. Sustainable Development Program, which UN has approved, is a $4 trillion a year investment. First goal, and everybody talk about this, how we can raise $2.5 trillion, which is gap, because we have a 1.5 trillion, not 4 trillion. But nobody talk about second problem, how you can deploy $4 trillion a year in countries like Armenia, which is 40 countries like Armenia, plus 100 countries like Armenia by economic development, where there is no infrastructure, no partner, no institutions, but you need to work with the counterpartners who not have the same. Say, the second challenge which we feel is how we can really make this model, Armenian model, replicable for the world, and how we can make understanding of all this difference, what's coming in our reality, will push us in direction which we're not ready. Thank you very much. It's okay, yeah, it's fine. You want it? I don't know. You're not bored by. If you're not bored about my speech, I'm happy to answer 5 questions. If you have a question, maybe you don't have a question.
You know me, my tendency is to say we need to move on, but I don't know when we would get another opportunity like this. So if you don't mind, can we put 10 minutes to questions?
No, it's okay. I'm already too long, right?
No, I mean, we're doing this. Okay, 10 minutes, but please, just questions, and we're just going to go do it the way that Dawn did it. We'll grab 3 questions and then move on.
Yeah, 3
I
questions.
see Mika? Yes, Mika back there.
Thank you very much for this presentation. To tell you,
Really fast, huh?
yeah, I just want to ask, how much of your investment, we know that Armenia has a huge poverty problem, and how much of your investment trickles down really percentage-wise to alleviate poverty in Armenia?
Back to Mika back there.
Hi, my name is Mikhail Zolan. I'm from here, from Yerevan. So first, just a small point. There is no public transportation, basically, from the airport to the downtown city, and I have no hope that the government will ever do anything about it. So I just want to raise that with you, hoping that you will address that. That's the only person I think who can do that. And my real question is that right now in Armenia, if you want to have a successful career, whatever the field, business, football, chess, music, most often you have to leave Armenia, spend some time abroad, then you become a successful person, then you come back or you don't. When do you think this will change? And what do we need to do to change this pattern? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vardanyan, it's an absolute honor to meet you here, and thank you very much for all the projects that you have done and all the contribution that you have brought to Armenia. So thank you very much, and I wish much success to your further efforts and initiatives. So my question, I have a very brief question. Given the very huge importance that you attach to education, would you envision an opportunity to grant a scholarship to study in the United Kingdom, maybe a very kind of limited to a limited number of persons, and being very specific, scholarship to study at London School of Economics and Political Science? Thank you.
That's 3 questions.
Okay, 3 questions. I will go very briefly. I'm sorry, I spoke too long. No, we're not planning. We're doing 40 scholarships, but we believe it's the wrong approach, because it's not a question about which school. It's a question of why, what kind of specialists we needed. Because I think one of the key questions, but we are so small country, we need to concentrate our resources and not spread around everything. And it's my approach, very maybe tough. I admire everybody who is being accepted by big, best schools. The question, do we need like country or like nation with professions? We are now, I know many very bright Armenians graduating the political science. How many we need political science people for the country what we have? Maybe we need more engineer. If it will be engineer, I will support. But by the way, just for your understanding, we're supporting 20 scholarships the last already 8 years for many, many Armenians. And we now make the announcement about special scholarship program from American University to non-Armenian people to come in Armenia. See, I don't want to support the scholarship just for scholarship. I want to support for purpose. And that's why it needs to be full picture. This is why coming about your question about transportation and about the success story. First of all, Armenia Bank, and I'm telling you, being out there is a success story which is done by local people. Pixart is a local people did very successful. Yeah, we don't have too many of them. We want to have more, but we have success stories. We are just exaggerating a little bit, and we're trying to see negative. It's much easier to talk about negative. It's not easy to be successful in Armenia at all. Yes, of course, some parts of people leave and come back. It's normal. We are living in a global world where the interconnection will grow up. And don't be worried about this, except one thing. We need to create here an ecosystem which the best people want to come and stay here. And maybe we'll spend 2 months here, or maybe spend 3 weeks, or spend the 6 months. But don't worry, because I'm living, people asking, where are you living? I'm living 1 week in Moscow, 1 week in Armenia, 2 weeks in traveling, and it's normal life, okay? So I think local is different. The question, what kind of ecosystem we'll have here, and how the best people can really be utilized by their experience, knowledge, and competence or not. About the transportation, again, you're right, but we're choosing the only anchor project really changing dramatically the situation. Because we have so many problems. We have a problem with toilets in the roads that people cannot go with tourists, okay? We have guides. We have 5 guides who can speak about Armenia more or less correctly in German. Maybe 3 or 4 about in French. Maybe 10 in English. Can you imagine we get 2 million tourists? The guide school, we don't have a normal guide school. So I say we can go by a list of the problems that they're facing in ground transportation, in roads, in information, and many. We cannot solve the problems because first of all, we're not government. Second, there's too many problems. But we are becoming the anchor project, really. Like airport is anchor project. Without airport, we cannot talk about everything. That's why whatever Mr. Erdogan did, it was right to creating airport with right service. Now, do we need to add other things? Of course, but this takes time. That's why we cannot solve. Look, infrastructure in America is horrible. I know how many will be. Okay, horrible. It's the richest country in the world. Very bad airports, very bad training station, very bad train, no telecommunication good. Okay, and we're doing. It's just again, airlines. I'm not talking about airlines and service in airlines. Okay, but I'm not trying negative. I'm just saying it doesn't mean it needs to be. It means it's a bad country. It's a great country with great potential. The question how you can improve it. So yes, it's a question about the priority. Now the last question. And this is exactly where we have biggest problem, what we are talking in many with IFIs. For many IFIs and many government institutions, many charity institutions, the dream is going from poverty to the normal life. And it is a very, very noble idea. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. The problem only, you're not creating the changes. You're not creating the transition. You're not creating the opportunity to jump from third world to the first world. You're saying, you know what? I don't want to have a problem. That's why I want to stabilize your situation. Mediocre. We have no chance. That's why whatever we're doing is all about decreasing the poverty. But I will tell you 2 numbers and I will finish. If you look at the entire McKinsey report about Armenia, more or less, we're comparable with other regional countries around in Eastern European. With the 2 numbers only different. One is unemployment. We have today official 18% unemployment. It will go more deeper. It will become around 25% unemployment. But you're going second number. You will become more upset. It's productivity. Our productivity today 2.5 times lower compared to Bulgaria or Romania. Okay, 2.5 times. I'm comparing us with Bulgaria, not comparing with like usual Armenians doing with France or America. With Bulgaria and Romania, great countries by the way. Which means if we will increase the productivity, which needs to be done, be competitive, our unemployment will go up twice more. So you cannot keep the same model and try to improve the social situation. If you're not changing the model of the economical sustainability, it will not change opportunity to bring Armenia to be no poverty in 5 years' time. It's why the remittance is killing Armenian future. The charity is killing Armenian future. The way how it's done, because it's not creating changes. It's not creating the pressure to be changed. That's why I know many people will be disagreeing, will be very upset about me, but I'm a strong believer. The charity, remittance, international help and grants that we provide to Armenia is killing future of Armenia. It's helping to get okay life, but not giving chance to become best. That's why I'm against doing the type of the spreading around the small amount of resources. Like today, we have 5,000 teachers in schools. From 5,000 teachers, or whatever numbers we have a need for much less teachers, but much higher quality. And needs to attract best students to become teacher. This is why you cannot just say, okay, let's pay teachers better salary. Let's fire the bad teachers. No. First, how we can attract the best students to become teacher, and how we can bring teacher become most prestigious profession for Armenians again, like it was hundreds of years. And only after you can make the changes. This is why I believe that you need to pick up the key problem, and only solving this problem you can show other problems. Thank you very much. Sorry to be too long.
Maybe? Thank you, Ruben Vardanyan. Thank you to all of you. I know we went a little bit off schedule, but I think you will agree it was interesting and valuable. I invite Dr. Irina Ghaplanyan and the panelists for the 3rd session.
Hi, everyone. Before I start, I just wanted to add to the list of various metaphors used today. And yesterday, in Salpi's address, yesterday Dr. Suni spoke of Salpi as a volcano. Today, Eric talked about Charlie's Angels, and I'd like to add that Salpi has been the mover and shaker, the rare type that is so much needed for Armenia and for Armenian community, and only the type like her could put together such an incredible event. So thank you, everyone. Before we start, I just wanted to say a few words. I love the title of this event, Armenia 25 Years On, Now What? Have we really come to an end of transition? That was the first question that came to my mind when I saw the title of the event. My doctoral thesis talked about Armenia in terms of post, that is post-Soviet Armenia, arguing that its Soviet identity defined the country more than its sovereign present. I think in many ways we're still stuck in transition. And although Armenia is 25 years old today, it sure feels very underage in terms of celebrating any successful result in building specifically democratic institutions. It seems that for the transition to come to its fruition, or actually to occur, we needed an internal shakeup, an end of the Cold War, even the Karabakh War, where all external factors dismantling the world around Armenia, but not changing it from within. I would argue that Armenia is still largely treading the transitional waters, and the question, now what, should have been asked back in 1991, yet it's better late than never, right? So asking it today, we need to first and foremost address the agency, and we spoke about the agency yesterday extensively. Who are the people behind transition? I think we all agree here that the political elites, or those in power, have this question on the bottom of their agendas, hence their absence from this event. So who are other agencies? The academia that slowly but gradually is stepping forward. The civil society, which although is growing stronger, remains largely marginal. The diaspora, which in Andronik's words today continues to help, yet fails to be Armenia. Although we have already seen gradual cooperation on the civil society of both communities in the diaspora and Armenia outside of the traditional diasporic institutions, such as the previous event called Celebrity Diplomacy, is just one testament of that. Okay, so without further ado, allow me to give the floor to our first panelist, Dr. Vardanyan, please.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you very much for having me here. It's always actually a great pleasure to have my contribution to Armenian events, be it academia or some economic related issues. So I'm representing actually, unfortunately, Tianjin University of Finance and Economics. I'm not from an Armenian institution, though I would like to be. So my talk today will be about one of the issues. My talk actually today will be about migration, which I believe is one of the biggest problems in Armenia actually we're facing, starting from the independence. And today I want to speak about actually one very specific channel of migration that I believe has been so far neglected from the discourse actually of migration in Armenia, and we'll try to show how it actually can be important for policy perspective actually, particularly for inequality in Armenia. And if you can go to the next slide, it's actually a joint work with my friend and co-author Luca Corazzini, who is a full professor at Ca' University of Venice, where I did my PhD. So actually, what I will try to do is to keep it as in human language as possible, because still it's like an academic paper in economics, so I can't really avoid some technicalities, but I'll try to be as clear as possible. So I'll give some motivation why we're going to do this with a very simple example that you will see in the next slide, so if you can go further. So our topic is about relative standing in the society, and so the first example here is from American Economic Review, an example like this. So if you're given a choice to choose between two worlds. So you will live in world A, everything else is the same as in world B. Nevertheless, in world A, you will live in a 4,000 square foot house, while in the world B, you will live in a 3,000 square foot house. So actually, if we think about economics in general, then if you can afford both houses, then what you would do, you would choose to go to world A, because basically in the world A, you have a better house, you have like more conveniences, so far, so forth. So now if you go to the next slide, and if we add an option actually there, which is a bit tricky, then the choice for some people becomes kind of controversial. So still, your house is going to be the same in two worlds, but here we also add something about your neighbors. So in world A, your neighbors are going to live in a better house than you, so their houses are going to be bigger, 6,000 square foot, while in world B, your neighbors are going to live in a worse house. So the house of your neighbors is going to be 2,000 square foot, okay? So still, if we think in economic terms, the choice of the actual information about your neighbors is not going to change at all how you will make a choice, because basically what you are concerned about is your absolute well-being, your absolute state. So basically, be it income or consumption, what are you kind of concerned about is just you. Nevertheless, if in this kind of situation we provide information about your neighbors, so what are your neighbors going to do, your choice is not becoming as trivial as possible. In other words, so basically here, you have many people go to world B. So basically, they want to live in a worse world where they are still relatively better off than their neighbors. So if you understood, so this was a very, very basic example to pinpoint what I'm going to speak about in the next few slides. So what we're going to do here, we're going to show how your comparison with your neighbors, how your relative standing in the society actually can push you to migrate from the country, okay? And we're going to do this actually from scientific point of view, okay? So please go to the next slide. So it's a bit academic here. As yesterday they were speaking that political scientists have to make money, so they come with kind of different theories to explain the same or different things. Economists also have the same problem. We need to get tenure, get published, and move forward in the academia. So basically, we also try to explain human behavior from different points of view, okay? So the first example I had actually about this world A and world B is from mainstream economic point of view is the following. So we only take care of what we have, and we only take care about our absolute well-being. So whatever our neighbors have, we will go to world A where we have a better house. And when we speak about relative formulation of utility, here basically what we're concerned of is not only our absolute well-being, but also what our neighbors have. In other words, we take care of what we have and what the others in the society have, okay? And what we do actually, we compare ourselves with other people around us. Will it be our neighbors? Will it be our colleagues? Will it be our friends? So different people around the society. And based on these comparisons, we make some decisions in the society. So if we go to the next slide, I'll try to show some decisions that are important in this kind of context. Could you please go to the next slide? So what happens when basically you have these kind of relative comparisons with your reference point, friends, relatives, whoever? So this basically is very important for the overall society. First of all, what happens is that it influences the expenditure of individuals. So basically, irrespective of your income, you try to keep up with those guys in the society that are much better than you are. And this basically results in no savings sometimes and creates problems. So these kind of comparisons also affect the well-being of individuals. There's a very nice question in World Value Survey that asks individuals how happy they feel about their life. And also some economists try to argue that basically this feeling of happiness sometimes is much more important for the overall society than the measures of GDP and other things like that. And actually what it shows is what we find is that basically these kind of relative comparisons also affect the happiness of individuals. If you live in a society where you are relatively worse off than your friends and neighbors, then your happiness with life is substantially shrinking, okay? And it actually, and this relative standing again influences how you think about migration. If you are relatively worse off than your friends and again your relatives, colleagues, whoever in the society, you are much more willing to migrate. And why is this important for the policy perspective? If you could go to the next slide. So first of all, let's speak a bit about different ways people think about migration, and then based on this, I'll try to show the importance for policy making. So basically, the intuition behind the mainstream economic models of migration is the following. So if I'm an individual X, I emigrate from country A to country B because basically I want to live a better life. So I'm expecting that my actual or expected income in the future is going to be much better in country B. So for this reason, I go abroad to earn much better income. So basically, nevertheless, there is also this relative formulation of migration. Could you please go to the next slide? So individual X is emigrating from country A to country B, not to improve the absolute wealth. So I'm not going to be much better off than I am now, but I'm going to improve my relative standing versus my friends and relatives. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. And if you go to the next slide, this is important for policy perspective because basically, please go to the next slide. One more. Okay, so here, let's see this very simplistic. Picture, and based on this, let's see what I mean for important for policy. What is important for policy? So imagine this blue line here is the poverty line, and you have like a bunch of poor individuals that are living below this poverty line, and you have rich guys that are living above the poverty line. Okay, so basically, the income of those rich guys is much, much more than the income of those guys who are below the poverty line. And as a government, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to improve the overall wealth of my society. So basically, I'm shrinking the income of everyone, so there is no one poorer any longer. And what I should do, what I should expect is that basically those guys who are poor and now who are richer may not be willing to migrate any longer because basically they're much better than they were before. So my anti-poverty, anti-migration policy should anti-migration policy should work. Nevertheless, if these relative comparisons matter in the society, what I should also be concerned of is not only lifting my guys up, but also trying to think about these relative differences in the society. In other words, when I'm trying to have some sort of anti-migration, anti-poverty and anti-migration policy, I may be, as a government, I may need to also think about these relative comparisons in the society and try to shrink the inequality as much as possible. So basically, we try to understand this issue with some data. So we use, if we go to the next slide. So we use something called Caucasus Research, CRRC, Caucasus Barometer dataset, some of you may know. And there are two specific questions that I will show. Please go to the next slide. One more, because I don't want to show this. So basically, there is a question that is trying to ask about the temporary migration. So if you had a chance, would you leave your country and live somewhere else? And please go to the next slide, one more. And there is this question that is asking about the relative standing of individuals in the society. So relative to most of the households around you, would you describe the current economic condition of your household as? And it asks some questions, okay? So we use some econometrics in order to create some variables to check for these relative standing of the individual. And actually what we show is that the relative standing of individuals is indeed quite an important issue for the Armenian society. So what happens if individuals are living in neighborhoods where they are relatively poorer than their surroundings, so basically their intentions to migrate becomes much, much more important and much, much stronger. So basically, based on this, the picture I showed with anti-migration policies may somehow be kind of vital to think about for the future. So basically, I don't know how interesting this was because it was a very specific topic in a topic which is specific itself, that is migration, and I tried to keep it as less technical as possible. Nevertheless, I'm done with my talk, and if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we proceed, I just have two very short questions. I was wondering if your research addressed not only socioeconomic issues, but also issues of social justice and how migration is affected by the situation of lack of social justice in the South Caucasus.
Actually, currently we're involved in a project with some guys from the American University of Armenia and European University Institute. So what we're trying to explore is whether political discontent that can be measured by, for instance, trust towards social institutions is driver for migration from the South Caucasus countries, so Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia. And basically what we try to do is we try to compare whether this political discontent may be much more important than the economic problems that exist in the country. And actually we also try to compare the permanent migration and temporary migration, trying to see basically which factor is important for which type of migration.
Thank you so much. And one quick question as well. Happiness measurement seems to have withstood the criticism and is now an academic category. Has there been any attempt at measuring the happiness factor in Armenia?
Actually, the Caucasus Resource Center has a question about happiness again. So basically, in the Caucasus Barometer, there are two questions, which one is about happiness, one is about life satisfaction. And there are some papers actually that try to address what are the drivers that affect this life satisfaction question, or life satisfaction in Armenia. One of those is my paper, which is published in Social Indicators Research. So if you're interested, I can give it to you in future to read. Maybe we can.
Thank you. So where do we stand comparative to our neighbors in terms of happiness?
Actually, if I remember my regressions correctly, actually we were much less satisfied with life than our neighbors. But I'm not sure. I have to check. So I'm not sure at the moment. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's move on to Dr. Papazian. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Well, before I start and before the presentation goes on, let me thank USC for inviting me here today to present before you my ongoing research, and also for sponsoring my research for this past half year. Thank you. You can jump on to the next slide, please. If there is signal. From what you have on your programs, the title of my presentation today has slightly changed because, as I said, it's an ongoing research. So yes, next slide, please. Thank you. So the title of my presentation today is War, Democracy, and the Next Generation. And I am going to look at the surprising teachings of war veterans. What you will be hearing from me today is a rather more optimistic view of things of transition than what we had today. This morning and yesterday. I'm aware it's obviously what I'm going to present. It's a very small picture of a youth and war veteran sample that I have studied because I'm doing qualitative political science. But nevertheless, I am hoping that this more optimistic view of things will also win your hearts. Next slide, please. Thank you. So my research question of an let's say, larger research that I'm currently doing concern the trajectories of Karabakh war veterans. Were competences acquired through war useful once these people return to civilian life? And I found that the more they were able to reuse these competences once they regained their civilian lives, and the more satisfied they felt. The best scenario on a moral level, on a satisfaction level, being when they would manage to make a living out of their competences. A sizable portion of these veterans have had a career in the military, and among them, growing numbers have turned towards teachers and instructors of war-related skills. When I started, I was sure to find in their teachings a very strong nationalistic stance, and I found it. But also, I found that they conceived their teaching purpose as strengthening the sense of statehood in their students, and that I think is very crucial for our understanding of how transition and democratization might receive a new impetus, a new momentum in the following years in Armenia. In a word, transmission has become the new mission of these war veterans. And that mission is at least partly political, even though they might be very surprised that I would qualify their mission as such. And I will explain why just a little bit later. So I was expecting them to sort of limit their teachings to our knowledge and know-how. And I was actually surprised to see them and hear them emphasizing ideological values like love of freedom, human and individual rights, respect and care for the other, and also analytical skills such as critical thinking, yes, some of which are part of the official curriculum that they have, but others extend well beyond the lines. Next slide, please. So I have two case studies. Case one is an institutionalized channel of teaching, the Badani Yergarapa. So I will not go into the details in the Yergarapa, but basically, as I am sure you know, it's the most important in numbers and also institutionally speaking war veterans union in Armenia. And so the Badani Yergarapa is a branch of the Yergarapa that aims at teaching young students into the ideology and the war skills of the Yergarapa. So this is a public initiative. We can qualify it as such, even though it is not a state initiative per se. The ideology and the contents of the teaching go up, down, and it's enforced countrywide and also formally. My second case is a very interesting, actually, case study. It's a non-institutionalized channel of teaching. There is a club, the Vorchmanalu Harvest, so the VOMA club, which is a private initiative. Its ideology and contents are single-handedly decided by a war veteran who is actually heading that club. And it is reaching out, I am quoting the words of the head of the VOMA, where it is most needed, so in rural areas, on the frontline border villages. And those two case studies are, I think, quite representative in terms of their diversity. They have strong divergences. Their relations with power structure, their ideology, vastly different. Their curricula have, nevertheless, a lot in common, and the sociological profiles of the teachers as well. Next slide, please. Thank you. So two pictures of the Badani Yergarapa in Zovuni. It's in the outskirts of Yerevan. On the left-hand side, you see quite, I think, interestingly, pictures of the president, the Catholicos, the former defense minister, and on the right side, the one group picture of the students, Badani students of that particular promotion. Next, please. Okay, so briefly about the Badani Yergarapa. It's 30,000, the Yergarapa in general claimed up to 30,000 strong membership. They have now 72 branches in Yerevan and all provinces in more than 1,100 schools. These are huge numbers. It was founded in 1999, but the real momentum was achieved in 2014 when the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Education, and Yergarapa concluded a trilateral cooperation agreement to expand the number of clubs throughout the Republic. Next slide, please. And this is the VOMA, so you have on the left-hand side the head of the VOMA, former war veteran, and on the right-hand side, one of his students, very typically posing in uniform of the VOMA practice sessions, and you can obviously see the flag behind him. Next slide, please. So the VOMA, in brief, was founded in 2000. Official registration occurred last year. They have a 10-month annual course with lessons 3 times a week in Yerevan. 2/3 male, 1/3 female among their students. Total number of students is confidential. According to my sources, at least more than 500 along the years, like in accumulative fashion. The age minimum is 16. Head of VOMA told me that the maximum was 99. And it received no funding from organizations. There is a registration fee, and also there are special training sessions that are organized in remote areas on a voluntary basis. Next slide, please. next, it's I don't have time to go into that, the methodology, but basically. We can get back to that later if you want. So my findings, 2 levels. Level number 1, it's what I call the text of the teaching. So if you want, it's the substance of war vet teachings as described by themselves and as perceived by their students. So obviously, level number 1 is physical and psychological readiness in critical situations, self-awareness of one's own capabilities and responsibilities at the individual and collective level, and a sense of freedom and self-accomplishment as young adults. Next slide, please. Findings level number 2 are the subtext of the teachings. So basically, when you abstract the meaning of these teachings by war veterans, you find surprise. This is where the surprise comes in. You find that they grow in their students competencies to evaluate a critical situation and take action. So far, so good, I would have said. And then proactive interaction with one's environment and others. And lastly, leadership skills and self-empowerment. And I think that is really interesting. Next slide, please. As I said in the beginning, it's a work in progress. So it's changing not by day, but by month at least. So far, from what I have measured, the effects are palpable in 2 directions. The first one is at the cognitive level. The state is seen by these students as a public collective good. And that is really, I would say, the milestone for maybe move forward towards democratization and if not an end to transition, at least a regain of momentum towards democratization. Second is that rights and duties, responsibility, and engagement to protect it are among the values or the teachings that are spread by these war veterans teachers and that are received as such by their students. Second, on the behavioral level, what I found is that they are fostering empowerment of sizable segments of the youth in the Armenian society. Of course, we have to look at these specific young people against the backdrop of larger trends of change in the Armenian youth society. And particularly, we are witnessing a rise of organic, informal but networked and very lively civil society in Armenia. And I want to outline 3 points in conclusion. The first is that beyond this particular sample of youngsters, what is noticeable through the interviews is an awareness, is a conscious distinction between the state and the power holders. That, I think, is also a result of one old generation, old independence, and for better or for worse, in an at least partially open political system, partially open. So the state is seen as a positive value, something that deserves active involvement to be protected, sometimes up to life and death choices, whereas politics is very much qualified as dirty business. Again, this is not exclusive to these young people. It has resonance in the wider society. Second point is that there is a perspective for socio-political change outside the traditional channels, so political parties, traditional channels, where these particular segments of young people that are educated through these institutions or informal institutions may play a vital role in giving a new face to Armenia's security requirements. Basically, transition, because it has entailed a derailed democratization process, has led Armenians to a point where even the word democracy has lost much of its value. We've seen that this morning through the surveys that I think Razmik was presenting us. However, this does not mean that the thing in itself, democracy in itself, with some of its core features, is not highly desirable for this society. So rule of law, efficient anti-corruption system, institutional trust, social justice, and so on and so forth. So, and this is my third point, Armenia stands at a critical juncture where actually the concepts of hard security and soft security needs to be redefined. Hard security was in the 1990s and 2000s the single most priority of Armenia. Nowadays, hard security cannot be sustained, cannot be achieved without soft security. And what I mean by soft security definitely includes the features of democracy that I was outlining earlier, so social justice and so on and so forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Papazian. I'm going to use my position here and ask two very quick questions. First of all, given the size of Yerevan, do you believe that they continue to be a viable political force in Armenia, or they've been marginalized? And the second question, very quick. Would you say that we're talking here about militarism, and if so, can they cohabit? Can militarism cohabit with democracy and democracy building? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Irina. First, for your first question, I must say that I am not studying the Yerevan per se. So, well, they are trying to regain some sort of leverage, but yeah, that's arguable, and I wouldn't venture to where I don't really know. What is for sure is that there is a sizable difference between what the war veterans are teaching on the ground and what is instructed by the head of the union as such. But I will sort of give you the same answer as my war veterans keep telling me, is that, do you really want to make this discussion political? But no, basically, so it's out of my research. No, I don't think that Armenia has gone into the trends of being, militaristic regime or that sort of stuff. In that respect, we can say that the head of the Yerevan, Grigorian, has sort of learned the lessons that were taught by his predecessor, Vazgen Sarkisian. And so we didn't go that way. So because of that, I don't think that there is any sort of essential incompatibility between having that structure in our public field, even though conditions may be debatable, and going through democratization or resuming a democratization process again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's move on to our next panelist, Robkin.
Okay, thank you, Irina. Can we get the slides up, please? So my presentation is the continuation of what started as my master's dissertation almost 2 years ago, and it's been ongoing ever since. The title is a nod to Robert Putnam's famous book, Making Democracy Work, and also a paper by LSE economist Tim Besley, Making Autocracy Work. And I'd like to start the conversation by going back to the central theme of this conference, which is the end of transition. So if we accept the premise that we are indeed at the end of transition, then this leads to a set of new implications. And unlike Darren Ajamoglu, I'm not close to losing hope just yet. But I think one of the less obvious implications of the end of transition is that perhaps we should admit the fact that the current political arrangement in Armenia and the broader former Soviet Union has found certain sources of stability or equilibrium, at least in the short to midterm. So to put it bluntly, non-democracies can unfortunately stay non-democracies, and evolution towards democracy is not necessarily inevitable. That's what I take to mean the end of transition. It means we've found some sort of stability, at least for now. The paper I'm presenting today is an attempt to take the political and economic realities of Armenia and try to form a more generalizable theory that explains not just Armenia, but a particular type of non-democracy, which is called an anocracy. I want to make a case for its resilience. And the method I use is game theory and economic modeling, which leads to certain outcomes and predictions. Could we get the first slide, please? Okay, so it is based on this empirical consensus that the third wave of democratization has stalled. But it's nuanced by the claim that not all non-democracies are the same. And understanding these non-democracies requires a political economic approach, which takes us to focus on their fiscal policies, specifically how national budgets are carved and what is the amount of taxation and public spending. There's a famous axiom in economics that states all models are wrong, but some are useful. I hope my model will be more useful than wrong, but I think more important than the model itself is I want us to get a feel for the underlying intuitions behind the model. Next slide, please. So in defining anocracy, I borrow the term from what's called the Polity 4 Index, which is a classification system used by economists and political scientists. And we can take anocracy to mean a political arrangement that exhibits nominally democratic traits and practices, yet preserves autocratic tendencies that dominate its politics and economic institutions. Next slide, please. So this is a map by the Polity 4, and basically anything in the blue-gray and the red-gray is considered an anocracy. As you can see, Armenia is also considered an anocracy, and this is sort of how I started thinking about this entire situation. Next slide, please. What you can't see on the map is actually that 72% of non-democracies are actually anocracies, not dictatorships. And actually 1 in 3 countries worldwide are anocracies. So up until now, most political economic work has actually ignored this fact, and they've treated all non-democracies as basically being the same as dictatorships or autocracies, as like Qatar or Azerbaijan or China. And in reality, this is not the case. So this nuance is really important. Next slide, please. The key characteristics here that I want to focus on is the institution of elections. And in an anocracy, the opposition party perceives the institution of election as a viable, if difficult, pathway to power. So even though it's never been done, they still actively and seriously engage in the electoral process to reach power. And I think Levitsky and Way put it best: competition is thus real but unfair. Next slide, please. So to operationalize this, I take a procedurally minimal approach, and I focus on this institution of elections. In a democracy, you can say that there's institutionalized uncertainty. That means all parties have an equal probability of winning the election by design. In an autocracy, elections either don't occur, are not legally binding, or are not seen as a viable institution for political competition. So in an anocracy, the key difference here is what I call endogenized uncertainty. The uncertainty here can exist, but it's not institutionalized. Instead, it can come about through certain domestic or endogenous conditions in certain cases. Outside of these conditions, the incumbent party will always win. Next slide, please. Sorry, I'm trying to go a little fast because I have a lot to get through, and I want to make sure I keep it within the time. So historically, anocracies have been seen as this transitional and unstable political arrangements, but this perception is actually starting to change both in the political science and in the economic literature. In fact, the Polity 4 report that they put out had a quote saying that a new truth may be emerging regarding the vulnerability of anocratic regimes. In the past 22 years, there have been far fewer failures of anocratic regimes than would be expected. In economics, we look at the field of institutional economics for sources of stability and otherwise dysfunctional and inefficient institutions. And this is because we look for we look for equilibrium in their political arrangements, even when their outcome is economically inefficient. Next slide, please. So why focus on elections? From an economic perspective, elections are actually really important. And they serve they do three things. The first is the policy selection. So they serve as a mechanism for aggregating individual preferences into a collective choice. Secondly, political accountability is a publicly observable process for aggregating private information. And finally, a coordinating device that allows citizens to make a credible threat of mass protest in case something goes wrong during the election. So everyone can see that the transgression happened, and this lowers the cost of protesting. Any non-dictatorial system will have to address these three things. Next slide, please. So if we look at fiscal policy, which is essentially how the national budget is carved up, the textbook theory of fiscal policy says that in a democracy you'll have the median voter theorem, which is that the median income voter will decide ultimately what is the fiscal policy, what is all policy, but especially fiscal policy. So the poorer your median income voter is, the greater redistribution can be expected, and this is otherwise known as the Melter-Richter's model. In an autocracy, there's actually some debate in the literature. So Acemoglu and Robinson state that the more economic redistribution there is, the greater the political power is transferred to the population, which eventually leads to the downfall. Whereas others contend that economic redistribution leads to a pacified and content population. Think Singapore. In an anocracy, I tried to split this difference. Fiscal policy in an anocracy becomes actually an instrument for political stability, but the stability comes from two things. The first is using it to co-opt the opposition, and the second is conceding policy where possible or where necessary. I also consider the role of social movements and mass protests as a form of political accountability when elections don't work. Next slide, please. So now we're going to get into the actual model, and essentially it's a game theory model with three actors, an incumbent party, an opposition party, and an organized civil society. In this game, the incumbent has an institutionalized electoral advantage, and the last round of the game is elections. So generally speaking, the incumbent can be expected to win. Elections can become competitive under certain conditions, however. When the opposition and civil society join forces, they can bring about uncertainty during the electoral process. And there's empirical evidence to support this. Think about civil society providing resources to the opposition, such as election observation, parallel vote tabulation, or investigative journalism. Or mobilizing in support of the opposition party, mass rallies. Next slide, please. The main assumptions of the model are that civil society here represents the median income citizen. Both the incumbent and the opposition are primarily office-seeking. That is, this is not an ideological battle for them. Both basically care about gaining and maintaining power. Civil society has no inherent affinity for the opposition in this game, and no inherent desire for democracy outside of the policy benefits that it can receive. Civil society will only support the opposition in this game if they are not in coalition. In other words, if they are an unco-opted opposition. Next slide, please. Each player here has their own preferences. The incumbent seeks to maximize their private benefits. Oppositions will take what it can get, hopefully greater than zero. And civil society wants a fiscal policy closer to the median income citizens' preferred policy. Next slide, please. In this game, each player has his or her own choice to make. They make their choices sequentially after observing the previous player's actions, and the incumbent moves first. So basically, the decision the incumbent here has to make is how much of the national budget to spend on public spending and how much to put in their own pocket. After making this decision, they make an offer to the opposition to join the coalition. Next slide, please. The opposition sees this and decides whether to accept the coalition offer or reject it. It knows that if it accepts the coalition offer, then winning in elections is basically no longer an option for them because civil society will not support them. But it doesn't know whether or not civil society is going to mobilize because they move last. Finally, civil society moves. Next slide, please. One more. And they move after observing three things: the implemented policy, opposition's decision, and their own private cost of mobilization. So we can think of this private cost of mobilization as a measure of how organized civil society is. The more organized they are, the lower its cost of mobilization. The incumbent and the opposition don't know this private cost of mobilization, so they don't know when civil society will mobilize. If civil society mobilizes and the opposition has rejected the coalition offer, elections can become uncertain. Next slide, please. So this is just the formal definition of the game. Next slide. We can pass this as well. So this is the graphical representation of the game. It's essentially two games with the low cost and high cost. Next slide. The game has four outcomes: a coalition democracy, single party democracy, protested democracy, and electoral competition. And I'll go through these one by one with more illustrative examples. Next slide, please. The primary indicators for which one of these outcomes will occur is the level of public spending preferred by the median income voter and the cost of mobilization. The poorer the median income citizen is, the more public spending they're going to want. So we're talking about the distribution of income inequality in society. Next slide. The model has four basic predictions. The first is actually the secondary focus, and that it provides an explanation for why opposition parties bother participating in elections. The more opposition values electoral competition, the more negotiating power it has during coalition. Secondly, the lower the cost of mobilization, the closer the implemented fiscal policy is to socially preferred policy. So actually investing in the development of a country's civil society can pay off in this way. Third, a single party government actually applies fiscal policies closer to the socially preferred policy versus coalitional. And finally, the level of income inequality is reflected in the civil society's preferred policy. The more unequal your society is, the costlier it is for the incumbent to implement something close. So perhaps they might opt for a coalition over concession. Next slide, please. So a single party democracy, we can think of Russia. Median incomes have been rising for the past 20 years. Opposition has considered elections as a pathway to power, and the cost of mobilization is high. Next slide. Perhaps we can think of Armenia in the present and looking forward into the near future as a coalitional democracy. Opposition is either co-opted or perceived to be co-opted, and the cost of mobilization is increasing. Next slide. Protested democracy, I would say, would be Armenia from 2010 to 2015. Opposition, there's empirical evidence for policy concessions here. Some movements succeeded, some movements didn't succeed. But if we think about 100 Dirham and Demem, these were clearly policy concessions in the face of mobilization. And next slide, please. And finally, I want to consider the Georgia's Rose Revolution as the model or as the example of a contested election. Here, opposition joined forces with a mobilized civil society and won the elections. Income inequality in Georgia was and actually remains very high, higher than Armenia even. And so to conclude, the paper aims to present a structured and theoretical understanding of why countries like Armenia have stalled in their path towards democracy. It's because non-democracies can remain non-democracies precisely because they are ready to concede some policy. The stability of non-democracies rests on these political and economic considerations. And political accountability can actually exist even when elections are not free and fair. Thank you. And sorry for going over.
Thank you, Babkin. I think I'm going to ask you $1 million question. So what would it take to shake the stability of an anocracy, such as Armenia, for example?
To shake the stability in what sense?
In the sense that...
Moved more towards democracy,
yes.
You mean? The quickest or the easiest way, I would say, is to lower the cost of mobilization for civil society. So that means really investing in civil society development and really investing in the resources that civil society can provide to an opposition. So, here I'm a big proponent of electoral observation, investigative journalism, things like that.
And one quick question as well. So you defined Armenia possibly as a single party anocracy, as a coalition anocracy. Why not single party?
Because they're in coalition.
Okay, we can debate about it later
Sure.
during the Q&A session.
But also because even the opposition that is not in coalition is still perceived to be co-opted to some degree, that's why.
Okay, thank you. Our next panelist is Sean. Thank you.
If we can forward to the next slide and I'll get started. So I spoke a little bit about the healthcare system of Armenia a month back at the conference in Los Angeles through the story of a patient of mine named Tigran. Today I want to tell you the story of another patient, another real patient of mine whose name was Armen. I met Armen a few years back when he presented with a very advanced abdominal tumor known as a neuroblastoma. Interestingly, the survival rate from this condition 15 or 20 years ago was less than 5%. Most of these children passed away. Next slide, please. I met him when he was ready to undergo his operation to remove the tumor, and in talking to his parents, in fact, whenever we talk to many parents, they simplify surgery into thinking that operation involves the patient going into the operating room, the surgeon takes the tumor out, patient comes out happy and healthy, and that's the end of it. When in fact, the operating room is a very complex venue, and surgeries are very well-planned, well-coordinated events with multiple safety checks, a team approach that involves multiple people outside of the surgeon itself, and everybody has a well-defined role. Next slide, please. This all comes together through a process that we call the timeout that we do in the operating room every single time, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. Next slide. So Armen underwent a successful resection, and he underwent some treatments thereafter, and this was 4 years ago. He now remains cancer-free, and his expected survival is greater than 50%. Next slide. So what's happened in the past 25 years that has improved the survival of these patients? In fact, We don't have better chemotherapeutic drugs. We use the same drugs. We do the same operation that the surgeons did 25 years ago. Radiation and all the other treatments are the same as well. What's changed is that we have more knowledge now. We have a bunch of resources that we didn't have decades past. We've learned lessons from the mistakes of treating other patients, and we've learned to collaborate with many other specialists that go into the management of these patients. And finally, we've learned to depend and rely upon safety measures such as a timeout. Next slide, please. So what if we think about healthcare in Armenia like this patient? In fact, the healthcare system here, I would say, is in pretty serious condition with an uncertain prognosis, but there is an opportunity to improve the situation. Next slide. Much like things have changed significantly over the past 25 years in clinical medicine, a lot has changed in Armenia over the past 25 years. We're past mostly the humanitarian crises of the earthquake and war. We have an infrastructure that we can work with. We have collaborators and various stakeholders that are involved in the healthcare system here. And there are a lot of lessons to be learned from the past 25-year experience. Next slide. So what if we perform a timeout 25 years post-independence? Next slide. And much like in the operating room, let's do the three things that we do while the patient is in the OR. If you can click forward, please. The first step is actually incorrect, sorry about that, is the center column. And the first part of the timeout is to identify the problem, to know who the patient is, what operation we're doing, whether we're doing the right operation, what it is exactly the reason that we're in the operating room. The second part, which is the first column, is to know who exactly is in the operating room, who needs to be there, and what their role is in this process. And finally, if you can click forward, the last part is what we do right before we leave the operating room, where we ask ourselves, could anything have been done better next time around? Next slide, please. So what is the problem with healthcare in Armenia? Well, it stems from the fact that the Constitution requires that all Armenian citizens should get at least basic healthcare. Next slide. But this is problematic because healthcare is an expensive commodity. In fact, no country in this world can cover all of the healthcare expenses of their citizens, much less a developing country like Armenia. Furthermore, we have the legacy of inherent inefficiencies from the former Semashko Soviet healthcare system, which has a lot of centralization, specialization of care, and a culture of informal payments, which makes reforming this even more difficult. Next slide. So how do we improve the healthcare system? Conceptually, we need to do three things. We need to maximize access to care, we need to optimize the costs, and we need to make sure that the patients are getting the highest possible quality of care that we can give them. That's on the conceptual level. How do we do things practically? Well, we have to address the pillars of the healthcare system, pardon the typo there, which involve things like healthcare policy, medical education, and healthcare financing, and in our unique situation, the role of the diaspora in the healthcare system. Next slide, please. So what has Armenia done over the past 25 years, and where should it be headed? And we'll talk about healthcare policy. There's been some progress in this area with an optimization program that tried to reduce some of the unused capacity, privatization of some healthcare institutions, a little bit of decentralization, and some focus on basic healthcare needs. But the overall picture, shown in the next slide, shows that Armenia, when compared to its neighbors, actually has a pretty poor healthcare policy performance, third from the bottom. Even if you compare to neighbors that have a lower GDP or a higher inequality rate, Armenia's healthcare policy performance lags. Next slide. We have significant deficiencies remaining in things like licensing and accreditation of healthcare medical institutions, regulation of the healthcare system, the absence of civil society and making sure that the healthcare system works optimally, a lack of focus on basic healthcare determinants and health information technology, and et cetera. Next slide. What about medical education? So they're good. There has been progress in medical education as well. The public medical school has reduced the number of medical graduates, unfortunately not the number of people that get accepted. There's been an introduction of an English curriculum as well as conformity to the Bologna process for medical education curriculum and introduction of primary healthcare training. Next slide. But again, many problems remain here. There is still an inadequate control of medical graduates, no accreditation of medical schools, a lack of updated curriculum, and the same problems that exist in the medical schools exist in the residency level and in the postgraduate level as outlined here. Next slide. And the results of these are as follows. A simple survey that was performed a couple of years back that administered a 10-question basic survey to emergency room, to ambulance physicians on how to resuscitate children in Yerevan. And the average score on this 10-question survey by emergency physicians was 40% correct. Next slide. What about the quality of healthcare in Armenia? This would take a whole conference in and of itself to discuss, but the next slide summarizes a policy paper written entitled Social Reforms in Armenia by the Haroutounian Foundation, summarizes as well. And they state that the mechanisms for quality medical care are still in a fragmentary nature with little motivation of medical workers to introduce and continue quality improvement measures. Next slide. In fact, there are obstacles to the improvement of this situation as outlined here. Next slide. They conclude that the systematic approaches aimed at improving the level of quality medical care cannot be considered adequate. Next slide. What about healthcare financing? So again, the good. There has been an increase in the level of financing over the past 25 years. There's been a significant increase in primary healthcare spending, which is fantastic, and the introduction of some safety net measures such as the basic benefit package and the maternity vouchers. Next slide. However, this is data from the government itself in its annual household expenditure survey. It concluded that formal and informal patient payments were substantially more than the amount of public healthcare spending in the country, and this number was highly regressive. So the richest portion of the population spends 5% of their income on their healthcare needs, and the poorest group of the population spends over a quarter of their annual income on their healthcare needs. A quarter of the population has incurred a catastrophic health expenditure over the past 3 years in Armenia. Next slide. Armenia used to spend 1.6% of its GDP on healthcare. It's now actually, unfortunately, lower, whereas developing countries spend 6%. And the World Health Organization has set at least the 2% mark as a threshold for any country that has aims to improve their healthcare system delivery. And look at how we compare to our neighbors here, with Armenia being one of the few countries in red that spends less than 2% of its GDP on healthcare. And because of this, healthcare in most former Soviet republics is more affordable than it is in Armenia. Next slide, please. So that 2% threshold, even if we met it, would probably not be adequate in Armenia because we have a lot of inefficiencies in the system. We have far too many physicians in the country, at least in Yerevan, with a paradoxical severe shortage in the regions, and not enough nurses. Next slide. We have an older population, which usually means that we have higher healthcare expenses, and we also have a lot of hospital beds and resources with low utilization, which again contributes to the inefficiency of the system. Next slide. So just think about this for a second. Yerevan, a population of 1 million people, has 41 hospitals, compared to the city or the county where I live and work in, Los Angeles, with a population 10 times as many, but with only 3 times as many hospitals. In other words, if Los Angeles wanted to come to the saturation point of having as many hospitals as Yerevan does, we would have to build 300 extra hospitals in Los Angeles. And you can imagine that it's not just about the physical structure. It's about the training of medical students and residents that goes along in these hospitals, the dilution of the patient volume, the economies of scale that have to go with building all the equipment or buying all the equipment that needs to be at this hospital, at these hospitals, that contribute to all the inefficiencies. Next slide. So in terms of risk factors in Armenia and the overall health of the citizens, Armenians have higher rates of diabetes, higher rates of hypertension, higher rates of obesity, and higher rates of tobacco use, not to European countries, but to compared to our regional neighbors. Next slide. However, we also have a very educated and aware population, which means that if we were to strategically design interventions, the population of Armenia would be much more sensitive to any intervention than populations of of neighboring countries. Next slide. In preventative care, we unfortunately lag behind as well. 90% of women in Armenia have never gotten a mammogram or a pap smear. And again, the numbers are reverse in other regional countries as well. In Kazakhstan, over 80% of women receive their preventative tests. Next slide. And because of this, if a woman was to be diagnosed with breast cancer in Armenia, they had a less than 50% chance of being alive 5 years later. And this for a condition that could largely be prevented by a simple mammogram that's done on an annual or biannual basis. Next slide. In fact, the numbers hold the same for most cancers in Armenia, with most of the cancers being diagnosed only in very late stages. Armenia has the second highest cancer mortality in the world, second only to Zimbabwe currently. Next slide. So the problem, in the first part, to go back to the first part of the timeout, is not what most people perceive are the problems in healthcare. It's not that our hospitals are old, that we don't have enough equipment or sophisticated advanced capabilities, or that the doctors take bribes. If we want to talk about the problems, we really need to talk about the healthcare policy, the financing, the medical education, and the healthcare quality, preventative medicine that's being delivered in the country currently. Next slide. So what about the second part of the timeout, the introduction of the team members that are in the operating room when we're there? So next slide. There is, in fact, a whole global health community that's out there that's actually very resourceful to many countries. On my way to Armenia, I was in Geneva for the World Health Assembly and took part in a panel discussion where ministers of health from Tanzania, Zambia, and Ethiopia talked about how with partnering with outside stakeholders, they were able to reach many of the Millennium Development Goals that unfortunately Armenia did not reach by 2015, which they had committed to reach. And the stakeholders aren't just there to give money or to give grants. In fact, they provide valuable resources in terms of research, strategic planning, and other resources that we largely don't take part of. We largely don't reap the benefits of here in Armenia. Next slide. And then next slide again, please. And then what about the diaspora? So we have a very large and active, powerful diaspora. And in fact, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, they did a tremendous job. We've done a tremendous job of meeting the humanitarian crises and the needs of that time. Next slide. But since then, a lot of the work that the medical diaspora has done has given little emphasis to long-term sustainable projects with not a lot in the way of needs assessments and evidence-based practices, not enough collaboration with local institutions, too much of an emphasis on expensive, unsustainable tertiary care, and very little in the way of evaluation and feedback. Next slide. If we were to use publications in medical journals as a proxy of how productive the Armenian diaspora has been in contributing to the healthcare, you can see here that over a 5-year period, there were 10 articles that were published in medical journals on diasporan projects or interventions that were done in Armenia. 5 years, only 10 projects. Compare that to the 60 articles that were published only in 6 months in a country with virtually no diaspora, namely Mozambique. Next slide. So in the interest of time, I'll skip through this next slide. So let's move on to the last portion of the timeout, which is what do we do when we live in the operating room? Ask ourselves, what can we do better the next time around? What about the next 25 years? So I think that every single one of us in this room and in the diaspora, as well as in Armenia, have a role in improving the healthcare system in Armenia. The healthcare system can use our help. We have the technology, resources, knowledge, and experience to take care or to improve the healthcare system of Armenia. We need a strategic approach that brings together the relevant stakeholders, identifies the problem, implements interventions, and then evaluates the work that we've done. And this is what's been missing over the past 25 years with healthcare reform. Next slide. I think if we do this, we will be able to revamp and to upgrade the healthcare system of Armenia into this efficient, sustainable operating room that we have here on the right side of the screen. That is the modern operating room. We can modernize the Armenian healthcare system just as well. Next slide. I think that concludes my slides. Thank you very much.
Sean, thank you so much. Very informative presentation. Very quick 2 questions. First, I was curious, has there been any study done on private hospitals? And if so, what is the quality of healthcare there? And what is the percentage of the population that uses their services? And the other question is, regarding the cancer mortality rate, that Armenia is second to Zimbabwe. Has there been also a study explaining the reason? Is it because of the preventative medicine is very weak in Armenia, or what are the causes of such high mortality rate? Thank you.
Sure, thank you for the question. So most hospitals in Armenia are privatized now, and so most care is delivered within private hospitals. The little is known about the quality of care. There is some anecdotal evidence that suggests that a lot of the quality is not of adequate levels that need to be existed. This is multifactorial, from the lack of regulation to, again, the medical education issues that we discussed. With regards to the cancer mortality, so yes, a lot of it has to do with the lack of screening and preventative medicine. But again, similarly multifactorial with patients otherwise seeking care very late because of financial reasons, distrust of physicians, sometimes justified and often not, actually, which all contributes to the very high mortality.
Thank you so much. We're going to move to our next panelist, Dr. Garina Verisyan. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. I just wanted to say also thank you to the Institute, where I'm a fellow, not only for supporting this research project, but for providing me such a supportive institutional home. I'll be talking about my research into changes in perceptions towards public issues in Armenia from the early 1990s to today. This is sort of in the spirit of full disclaimer, it's a work in progress. In the early 1990s, Professor Donald Miller, who was the chair of the previous panel, together with Lorna Miller and their research team, went to Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh, spending more than a year interviewing subjects about their circumstances. These interviews informed their book, which you may know, Portraits of Survival and Hope. And Professor Miller generously gave me access to his interview transcripts, and what resulted was the idea for me to conduct new interviews for a comparative study to see what's changed. And I did that in 2015. And from this, what you really get is a sort of picture of a transition that's informed by people's personal experiences on the micro level. I inductively analyzed both sets of interviews, which were open-ended explanations. So the study is not based on pre-existing conceptual or theoretical considerations. I was rather seeking answers from the respondents in their own words and arguing from the micro level to the general. And I'll be citing examples from the interviews to illustrate my points. What emerged from the data was a clear change in people's attitudes towards public issues. Now, why look at attitudes at all? While it's typical to think of public opinion as key to a legislative democracy, in a non-democratic context such as Armenia's, outside of elections, which are fraught with problems, and outside of the civic initiatives, which have periodically mobilized recently, there have not been many national public debates that provide the opportunity to study issues with which Armenians are concerned. Two specific themes emerged. The first is that in 1993-94, when Professor Miller conducted his interviews, there was solutions to people's problems, to public issues, was seen as external to Armenia. There was a sense of powerlessness and incapacity. And in contrast, in 2015, people see the solution to public problems in themselves, in the public. So there's this emergence of agency and reflexivity with regards to the system. So that's the first finding. The second finding is that in 2015, inequality emerged as a major concern for people. So just quickly going over the background, all former Soviet states experienced difficult transitions to independence, and Armenia's transition was even more complicated by the 1988 earthquake, the Nagorno-Karabakh war, and economic blockade. The resulting poverty and social precarity was the norm for people from around 1991 to 1995, which people popularly refer to now as the cold and dark years, which has been referred to already in this conference. When the ceasefire of the Nagorno-Karabakh war was negotiated in 1994, economic reforms finally began to be introduced in Armenia. And Armenia's socioeconomic situation stabilized, and people's material well-being improved sort of through the 2000s. While these reforms helped stabilize the economy, they also began driving up inequality. At the same time, democratic reforms were slow and modest, and we see that non-democratic dimensions of the political system were consolidated through the 2000s as well, and in particular, power relations like clientelism, rent-seeking, and corruption. And turning to the empirics, in 1993-94, respondents were dealing with that multi-dimensional crisis that I referred to, the sort of effects of the war and the blockade and earthquake. But solutions to these problems were articulated as external forces, namely Russia. America was named too, but sort of more in terms of humanitarian aid. For example, a respondent said in 1993, "I'm an optimist. I think it's going to get better. I'm expecting and hoping that the Russians will help. They must help us. At first, I was very happy about independence, but then I had this inner feeling within me. How wise is separation from Russia? After all, they give us our bread, our gas, and sure enough, we cannot survive without the Russians." So these interviews sort of in general, I mean, that's just an example, but they reveal these broad anxieties about Armenia's independent status and its ability to take on the functions of an independent state. And in contrast, in 2015, people see the biggest problems as the political system, the Armenian political system. So these are formal political institutions such as the presidency, elections, as well as informal political practices such as clientelism. Solutions to these problems focused on the need for people themselves to take responsibility, to examine or change their behavior as a way to combat or at least impede this political system. A respondent in Gyumri said about the situation in the country, "Every one of us is responsible. We are responsible because we are forming our government. Even if the government, and if the government is not doing what they have to, again, we are responsible because we're tolerating this kind of government." And in many cases, it was really interesting that protest was explicitly named as the answer, mostly among young people, so the sort of ceiling age is 40 years old. Even if people were frustrated with the way that Armenian civic initiatives have developed, they still saw them as the answer. And also in contrast, in 2015, none of the respondents cited external powers as a solution to Armenia's problems. When I sort of probed one respondent about that, whether other countries can help Armenia, she said, "I cannot say because currently the entire world is pretty messed up. You always think it's better out there, but other places also have their own internal problems." Now, I just want to say having agency and being an agent are two different things, and I certainly don't mean to overstate that agency factor or imply that apathy has disappeared in Armenia. But the fact that this is being expressed at the same time as the exclusion of the possibility that solution come from outside, Armenia points to a definite social shift that has many implications for Armenian society and politics. And now moving on to the second finding about inequality. It's worth noting that every single respondent that I had, even middle-class respondents, cited inequality as a problem. So I decided to zoom into that. Respondents in 2015 themselves spoke of inequality as a process that they saw moving from the early 1990s to today, a fact as they see shaped by Armenia's polity. And the literature actually supports this view. In particular, there's an ethnographer, Hamlet Petrosyan, who wrote in 2006 that poverty in Armenia has been developing in two stages since independence. The first stage comprises of the extensive poverty that resulted from the Soviet collapse, and the second stage began after 1995, when poverty began to take on a structural form, becoming socially embedded. And it's certainly not difficult to imagine the 1990s, or early 1990s, as a time of relative social parity. Armenia's just come out of 7 years of socialist policies, poverty was widespread, and in going back to the interviews of 1993-94, one gets the sense that people's experiences were shared across society. For example, a respondent said in 93, everything is expensive right now, but I don't complain because we're all in the same boat. Revelations about inequality today were actually only possible by probing respondents' aspirations and ambitions. And this led to discussions about the barriers that they faced. And it became clear quickly that barriers were differentially experienced based on an individual's position in society. And these barriers drawn from interviews are based on factors that mediate their access to opportunity. So these are personal connections, location or location of birth, gender, and age. And I'll just give a couple examples from the interviews that refer to two dimensions of inequality, personal connections and location of birth. Personal connections are an extremely important social resource in Armenia that's differentially accessible. And a lot of this relates back to that corruption that I described and seen as inherent to Armenia's political system. A respondent who's living in Yerevan right now, working as a journalist full-time, when asked if his salary is enough for his family, said, "It's very difficult to make a living as a journalist. If you're not in the networks, if you don't work for a powerful person, and you don't take bribes, it's very difficult." And then in terms of location, Armenians outside Yerevan are extremely disadvantaged.
Armenia is an extremely asymmetrically developed country. You have a state where almost all the resources and opportunities are clustered in the most expensive city, and that presents quite a significant barrier to people, upward mobility for people outside. One respondent, who's a young man who lives in Hrazdan and commutes 48 kilometers every day to study in Yerevan, described the lack of infrastructure, jobs, and lack of quality secondary education in Hrazdan. And about moving to Yerevan, when I asked, why don't you move to Yerevan, he said, there's no resources in Yerevan for it. For example, if you rent an apartment in Yerevan, your entire salary will go on utility bills, and that doesn't make sense. And then a woman who's originally from Gyumri, who moved to Yerevan 17 years ago, described the barriers she faced when she moved to Yerevan. She said, when I just moved to Yerevan and I had no phone and no home, so when I was going to find a job, people were asking for a phone number or address, and I was looking humble and lost, and they didn't trust me. So just to kind of quickly conclude these findings, the first, in terms of agency, the agency and activism dimension uncovered here, we see these changing social institutions in Armenia and this increasing emphasis on people, especially ones empowered with rights. There are broadly recognized sociological insights that rising levels of individualism and agency characterize a growing number of countries, and this could be related to the spread of neoliberal forms of economic development. And this is actually related to the inequality factor. That for Armenians now, that rising sense of agency has brought with it this realization that inequality isn't something that happens to you. It's something that is the result of political choices, of elites in this case. It's created. And this has major implications for Armenian society. And there's a lot of evidence that, and actually Darren Acemoglu wrote about this as well, that there's a lot of evidence that inequality and bleak political consequences interact and amplify each other. And even in the US, a report published a few years ago by the American Political Science Organization, argues that the concentration of a country's wealth in the hands of a few discourages citizen participation. So here's the paradox. In Armenia, although the elites make sure that politics work for them rather than for society more generally, citizen participation has been slowly increasing in Armenia, evidenced by the civic initiatives for the, since 2000. And these current events, which so far refuse to conform to long-term predictions, really represent the messiness that both drives social scientific research forward and prevents it from ever converging or on a fully completed account of given practices or a process such as transition. And why that is a topic for further research. Thank you.
Karina, thank you so much. I just have one short question. I was really struck by the respondents of the later group that they saw the problems also coming from public. They saw public problems. And I was wondering, was there a generational factor? What were the age groups when they were interviewed back in the 90s? And now, did your study show that there was a generational aspect or age aspect?
Yeah, the previous interviews seemed to speak more to adults, but they also spoke to young people, even like under 18. My interviews went from age 20 to, I think, 60, around 60. So I kind of captured most of the adult population. And in terms of attitudes towards activism, that was generally expressed by people under 40. So I think there's really this shift in worldview even of people above and below 40 years of age in Armenia. People who were above 40 acknowledged the social movements, and when pressed for their opinion about them, they were quite positive about them. But they didn't always have any sort of expectation of their success, citing, for example, not enough people joining them.
Thank you so much. We're going to move to our last panelist, Arsen Stepanyan. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. And first about volcanoes. No, it's not about Salpi. It's, I had this slide of a volcano and then a spiral. I was thinking if the legislative process transformation, it was a volcano process, so kind of it erupted, it's done, and then we kind of live with it, or it's a spiral. So my conclusion was that it's more of a spiral, and then it's just the question is, which one is the ring we are in right now? So what happened, and Salpi challenged me to reflect on 25 years of transformation of Armenian legislative process in 12 minutes. Okay, I do have many weaknesses. One of them is actually my love towards the parliamentary institutions. So I gladly took this interesting and exciting challenge of reflecting in 12 minutes. And also because we, the people of Armenia, just changed our system again. And last week, actually, last Wednesday, was the first session of the new National Assembly that entered a new era of parliamentary republic. So we kind of are now living in a different world, and all of us and you together are the witnesses of the history in making right now and in Armenia. So to keep my kind of presentation simple, I will only highlight 3 key points that you will see in the next slide. The complexity of the legislative process, that's one. The transformation of institutions. And also I added the political culture to it. I know some people don't like the cultural explanations, but I was thinking about transition into democracy, and I had in mind the pluralistic model of polyarchy by Robert Dahl. And it included both competitiveness and participation, and a set of major civic and political rights and freedoms that serve as a basic indicator of democracy. But I kind of, after Babken Derluguian's presentation, I shall kind of change my this part. So that's why I looked not only into the legislative process and the transformation of institutions, but also the political culture aspect of it. And one more caveat. Due to my extensive civil society engagement or experience in last decade, my perspective of the legislative process will be more of a grassroots, like a street view, the Google Street View perspective, the bottom-up approach. Okay? So to communicate my observations, I have 4 images for you and 4 slides, actually. So the first one, no, can we go back, please? So, okay, this is a very important slide. So this one, the first image is up there on the slide, the building of Armenian National Assembly. It was originally designed, of course, for the Communist Party 70 years ago, and it hosted Armenia's Supreme Council and the independent Armenia's Supreme Council and 5 convocation National Assemblies, and the 6th one just started. So the image is the one I want to see. The real building, which is about 500 meters from here, you can perhaps pass by it, is surrounded by 5-meter high metal fences. And it communicates this message that legislative process and institutions are distinct from the public, are distant from the public. So if you pass by the Armenia's parliament these days, you can guess what I want to see in the future, and what every time I feel by passing the parliamentary institution. Well, I also used to work inside that institution some time ago. So, well, looking from the glass half perspective into the positive side, there have been many positive developments in legislative process. And that, let's look at the legislative process in the next slide. So, I have 4 key points to speak about in the legislative process. First is the sophistication of process. So when I was, last week, the new rules of procedure of Armenian National Assembly entered into force. I was comparing this 70-page, 167-article document with a simple 21-article law on Armenia's Supreme Council in 1991. This was the first legislative body of independent Armenia. Then it changed the name. So clearly, legislative process has become more complex and sophisticated. And it's not just the number of pages. It's not about the number of committees. It's just the process has become more sophisticated. The number of actors increased, the skills and tools that are required now to engage in the process, and then the level of regulation has become more complex. For one, professionalism requirement has increased. This led to having paid assistants for the members of parliaments. For years they were volunteers, just volunteers. Legislative Research Center it used to be the only task of the center used to be to do media screenings and provide short summaries of what is in the media, the hard copy traditional media. Now the requirement is to do more research and analysis. And we even have a budget office. That was my dream for like 20 years ago. Now we have it. It's the institution yet, not the processes. The law on legal acts now requires that justification to be presented for the new drafts, new legislation, new strategies by the government and the members of parliament, and for any new policies too, not only the legal acts. Impact evaluation is another important component, another requirement for this sophisticated process. Evaluation of the impact evaluation on the environment, on corruption risks, sometimes on gender impact. Those are requirements of the new processes of new legislation. So more engagement opportunities for policy actors have emerged and opened up. Public and parliamentary hearings, putting legislation on the website for public input, putting the drafts on the website, the bills. Opportunities are not available. Those opportunities were not available 20 years ago. Even 10 years ago, some of them were not available. So I lived through processes where two parliamentary committees will organize a joint hearing so that they can report their minimal requirements, without doing, the two hearings each. So these things also happen. So now let's look at the image. This is the new e-draft portal of the Ministry of Justice. This in the corner, just a screenshot. So where every individual can go online, see what initiatives are there, and vote, suggest, oppose, make suggestions or make recommendations. Even 10 years ago, a decade ago, this was not there. So this is a new changing and development process where at the government level, at the executive level, people can contribute to the initiatives. This sophistication, of course, came at the cost of requirement to have more skills, knowledge, connections, resources, and engagement for the actors. But the good thing is that we are talking about the rubber stamper process a decade ago that was approving decisions, and now we have engagement opportunities. So this is the transition process. So the next slide will be about the institutional transformation. There are several actors: National Assembly, the executive, the government. Judicial system has become an actor. Advocacy groups are growing, think tanks, media, and my colleagues also mentioned that I missed to add here civic movements and diaspora. We see a transformation of a rubber stamp institution, the parliament, the old parliament, and the image you have, this is a very interesting image. I have juxtaposed the old second convocation parliament session hall, if I may use. So this is from the second convocation. The people were sitting here. The only thing you could do is you can vote yes, no, or I don't know. I mean, abstained, okay? So this is the new session hall building where it's not the computers, it's the working environment, so it's designed to work. So if you as a member of parliament want to work, there is a chance to work. There is an opportunity there, right? So this is kind of showing how the institution is transforming. Of course, there are other changes to the research institutes, the budget institute, staff members. So it's kind of a number of committees has increased. This is the putting a balance against the executive branch. Okay, so the executive is also transforming from the other side. They have set up, last year actually, they set up a joint legislative center. So all ministries together, they are concentrating and making it more effective so that there are less conflicts inside the ministries, and they can have the good power balance against the legislative institutions. Judicial system has active player. Now the judicial precedents are used in legislative proceedings. It wasn't the case years ago. Think tanks are slowly emerging as research is becoming more useful for the legislative process, and the media is transforming because the members of parliament are now reaching out directly through social media accounts. So the traditional media has this challenge to use different means to communicate and be part of the process. And civic movements and diaspora are becoming important players in this legislative process thing. Now, the political culture, the next presentation I have, the next slide, is the least developed and most difficult to change. Although the collaboration between the actors is increasing, there are good examples of partnership, formal mechanisms, including advisory councils, like Ministry of Justice has a Juvenile Justice Council. I'm a member of it, so kind of as an independent expert. So there are different groups and organizations. It's processing. We have moved from antagonistic relations between the actors to collaboration and partnerships. And that's a change. And I mean meaningful participation, because we used to have a lot of gongos. People were speaking about the civil society or different roles of civil society. Today, the gongos, like the government, organized these artificial groups and organizations. That's changing. The process is becoming more transparent, partly due to the technology use. So you can have access to the legislative history, voting records of every member of parliament. And we are having more accountability systems, like increased the income declarations, public reporting. Even there is a parliamentary committee on ethics. And that's why I will kind of finalize my point with the ethics example. And this is important why. So you will see this is the voting mechanism, that the last image I have. So members of parliament are voting yes, no, or against. So one of the challenges in the parliament we used to have, it was called piano playing. So the fellow members of parliament voting for the absent member, it's to ensure enough votes are there. So I have this image because the new Speaker of the Parliament, one of the first questions last week was elected. He was asked if he will allow piano playing. So first thing he did, he said, I used to do this. So he confessed that he did, this unethical thing. And then the second thing he said, I'm not allowing in my parliament anyone to do unethical behavior, including piano playing. So if he is very sincere about the intention, what he did, kind of coming up and speaking, saying that he did it wrong and he's not allowing, is a good strategy. But it remains to be seen how the process will go. So to sum up, the policy process is becoming more complex. Institutions are transforming as they interact and evolve. And I see the development of political culture as the next critical ring in the spiral of development into a more democratic legislative process in Armenia. Thank you very much.
I'll take only half a minute of time because I want to open the floor for Q&A. I was just curious about the convocations. I remember interviewing politicians a few years ago, and admittedly, a lot of them said that our first convocation was the most professional. Now we can speculate about the term professional, but it was 3 times the size of today. And given your research, what do you expect from the 6th convocation? Because our previous one was speculatively the wealthiest, the most oligarchic, if we will. So what are the expectations for the 6th convocation?
We had, in the Soviet time, we had this concept of intelligentsia. So in the first convocation, we had a lot of those intelligentsias. Okay, so professionals, they mean there are these professional people, writers, poets, the architects, scientists sitting there. Now, being professional against the parliament, against the executive branch, like a decade ago, Ministry of Finance was using a special software to draft the budget, and then they were giving up the 3,000-page hard copy of the budget to each of those intelligentsia and saying, make your recommendations. Now, this is not going to work. There is this power disbalance thing. So the professionalism is all about the aspects, including the ethical and professional behavior and limited, or no conflict of interest between the personal business. But it also means research institutes. It means access to data. It means, the mechanisms for the parliament to be able to serve the balance against the executive branch and then the judicial branch. So it's, to me, this is the professionalization, the resources that are using into the policy process. Thank you.
Thank you. We have about 15 minutes to take questions. Yes? We have a question.
Thank you very much for this great panel, and I would like to ask a couple of questions. Please, Armenak, you mentioned that even though Ruben Vardanyan said that remittances and 2 other things are very harmful for Armenia, still for human dignity it is important to get these remittances because we have this gap. So social institutions, they doesn't work, and these remittances help to survive. Also, there is some change of migration pattern. I mean, women global migration is now very visible. So I would like to ask you as an economist, how would you evaluate these remittances, and to what extent they are really harmful? And my second question, may I would like to address to Taline, please. A really great presentation and very, very deep insights I get from this presentation. I just wanted to ask, securitization, security problem. This is, I absolutely agree. I'm right now working on the text called Between Sila of Security and Haribda of Democracy. And you see that problem as well. This is like a clap. This is like to close our mouth. Whenever we want to be critical, we are calmed down by this. So I would like to ask if you have any idea to get rid of this dilemma. And okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Armenian.
Should I start or ladies first?
Please.
Okay, so basically, regarding the usefulness of remittances, so I would answer this way. I believe that there are two time effects for remittances, short-term effect and long-term effect. So basically, and it is very important to understand how the remittances are being used. So in the short term, in my view, the remittances are very useful if they come to the country and if there is no way for income generation otherwise. But the most important thing is to educate, in my view, the guys who are receiving the remittances back at home, how to use these remittances. So if they just go for consumption and then there are no savings, there are no investments and these kind of things, then in the long run, the remittances are indeed very, very harmful, because basically many people go abroad. Maybe sometimes this temporary migration becomes permanent migration, and they just don't use this money as they should, and then the families are apart, so far, so forth. So basically, if these remittances that come in the short run are invested in a good way, so are invested in instruments that generate more income for the family, are invested in a way that have some sort of social impact for the neighborhood, for the cities, for the villages, where basically the families live, I think this is the most important thing. And in this regard, I think it is very important to educate those guys who are staying here, like the families that are spending these remittances, how to use it in a meaningful and in a good way, actually. This would be my answer. Yeah, I mean, remittances are good, but they should be used in a meaningful way to generate more income for the well-being of the country. That's my answer. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you, Armnak. Tali?
Yes, thank you for your question. As shortly as I can do, I think the security democracy dilemma actually doesn't exist anymore. It's not relevant anymore. And the public doesn't buy it anymore. At least since last year and the 4-day war, the public doesn't buy it anymore. And there now is a requirement and a real desire from segments. And again, I am studying a very specific segment of young people, of people that are that feel a sense of commitment towards their country. So it might be specific, but there is a desire on their part to hear another kind of discourse from governments or power holders or elites in the Armenian Republic. And if we take security as maybe hard security, soft security, since last year, once again, the hard security requirement, so the military requirement of Armenia, cannot be sustained any longer if things like social justice, equality of opportunities, and so on and so forth, do not find a relevant answer and are not provided to the society at large. So as shortly as I can do, that would be my answer, and I would be happy to exchange more with you after. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. Yes, Maro?
Okay. I look at the Armenian parliament as another tool of anacracy, as Bob can put it out. On the surface, it looks professional, it looks well-equipped and everything else, but in reality, it's filled with people with very low level of education, businessmen that really are opting for their own interests, and really one political party decision. Basically, when something, and this is members of parliament, by the way, who said this, that when a draft law comes to parliament, if it's come from the Republican Party, it passes. If it's not, it fails. So I don't see many positives in the Armenian parliament, except for what you mentioned with a better voting system or computers or more sophistication, but in the whole concept of it, the ethics committee is not working, the human rights committee is not working. I don't see any positives that came out for the benefits of the people from the Armenian parliament. Sorry, there was no question. Is that a question?
If I may, about the
Sure.
the Human Rights Committee, actually the Republican Party, they were decreasing the number of committees. So the first one they closed down was the Human Rights Committee, right? So it's last week. But I want to bring one example. So in the post-Soviet space, the space for civil society, for non-profit sector is shrinking. All the countries are making tougher regulations for the non-profit space. Armenia is the only country that last year, after years of engagement, adopted a more favorable legislative environment. It's not about the civil society legislation, it's about the experience. There is a positive case, there is a change, and that change from the first convocation parliament when everyone was Republican, Yergrapa, so all the guys with the right from the war back into the parliament, there is a different parliament, we have positive developments, and there are more engagement opportunities, and the actors are more professional, including the non-profit sector actors. So we have different perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Arsen. And on that positive note, allow me to finish. We hope that civil society will be that driving force that will turn our anocracy into democracy, and that diaspora's engagement will be outside of traditional institutions, also on civil society level. And thank you so much for your time. Thank you for wonderful and very insightful panel discussions. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I think we're almost good to go. Wait another 30 seconds and then. So of course it's very hard to come back into a room when the sun is shining outside, and some of the most interesting conversations take place exactly in follow-up to the event and to the individual talks. But the sun will still be shining when we're finished. At least I hope so. And so I would say let's get started on our last session, which is on foreign policy and regional integration. And rather than giving you very long introductions, I think I will lead right over to the speakers. And first up, we have Professor Mikhail Zolyan, who teaches at Brusov Institute of Linguistics and Social Sciences, has a PhD in history from Yerevan State University, and MA in nationalism studies from the Central European University, and publishes regularly on issues of regional interest. So, Mikhail, over to you.
Thank you very much. It's going to be very difficult to talk about Armenia-Russia relations after 2 days when we had great talks on Russia by Ronald Suni, Anna Haroutounian, Robert English, and others. But I will try to present a perspective sort of coming from Yerevan, how it feels to be living in a region where Russia is the regional hegemon, what are the problems, what are the good parts of that experience. And I think we probably heard the word Russia more than the name of any other country except Armenia during these 2 days, and that's, I think, normal. That should be so, because to me the problem of Armenia-Russia relations is the most important problem in Armenia's foreign policy, not even the Armenia-Turkey relations and not even the Karabakh conflict, because both Armenia-Turkey relations and Karabakh conflict, they very much depend on how the issue of relations with Russia plays out. So next slide, please. Let me start with a quote. It's a quote from a Facebook post by one Russian analyst, who I won't mention because probably it's not ethically correct to attribute a Facebook quote to somebody, but it's a very interesting quote. That's why I couldn't help but to bring it here. So Armenia, it's about a voting. I won't be reading out the quote. You can read it yourself. Basically, it's about a voting in which Armenia voted against Russia, or at least this person thought that this was voting against Russia. And can you guess what kind of voting we're talking about? Any ideas? Well, we don't have time. I will say it myself. It's about Eurovision. Few things are, yes, it's Eurovision. I mean, of course, he mentions Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe, so he compares a case when Armenia didn't vote together with Russia in Parliamentary Assembly to a vote in Eurovision last year, not this year. This year, Russia was not part of it, but last year, the Armenian jury didn't give the first place to Russia. So this was perceived by some people as a kind of major, sign that something is wrong in Armenia-Russia relations. Next slide, please. Of course, there were more serious signs than just voting in the Eurovision. There were, if we look back at 2015, 2016, there were several cases, big or small, protests in Armenia which involved in some ways Armenia-Russia relations. So obviously in January 2015 there was this murder in Gyumri when a Russian soldier murdered an Armenian family, and he has been convicted since then, so I don't need to say allegedly murdered. I mean, he's a convicted murderer. He murdered an Armenian family, and the handling of that situation produced protests. I'm saying the handling both by Armenian government but also by Russian government, because it took Russian government a whole week to offer condolences to the family of the victims, and Armenian government was perceived as not being able to stand up to Russia in this issue, especially the big question was where this person, the murderer, would be tried, and Armenians wanted to try him in Armenian court, and Russia said, no, you can't do that. Anyway, I'm sure you know the story. So this was one case. Then in June 2015, there was the famous Electric Yerevan protest, or as they called it in Russian media, Elektromaidan, which obviously implies a parallel with Ukrainian protests that led to the Ukrainian revolution. And again, here it would be wrong to present this as a kind of anti-Russian protest, which they were not. They were protests against Armenian government, but there was definitely a component related to Armenia-Russian relations because the energy company, which basically triggered the whole protest by raising the prices, was owned by Russia and by the Russian RAO ES. And of course, in April 2016, after the 4-day war in Karabakh, there were protests again in Armenia. There were Armenian activists demonstrating before the Russian embassy, throwing rotten eggs. And this was related to what happened in April, to the perception that Russia did not stand by its ally Armenia the way that it was supposed to stand, and especially the fact that Russia had been selling arms to Azerbaijan. Next slide, please. So I'm not saying that these protests were a sign of somehow that Armenian-Russian relations are unraveling and Armenia is supposed to stop being a strategic ally of Russia, which probably won't happen anytime soon. But why these are interesting? Armenia, in a way, is a perfect ally of Russia for geopolitical reasons, for reasons of history. Armenia basically doesn't have anywhere else to go. And yet, even in Armenia-Russia relations, we have these issues that come up and which lead to a part of society, at least a part of society, questioning how beneficial this relationship is for Armenia. And if we have that in case of Armenia, then obviously there's something going on, and that can have interesting, looking at why this is happening would be also interesting in terms of understanding the relationship between Russia and the post-Soviet space, how effectively Russia is able to manage this region where its ambition is to be the regional hegemon. So next slide, please. I will skip this one because I'm sure you all know. I mean, it's just somehow the chronology of recent important events. Next slide. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is good. So let's look at the factors that influence, the factors that help Russia to be influential in our region, in Armenia particularly. So obviously there is political military partnership, which is Armenia, is both bilateral, and Armenia is part of the CSTO, the Collective Security Treaty Organization, and of course there's the military base, there are the Russian border guards, and obviously this is very important for Armenia, and so far, nobody else basically offers Armenia a place in a security organization, NATO or anybody else. So basically this is a very important component of Armenia-Russian relationship, and I would say that's the most important one. But also, of course, there's the economic component. There are the Russian-owned companies, which I won't be, because we don't have time, I won't be naming these companies, but anybody who's, who lives in Armenia or comes here often, they know that how many Russian companies we have, including state companies. Migration, especially labor migration, at some point, several years ago, probably not anymore, but according to the numbers from 2010 to 2015, at some certain years, 89% of remittances from abroad were coming from Russia. Obviously, there is also another issue, that the West is not interested enough in Armenia, or at least, it's not investing in Armenia in such a way that it would create a competition for Russia. So if we look just at one field of economy, the telecommunication, we had just one French company, Orange, which basically left the Armenian market, but we have several Russian companies which control the larger part of Armenian telecommunication market. Next slide, please. So, but also apart from issues like the military cooperation and economy, there's also what we can call soft power or kind of symbolic power, which there are several factors which enforce the Armenia-Russia relationship. One of these is historical perception. Obviously, Russia is seen by many Armenians as a sort of savior from Turkey. And again, we can debate to what extent this is based on historical realities and to what extent it is not, but that's a topic for a whole different conference. No one can deny that this perception exists, and it's quite strong in Armenian society. Wide use of Russian language, which still remains sort of the main communication channel between most Armenians and outside world, the main source of news and information about the larger world. And related to that, Russian media, especially television, but also internet to a high extent. I mean, most Armenians, for them, since Russian is their first foreign language, mostly they look at Russian internet. And also, I wouldn't exaggerate that, but this has also affected some social and cultural differences between, let's say, Armenia and Western societies, and which bring it closer to Russia in some ways. To put it simply, this is mostly related to gender issues and this kind of stronger masculinity perceptions that exist in Armenia if we compare it to what is common in Western countries. So next slide, please. But of course, there are also factors limiting Russian influence and factors that are working basically against the Russian influence in Armenia and undermining this Russia-Armenia relationship. Obviously, this is Russia-Azerbaijan and Russia-Turkey partnership. Again, I don't have time to talk about it a lot, but the arms deals with Russia and Azerbaijan, and even with Turkey. Recently, there was a discussion that Russia is planning to sell anti-aircraft defense systems, S-400, which is a very advanced anti-aircraft defense system, to Turkey. Probably it won't happen, but still it tells quite a lot about the kind of relationship that exists today between Russia and Turkey, which is impossible to imagine with any other NATO member. And obviously this is not very well perceived in Armenia, and this is creating this situation which I put in the title of my presentation, that my friends somehow, this principle that my friend's enemy cannot be my friend. I mean, it's creating a kind of cognitive dissonance in Armenia, which is obviously not very well perceived in terms of Armenia-Russia relationship. And then also another issue, I will just have to go through them very briefly. Russian government normally works with the incumbent government. They don't try to work with civil society, or at least, with those groups that are kind of opposed to the current government. They don't really work with the opposition, or if they do, this is mostly it's not public. So this is creating an impression that Russia is always kind of standing behind the incumbent government, whatever it is doing. I mean, I can bring examples of that, which we don't have time. Also, it's a recent factor, the stagnant economy in Russia. It's influencing the Armenia-Russia relationship, especially in terms of the remittances are falling. Many people in Armenia expected that by entering the Eurasian Economic Union, Armenian economy would benefit from the Russian market, which didn't exactly happen the way it was supposed to happen. Again, it's another topic for a long discussion. And I see that I'm running out of time. Next slide, please. Also, of course, the West is working to counter the Russian influence, which is usually not very efficient, but still it has some influence. Sometimes, on the other hand, the Russian efforts to promote the Russian world, this kind of Russian language and Russian culture, they backfire, especially in a place like Armenia, which has a strong cultural identity and attachment to historical heritage. And finally, if in case of, I will finish, I will finish soon. Finally, in case of the West, there is a kind of obvious model of society which the West is trying to present as what is right. I mean, you can agree with it, you can disagree with it, but it's there. You understand that this is democracy, liberal democracy, capitalist economy, human rights, rule of law, etc. When it comes to Russia, there is no competing image of what society should look like. There are some ideological principles, there's talk of conservatism, etc., but there is no clear vision. So in that sense, for the elites in Armenia, at least, who are interested in modernization, in reform, somehow the Western vision is, in the long term, of course, is, it's in a way more preferable. But again, there's a lot to discuss here, which we don't have time for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikhail. Thank you for taking us through the Russian-Armenian relationship. We now turn to the relationship between Armenia and Iran, and to Robert Markarian. Robert Markarian is born in Tehran and has a degree from the University of Tehran in physics and law, as I saw, and publishes regularly on his website, robertmarkarian.com. Robert, over to you.
Thank you. My presentation topic seems simple, Islamic Republic of Iran and the foreign policy of Armenia. But while preparing this presentation, I had a really hard time summarizing everything in 12 minutes. Everything about the achievements, the failures, the opportunities maybe. If despite 25 years of independence, 25 years of having political and diplomatic relation between two states, and also despite maybe thousands of years, historical, cultural, and social close ties between two nations, we are still talking about opportunities. We are still struggling to find a way to improve our relations, to increase the volume of our trade, turnover, and cooperation. It means that we have a problem here which needs to be discussed, which needs to be studied and analyzed. During this presentation, I will try to take a brief look at 25 years of relation between two countries, the importance of this relation, and also some obstacles to cooperation. Relations between Iran and Armenia has begun since ancient times. The independence of Republic of Armenia after the collapse of the Soviet Union opened new pages on the new relations between the two nations. At present, the two countries have established strong relationship based on common historical and cultural background. When Iran built a bridge to connect the two banks of the Arax River, the Armenians called it Friendship Bridge. First of all, it was a living bridge made to facilitate the connection of Armenia with countries like Iran to have access to imports of vital goods and required services. The purpose of this bridge was establishing a connection between two historical neighbors. The social, economic, and cultural relations began from this bridge. The bridge connects two side roads, and while due to the conflict with Azerbaijan at the beginning of the independence of Armenia, rail and road links with the south was blocked, the Friendship Bridge has played a vital role for Armenia. Armenia's look to Iran is based on positive relationship and also strong Armenian minority living in Iran. Now, however, the approach of Armenia to Iran is less historical and more practical. On December 25, 1991, the Islamic Republic of Iran recognized the independence of Armenia due to having a border with Armenia, as well as having political and security interests in the region, and in order to develop economic, political, and cultural relations, Iran established diplomatic relations with Armenia in 1992. The geographical position of Armenia, which provides Iran with access to European countries and the Eurasian Economic Union, and the need for playing an effective role in the South Caucasus causes the relations between the two countries to develop. The relations between the two countries in the early years after the independence and during the presidency of Levon Ter-Petrosyan were under the influence of the Nagorno-Karabakh War. Later, from 1997 to 2000, internal developments and performance of Armenia's foreign policy affected bilateral relations. At the same time, the level of economic cooperation between the two countries decreased. During the presidency of Robert Ghazarian and due to realistic foreign policy, the level of relations between the two countries improved. Following that, in 2008, the trade between the two countries reached to about $225 million. This trend continued during the first 2 years of Sir Sarkisian's presidency, reaching to $300 million. However, despite strong diplomatic and political ties between the two countries and the political common positions about many international developments, as well as the efforts being made in recent years, not only there hasn't been any increase in the volume of trade between the two countries ever since, it has declined to $239 million in 2016. At the same time, more than the 60% of the trade between the two countries is the result of exchange of gas and electricity. If the two countries' cooperation in this field removes, the trade will be less than $100 million. Since during the period of international sanctions against Iran, the level of trade between the two countries did not see sensible change, it seems that the failure to increase the level of trade between the two countries, especially under the presidency of Sarkozy, has been the result of the foreign policy and also the impact of external factors such as Russia. In general, Armenia's relations with Iran are the result of a need to find a way to circumvent the blocks created by Turkey and Azerbaijan, and the desire to reduce reliance on Russia as the main and the only partner of Armenia. According to Richard Giragosyan, the director of the Regional Studies Center, two main factors of energy and geopolitics are driving the relations between Iran and Armenia forward. In the case of energy, as noted earlier, a large volume of trade between the two countries consists of the exchange of gas and electricity. This exchange is done through a pipeline and two power transmission lines. The third power transmission line is also under construction and will be operational in 2018. The important thing about the gas pipeline is the reducing of its diameter under Russian pressure, which made any transiting of gas to Europe via Armenia impossible. Richard Giragosyan also believes that the foreign policy of Armenia is complementary, which tries to make a balance between West and Russia. At the same time, it's flexible, and Armenia looks for alternatives with more opportunities and fewer threats. It seems that Iran could be one of the best choices. Iran plays a vital economic and political role for Armenia due to its geographical location and extensive communication. Iran is one of the significant countries in the region with high political and economic interest in the Caucasus region, and especially in Armenia. On the other hand, due to the connection with the Caspian Sea and the northern coast of Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman, Iran is a link not only to its neighbors but also to certain regions of the Caucasus, Central Asia, Eastern Asia, the Arab world, and the Indian Peninsula. Iran's national interests are provided by strengthening the independence of Armenia and participation in politics in the Caucasus region. Due to its geographical location and political position, Iran is considered the transportation bridge and one of the most strategic areas of the world. It's not only because of Iran's geographical location and natural rich resources, but its economic huge potential and military capabilities. In addition, we must consider this reality that there are no territorial or ethnic disputes between Iran and Armenia, which have been the most important factor in expanding relations. Armenia also has a valuable place in Iran's political and strategic programs. It should be noted that it's not only the Armenia's unilateral need which has necessitated the development of bilateral relations. The Iran's mutual need to Armenia's facilities and geographical location is also effective. The geographical location of Armenia could help Iran transit its products and gas to Europe and the Eurasian Economic Union. The importance of Armenia for Iran is because of connecting Iran to the Black Sea, Northern Caucasus, and Europe, Armenia's membership in the Eurasian Economic Union and having a land border with Iran, the geographical importance of Armenia in coping with the pan-Turkism in the region, cultural importance due to the presence of the Armenian minority in Iran, the two countries' cooperation for neutralizing the conspiracy of confrontation between Islam and Christianity, the political importance of using the powerful Armenian lobby, the economic importance of presence in Armenia's market, especially in fields such as energy, a decisive presence in the Caucasus region, and the prevention of the spread of crises such as the Karabakh crisis to Iran, and balancing the powers in the region. At the same time, identifying obstacles to cooperation between the two countries are important. In a general attitude, they could be divided to economic, political, and security obstacles. Some of the economic obstacles are Armenia's economic structure, corruption and economic monopolies, Iran's economic structure, and the lack of investment. In the case of political obstacles, we can say that due to the geopolitical and strategic importance of Caucasus, this region has been the center of regional and international competitions As a result, bilateral cooperation with neighboring countries, including relations between Iran and Armenia, is under the influence of these factors and competitions. The political situation in Armenia has been an obstacle to cooperation. Some of Armenia's internal obstacles are influence of foreign powers, especially Russia, the tensions and the lack of full political stability, the Karabakh crisis, and the conflict with Azerbaijan. Experts believe that stability and security are the preconditions of the development, and the expansion of bilateral cooperation is also under the influence of these important factors. In this respect, security threats and conflicts in the Caucasus region has slowed economic development. Each country in the region defines the security layouts from its perspective and determines the affecting factors according to that definition. In conclusion, it seems that cooperation between the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Republic of Armenia in various fields has enough potential to expand. During the past few years, the necessary ground for economic cooperation has been provided. The Iran nuclear deal also has had an important role in this regard. Fortunately, in recent months, the Armenian government has made great efforts to expand relations between the two countries, or at least create proper ground for it, including the elimination of visa regime, the approval of the establishment of free economic zone on Meghri, located on the border of Iran, trail transit of gas to Georgia via Armenia, and the pilot cargo transit from Germany to Iran by using Georgian ports, the railways of Armenia and Georgia, and the overland routes of Armenia and Iran. If the efforts wrap up and overcome obstacles successfully, these steps could have a significant impact on the development of bilateral relations and multiply the trade volume between the two countries several times, upgrading it to the level which matches the expanded political relations. Thank you.
Robert, thank you for that overview. We now move on to the question of Armenia and the European Union and the lessons from Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. Presented by Armen Grigorian. Armen Grigorian is a visiting scholar at the Central European University, is a consultant to an advisor to various non-governmental organizations here, and has previously also been a visiting scholar at universities in Slovakia. Armen, over to you.
Thank you. So I've tried to compress a longer publication into this short presentation. So if you feel that the parts are not quite following each other, then let me know, please. And I will be happy to share that publication. It's open source, so there is no problem to do that. So I tried to focus on the developments in Armenia and to review the future perspectives for participation in the Eastern Partnership, and to make some comparisons with Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine, as those countries have reached a higher level of cooperation with the EU. So on 21st of March, the Comprehensive and Enhanced Partnership Agreement was initialed between the EU and Armenia. And in April, negotiations started on the Comprehensive Air Transport Agreement. And there is the possibility to launch negotiations on a visa liberalization agreement later. However, I think it would hardly be reasonable to express significant optimism concerning the development of relations before the agreements are signed and ratified, because Russia maintains excessive influence on Armenia. So the outcomes of the negotiation process may again largely depend on Moscow's women relations with the West. So a number of factors, economic situation in Russia and German elections and so on and so forth, may influence its relations with the West and its attitude towards Armenia's relations with the EU particularly. It may be remembered that in April 2013, Russia threatened an almost 70% gas price rise, and there were other threats by officials and Russian analysts and even by diplomats to block money transfers, to deport migrant workers, ban Armenian export, destabilize the situation in Armenia, support a regime change, and so on. But what if the agreement is signed and ratified? As Hrant Kostanyan noted in April, during the first part of this conference,
Despite 2 decades of rhetorical commitments, the EU-Armenia relations have remained a story of stalled transition because of 2 factors. First, the lack of desire and ability of Armenia to reform, because the elite lacks political will. And second, the weakness of the EU. Speaking about lack of political will, it is hardly possible to avoid mentioning that, the Russian demands notwithstanding, the domestic political elite's own attitude towards cooperation with the EU was not quite sincere. As Lord Ugur and Katarina Volchuk hypothesized, quote, the political regime and uncompetitive political system dominated by oligarchic groups would probably not survive the reforms which Armenia would be required to introduce, unquote. And they also add that EU requirements, particularly EU requirements related to human rights, the rule of law and good governance, are unattractive to the incumbent authorities. Sorry. Here I also quote Professor Arasanjan, also he spoke at the first part of the conference. So, quote, in recent years, political power has gradually accumulated in the hands of the Republican Party of Armenia. The latter, by now, is nothing more than an ostensibly modern and formal constitutional facade to the country's entrenched oligarchic structure, unquote. To this, I would add that the recent parliamentary elections were another big step towards the formation of a formal multi-party system in a de facto institutionalized one-party state. Considering also Republican Party's control of the law enforcement agencies and the courts, this state capture cannot be reversed by means of elections or judicial review. At the same time, another important condition leading to institutional reforms formulated by Tanya Bözel and Thomas Riese, namely strong pressure from below by domestic actors having political autonomy to mobilize in favor of compliance with EU demands for reform, has not also been fulfilled. Most of the Armenian opposition is also equally obsequious towards Russia. They justify that attitude by Russia's actions against Georgia and Ukraine, for example, implying that Russia has the right to use whichever tools to fulfill its goals. Representatives of the opposition, many of the representatives of the opposition, repeat the government's argument, blaming the EU for offering an or approach, meaning the association agreement or joining the Eurasian Union, rather than and, which is not an honest attitude, because obviously it was not possible to join a free trade zone and the Union requiring higher tariffs at the same time. And in reality, EU association deep and comprehensive free trade agreement would have meant and because it would not have made impossible to have a free trade regime with Russia or any other third party. Georgia's example shows just that. A few days ago, they concluded a free trade agreement with China, while Armenia, being a member of the Eurasian Union, cannot enter into free trade agreements. But many of politicians, pro-government and opposition alike, are just keen on repeating that stupid mantra about Eurasian Union 170 million market. Well, Georgia got access to 500 million plus EU market and now 1.25 billion China market, for example. And now about the weakness of the EU, which is also in some aspects related to the elite's lack of desire to reform. A Moldovan colleague, Andrei Skrinik, noted that Eastern Partnership states' national elites often take the European norms formally and imitate reforms, and at the same time share tendencies to autocracy and bringing oligarchs to governance. And that may eventually lead to criminal control of their countries. And he considers the European institutions partially responsible because, to different considerations, geopolitical stakes or other, the pseudo-European elites are forgiven in exchange for displaying a formal pro-European attitude. This situation corrupts the image of the EU and of its norms. So, besides, it was noted in a 2014 European Integration Index for Eastern Partnership countries that in all 6 Eastern Partnership countries, there are strong veto players. Usually they are stronger than pro-reform forces. And reform-minded actors are mostly in civil society and small and medium-sized businesses, although in Georgia, Moldova, and more recently Ukraine, some of them joined the government, sometimes in senior roles.
and veto players enjoy the broadest space for maneuver in situations when the rule of law is weak or absent and when pluralism and political competition are suppressed. The lack of willingness to implement reforms may often lead to dangerous situations. Already in 2008, Katarina Volchuk noted about Ukraine that priorities, particularly removing the brakes on economic development, tackling the poor investment climate, dealing with emerging security threats, are neglected. And she predicted that there would be an escalation of tensions in Crimea and Russia would play that card. But Ukraine was not ready to deal with such challenge. And this reminds about last year, 4 days war, and then also largely because of the unwillingness to reform, the soldiers had to fight with weapons made in the 80s. In more recent publication, it said that Ukraine is remaining still the perfect arena for oligarch influence, and the oligarchy that quashed the Orange Revolution hopes of economic and social reform may do that again, and this time it would be a real tragedy. In Moldova's case, Hrant Kostanyan also mentioned that reforms have been slowing down, also because of the elite's attitude, which lacks the will to reform a system that primarily serves its own interests. And the EU sometimes turns a blind eye to the abuses of successive governments. So many cosmetic reforms have been made in order to make an illusion that country is making progress, primarily to secure aid from donors. So Armenia is also not alone in this respect, seeking aid from donors primarily. And just to bring this to the end, several of the problems are characteristic for different Eastern Partnership states. Authoritarian tendencies, oligarchs' grasp of the political institutions and the economy, bad investment climates, formal approach to the European norms, and so on. And I suggest that these political elites should not be rewarded for their costly and sometimes destabilizing pursuit of self-interest. The EU's principle, more for more, may work fine if autocrats and oligarchs are not allowed to interpret it as more for nothing, corrupting the EU's image in addition to the general disappointment of the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Armen, for this overview. And then for the last talk, we turn to Tamar Rutsishvili, who's a PhD student in Caucasus study at the Friedrich Schiller University in Jena, and on the topic of fishing in troubled waters, stories from Shuka.
Yeah.
Tamar, over to you.
Well, at first I will say just thank you to organizers for making these days possible and to you all for being till now here with us. And as a short introduction, as our dear chair already introduced, it's a part of my ongoing PhD thesis, which is about land privatization issues in Caucasus. And I mostly rely on moral economy theories and about forms of capital from Bourdieu. In this presentation, I am going to examine with you, and what I want to mention is that actually this paper is a bit different from previous ones, but I think that it's kind of a part of the huge puzzle which we were discussing for these 2 days. So I am going to examine wholesale market and small-scale markets, or shukas. I am calling shuka because the villagers with whom I have lived and worked for 1 year from 2014 till 2015 are calling it shuka. So the paper is based on the data from my participant observation and the interviews I have conducted. And because of my principal decision, I'm not going to name the village, and also the names of the villagers I am talking about are changed. So the village is located in Armavir region, and it shares border with Turkey, and it's populated by Armenian and Yazidi people. The paper is constructed around 2 stories and is exploring relationships between petty traders and owners of shuka. To be more specific, I aim to see why being a trickster man at shuka became morally right for the villagers. Trade in the village was always a common attitude. During Soviet Union, most of the villagers were involved in cross-border petty trading, which means that they were going to Georgia or some other Black Sea region countries, and it was also including itself not only trade, but in Russian it would be gulyats, but they were also going there with their families for holidays. But at the end of Soviet Union, slowly, cross-border petty trading decreased, and after the Rose Revolution in Georgia and the closing markets, most of the villagers have stopped cross-border petty trading and became local petty traders. So, the wholesale shuka where we used to go is located on the way to Yerevan. At the beginning it was really hard to make my host housewife sure that it's okay for me to go there, because she considers that it's not for the girls. But then she found a trustful network among our neighbors, and she allowed me to go there. We were regularly going there, and at the beginning I was very naive and was believing that I was calling it night market, because we were going there from 1 a.m. till 4 a.m. Sometimes it took more or less. But then I realized that actually it's not a night market. It also functions during the day, but the villagers have time only during night. And also the owners of supermarkets from Yerevan are free during this time, so it's kind of flexible for both of the sides. The story from this market is from one of the random talks. We are coming back from the shuka. We have sold our leaves of grapes, which is very popular right now, to sell it. And the petty trader Tigran is having ordinary talk with his grandma about prices at the market, unfairness, about plans for the next day. And then he somehow started to talk about this wholesale market owner and another wholesale market which was functioning next to this new one wholesale market. And he was asking something like this: do you know what happened? And actually, to cut the long story short, I would say that the owner of the new market somehow, it seems that with better connections among useful people, became a winner in the battle and opened a new shuka next to old one. And the image Tigran has created from the new shuka owner is scary, and his tough character and severe attitude towards another man sounds not realistic. That's why I won't go now in details. But later I have decided with myself that most probably Tigran has exaggerated some details, and also other villagers maybe most probably exaggerating it or not. But what caught my interest was Tigran's position. Not how real was the story, but how Tigran was perceiving it. That somehow I felt, and he said it directly, that he's sympathetic towards him, but not because of his this heroic past, but because of being a trickster man at the market, because of knowing how market functions, and because of being let's say, a wise man. Yeah. And later, this notion of trickster as an equal to a wise man, or let's call an edge man, who successfully deals with daily ambiguities, became clearer from other interviews. And besides the wholesale market, as I already mentioned, we were also going to a small-scale market. and it is a day market, and another group of villagers goes there from 3 p.m. till the end of the day. And I was accompanying villagers, and we had, of course, a fixed place. All the time we were sitting in the entrance of the gate. But inside the yard there are 2 buildings, and villagers, petty traders, consider that this sitting inside these buildings is kind of a privilege, because drivers of rich people go there directly and buy products in a high price. And no one then cares about bio-agricultural goods villagers have outside. So I was sure again that petty traders from the village were just sitting only outside of the gate, but then I met some other people from the village who are allowed to sit inside the building. One of them is Hago. Hago is in his 45 years old, and he's the man who is kind of claiming that during last 30 years there was no any day from November till the late summer without market, and he's very proud that he can be this kind of a successful trader. And we had many interviews, and not only interviews, we were also having talks, just ordinary talks, but right now I want to focus on some parts of recorded interview. For example, the quotation from Hako. There are gates. Our villagers stand outside of the gate, and I sit inside the gates, and I always put 5 banana boxes next to each other. And just I want to mention that 5 banana boxes could be a good measurement, because they measure like this. I have 5 banana boxes of goods today, but the villagers with whom I was sitting outside were allowed to have 4 banana boxes. That's why he mentions 5 banana boxes. And then he continues to talk about his relationship with the owners of the shuka. I know them already more 20-30 years. The head of the market and his workers. They are all younger than me, but somehow he still has 20-30 years relationship with them. They all know me. Every year I give them great grape leaves. I say to him, I know who are people who can take it. So he does not give it to head directly. He just gives it to other people who will take it to him. I know, and then he says, I know who is mafia. They have never said anything to me. And that is me, tricky. They come to me, shake hands with me. Villagers can also see it. I say they are 10 years younger than me. They just became heads. Well, in this part, one can see many aspects. And somehow what he all the time was mentioning was that his brain works. That's what he was saying, that he knows how the market functions again. I argue, and I will finish now, I argue that while talking about transnational processes or informality, one has to take in consideration that the social capital which they created during Soviet Union after the collapse and facing some unpredictable or predictable difficulties became a base of economical well-being, and it continues till now. And as I mentioned earlier, most of the villagers were cross-border petty traders during the Soviet Union, especially shortly before dissolution. Nowadays, they have changed trading destinations, but the question I am giving is, did they also change the strategies of dealing with the challenges at Shuka, or vice versa? Did the Shuka quit to be unfair for the villagers? And fishing in troubled waters was from another respondent's talk while describing his everyday activities at market. And that became a starting point for me for understanding post-socialist market. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Tamar. I'm looking at my watch, and while we still have a few minutes, I think if we maybe collect 3 questions and 3 or 4 questions, not statements, ideally, then that should allow us to wrap up. Yes, maybe starting with Robert there.
Yeah, Mikhail, you said, or I think your slide said, that something to the effect that alliance or association with Russia is increasingly questioned, at least by some segment of society. I don't know how to read that statement. Is it increasingly questioned by a small minority, such that overall most Armenians or most educated Armenians still look favorably on strong relations with Russia, or is that segment that's questioning it in fact a majority? Maybe how does it break down by age or education? Anything more you can say about increasingly negative attitudes towards Russia and who possesses them and how fast they're growing? That's what I'd like to hear. Thank you.
Great, then we have a question right there.
Thank you so much. I have a brief comment. So there was a point that when it comes to Armenia, Russia, and when Armenia said no, it's very important to mention that back in 2008, following the 5-day war between Russia and Georgia, Armenia in fact refused to recognize the independence of Ossetia and Abkhazia, which is very important to mention. And you said that Azerbaijan, Russia, and Turkey-Russia ties may be limiting factors when it comes to Russia's influence in Armenia, but I think that those are the opposite is true, because for example right now Mr. Erdogan or Mr. Aliyev may try kind of go to Moscow and get things done in Moscow rather than kind of trying to reach out to Armenia's ruling circles. And when it comes to Iran and Armenia, in fact sanctions on Iran, the United States claimed that those were related to this nuclear project. Of course, were creating obstacles in terms of developing ties. But I have 2 questions. So right now, as Armenia is a member of the Eurasian Economic Union, so what's the viewpoint from Iran? What prospects do you see when it comes to further development of ties between Armenia and Iran? And second question, it's related to China's One Belt, One Road policy. What prospects, again, Iran sees given its strategically important geographical location? Is Iran interested in joining? And when it comes to Armenia, are the kind of prospects envisioned also involving Armenia? Thank you.
Great. We had, yes, here.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you to the Institute of Armenian Studies at USC for putting this together. And I will treat this as a sort of a plenary closing session, because there's no other place to really connect, to try to connect the dots. It's a really interdisciplinary approach, which is novel, and I'm very thankful. From an Armenian point of view, we hope that such conferences allow us, from the Armenian point of view, viewed from Yerevan, to make choices domestically and in foreign policy that are based on our democracy and sovereignty, as I said yesterday. Now, as you know, it's 25 years of transition. The United States, through the Christmas Day address in '91 of George Bush Sr., recognized Armenia to the exclusion of Azerbaijan, and we are all frantically happy in Fresno and elsewhere that Armenia was somehow set apart. We lost the democratic edge. Georgia gained it, and there's no one to blame, neither Turkey, Azerbaijan, nor anyone else, for the loss of that initial benefit, the sort of being the darling, democratic darling of the Caucasus that we lost over the following 25 years. It so happens that on Christmas Day in '92, we established diplomatic notes with James Baker, and we had an official relationship. In February, we visited Iran, and with Rafsanjani and Dr. Velayati established diplomatic relations. And in the year and years thereafter, tried to figure out what are Armenia's domestic and foreign policy choices in the absence of an official Turkish-Armenian relationship, and is there a connection between poor democratic internal choices and Armenia's foreign policy options. I wanted to go further into depth and engage Tim Jeddah on Srebrenica and Stepanakert, if you will, and Professor Suni on whether Nezhde was a hero or a traitor. but in any event, what we have in Armenia is a de facto situation for 25 years. We do not have a de jure authority, and so we are holding this conference. I don't think in any historic time when we have a new parliament, we're in a different phase. We had hoped that the Haroutounian Hotel in January and February of 1992, which housed both the Iranian and the American embassies, would be the start of a new denouement, which ultimately came a decade or so later. The US and Iranian ambassadors were under instruction not to say hello to each other in the elevator at the Haroutounian Hotel, but ultimately they found a way to get together. And in conclusion, sort of in this conversation, obviously, is the question of Armenia's future. And I want to sort of connect it in conclusion with Tallinn Papazian's presentation on the Yergraba, on the war veterans, who are all together with the Armenian nation worldwide to defend the frontier of Mountainous Karabakh, which is worthy of recognition under the Montevideo Convention, not only because it suffered massacre, but under international law, but who, after that war was over, or there was a suspension in the war, sort of divided among themselves. And Yergraba, or the leadership of the Yergraba, became representative of enriched war generals, and also those who colluded with the current authorities to have crackdowns on Armenian civil society, and so on. And meanwhile, the other fraction of the war veterans went into civil society, into opposition. It's very difficult to generalize, but I do think that Armenia must have guidance in terms of what are its choices into the future. And I thank you again for this.
Great, thank you. So I think we're too tight on time to add yet another question to that. Mikhail, do you want to take the Russia question, then Robert, over to you, and Armin and Tamar, if you have a final word that connects and also wraps up some of the points that you think that may connect to other things that were said in the conference, most welcome. Mikhail.
Thank you. So I think what you said was more of a comment, and I agree. Yes, I mean, Armenia is trying to find some space for it, so especially when it comes to Georgia, relations with Georgia are too important for Armenia to kind of blindly follow whatever Russia says. And I think there is understanding in Russia that for Armenia it would be suicidal to somehow get involved into this Russian-Georgian conflict even in 2008. So I think there is some degree of understanding also on part of Moscow that there are some things that you cannot expect from Armenia, like recognition of Abkhazia, for example. And to your question, yes, I mean, it's a great question, and it's actually a question for a separate research, which obviously I haven't conducted, but I can say, you know, what is my, what I mean by saying that increasingly the Armenian-Russian alliance is questioned. If you have a referendum on joining Russian Federation today, probably, you know, fortunately or unfortunately, the majority would probably vote yes. I mean, people might disagree with that, but I think that's the reality in Armenia. So overall, I think the majority of population still has a very kind of pro-Russian attitude. But there are groups in the society that are becoming increasingly critical of this relationship. And this is true of civil society, this is true of media. If you look at Armenian media and the publications that are sort of leading in internet, the print media, less so on television. If you look at expert community, if you look at government level, not top level officials, but people who are involved in everyday work with European Union and with Russia and who can compare how work goes. I mean, there's increasingly criticism of Russia, and in some of these protest actions that I mentioned, you couldn't have imagined something like that happening 10 years ago. So while Armenia overall still remains very much pro-Russian, the trend is that the Russian influence is decreasing. So that's what I meant by that. And of course, that deserves a separate research and maybe a separate conference.
Great. Thanks, Mikhail. Robert, you had questions on Iran.
As I understand, your question is about, was about, I think, the effects of sanctions, Iran sanctions on the relation, and also the position of Armenia in the Silk Road, yes? And
with regards to China, one belt, one road, the transport corridor.
So you can translate to Armenian or?
Armenian and kind of using Armenia as a sort of a corridor. What's prospects on this? And the second question was about China's One Belt, One Road policy. And my question was, is Iran interested in joining this project? And what will be will there be an interest involving also Armenia? Well, what's the viewpoint from Iran? Thank you.
I think the most important thing for Armenia is determining the position of Armenia in all of these projects, which is running now. I think the government of Armenia did and has done a lot of things in this field and tried to determine the position of Armenia in all of these projects. For example, the establishment of economic zone in Vrej, or the pilot cargo transition and also gas transition to Georgia. With all of these problems, I think there are efforts to determine the position of Armenia. First of all, we have to understand that we have to mention and we have to be careful that this relation between Iran and Armenia is not unilateral, it's a bilateral relation. And we have to understand that Armenia needs Iran and Iran needs Armenia. We need each other. And we have to determine everything and build everything over all of this image and try to do our best to determine Armenia's position and come out of the influence of Russia. I think it's the most important thing at this time for having our unique and independent foreign policy and determining our positions as our needs. And I think this.
Yeah, okay. So, final comments. Tamar, anything that comes to your mind?
No, thanks. I will save time. Yeah.
Armin, anything else that connects either to these questions or other things that you...
Just about the issue of Armenia being sort of a bridge between Iran and the Eurasian Union. Well, how the goods would be transported, that's one issue that concerns me. And especially if Iran and Russia and Kazakhstan all have Caspian Sea ports, and Russia and Kazakhstan would be the main buyers of Iranian goods, and most of goods to Iran would also go from Russia probably. So I don't see how that can be feasible. But there is another more important issue for Armenia, constructing a new pipeline or a road towards the Black Sea, but that's again, that again depends on Russia, and I don't see how the Armenian government can realize that project.
Great, okay, thank you. I'm sure there's still questions out there in the audience, but please join me in thanking the speakers, and then over to Salpi.
Thank you very much, Hans Gutbrod. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to the panels all day today. Thank you to you. Yeah, the cameramen don't like it when I'm over there. Is this good? Thank you, Sarkis. In fact, that's what I came up here to do, is just to say a whole lot of thank yous. The tech team has been working nonstop for 2.5 days. The cameramen are basically on their feet. Inside, they're live streaming in 2 languages. The interpreters, 2 of them are in there. And I just want to say thank you to all of them on all of our behalfs. Thank you very much. I also want to say thank you to Susanna Bedrosian and Silva Sevlian. Susanna drove this boat. Susanna and Silva are the associate directors of the Institute. And they just basically drove this boat, and Susanna said, you know, this is what we've got to do, and we did it. And Karina Avedisian and Geram Mornetsian are part of the team. I hope you don't mind that we're mostly women. I hope no one holds that against us. But there it is. We're just grateful. We're grateful that this is indeed as interesting as it is to us and to you, and we're not going to stop. This is just the beginning, and as Rafi said, that this is being done in Armenia, from Armenia, is important. Thank you. Thank you.